Group of Interest 001, Chicago Spirit. When folks ask where I studied, I just laugh at them. I don't believe in formal education. I never spent a day in a classroom. Yet I'm one of the most successful men in this city. Boys and men who could be spending their time productively are instead forced to waste years of their lives stooped over books, trying to snatch some trace of intellect for themselves. What the schoolmasters don't tell you is that genius is something you're born with. I may not know calculus, but I run the largest business of its type in the country. I may not be able to name every tribe in Africa, but I can turn a man inside out with a snap of my fingers. I can't give you a scientific explanation for how we perform the miracles we do. Then again, nobody else can either. In my business, me and the Ivy League boys are equal in everything that is, except power. That's something I have plenty of. Richard D. Chappell, Correspondence, 1925. Overview: GOI-001, the Chicago Spirit, also known as the Spirit. Years active: 1895 to 1938 and 1990 to present. Unconfirmed. Known leadership: Richard Davis Chappell, 1871 to 1953. Charles Ferris Derringer, widely thought to be a pseudonym, 1878 to 1950. Hogarth Mintz Cartwright, 1869 to 1929, and Julius Raleigh Magellan, 1865 to 1939. The exact year and circumstances of Magellan's death are still disputed. Summary: Chicago Spirit was an organized crime syndicate based in Chicago, Illinois. The group operated locally during the first 2 decades of existence, but later spread to other major cities in the United States as a result of the wealth generated by its bootlegging operations during the America's Prohibition era. The Spirit employed numerous individuals with anomalous capabilities, created and exploited a number of anomalous artifacts for use of its business, and was owned by one Richard D. Chappell, a Type C reality vendor, SCP 46-ARC. History: In 1873, Chappell immigrated to Chicago with his parents at the age of 2. The first record of his anomalous capabilities was an incident in which a passerby witnessed Chappell, then 11 years old, anomalously exsanguinating a rival newspaper boy. The boy's body was recovered from the Chicago River the following day, but the local police did not pursue the case. Chappell would in later years claim that the boy's death had been an accident. In its original incarnation, the Chicago Spirit was a legitimate business, founded in 1893 and located on Chicago's South Side. Spirit operated as a typical bar, providing patrons with alcoholic beverages and occasionally offering live musical entertainment. After 2 years of making a little revenue, Chappell had the idea to start a second line of business on Chicago Spirit's second floor, a secretive trade of unnatural novelties. During the subsequent years, Chappell sold over 600 anomalous artifacts to buyers in Chicago and the outlying areas. Many of these objects are believed to have been created by Chappell himself. This new venture quickly attracted a number of wealthy collectors and prestigious members of Chicago's elite, which in turn had the added benefit of greatly bolstering the popularity of the establishment downstairs. Still, Chappell remained largely secretive about his anomalies, adamantly refusing to acknowledge the anomalous side of his business in public, but never utilizing his reality-bending capabilities in the company of others. As the Spirit prospered and grew, Chappell expanded his practice to include criminal activities such as extortion, planned robberies, and attacks on rivaling business owners. By 1899, approximately 410 men were working under Chappell. It was around this time that locals began to refer to Chappell's organization as the Chicago Spirit, taken from the name of the bar that served as the group's headquarters. Most of the Spirit's membership was comprised of common thugs and petty thieves. but the group's leadership mainly consisted of men who possessed abilities similar to those of Chappelle himself. According to local tradition, Chappelle routinely walked through the streets of Chicago, striking up conversations with people he encountered and employing those he found to have preternatural skills. Among these individuals were Charles Derringer, SCP-32-ARC, Garth Wheels Cartwright, SCP-39-ARC, and Julius Sawteeth McGallen, and contained, presumed neutralized. By 1900, Chappelle had firmly established himself in Chicago's criminal underworld as a charismatic and ruthless leader. As the spirit increased in size and scope, more anomalous objects were used in routine operations. Very few of these anomalies were contained during the group's active years, due to the Foundation's limited resources during this period. For the most part, the Chicago Spirit acted independently from other criminal organizations, although groups were known to occasionally interact with varying degrees of hostility. A notable exception was the famed Chicago outfit leader Al Capone, who strictly forbade any form of interaction with the spirit, stating that he wouldn't have anything to do with those men. This stance was presumably influenced by previous outfit leader Johnny Torrio's disastrous attempted raid on Chicago Spirit's original building in 1919, which Capone witnessed. The group continued to strengthen and grow through the 1920s, aided by the extra revenue generated by the Spirit's expanding number of speakeasies and similar establishments, made possible and profitable by the ban of alcoholic beverages under the Volstead Act. Records indicate that from 1921 to 1933, the Chicago Spirit was the largest anomalous crime syndicate in the Western Hemisphere. Despite the Chicago Spirit's seemingly immense power and prosperity, the Foundation's O5 Command approved a raid on Chappelle's home, citing intelligence reports that claimed his anomalous capabilities had weakened. The raid proved successful. Chappelle was captured and placed into containment, along with 155 SCP objects pulled from his personal collection. After the capture of their leader, the Spirit members soon disbanded and were recruited by other syndicates. The few who remained faithful to the Spirit and the resources they possessed were eventually acquired by Marshall, Carter, and Dark in 1938. Addendum: a collection of private journals allegedly written by Chappelle were recovered by Foundation personnel in 2008. Notably, the entries frequently mention a partner by the name of Mr. Knight, whose departure from the organization in 1933 resulted in the vulnerability that made Chappelle's capture possible. Despite the constant references to this individual, no other existing records indicate that Chappelle had a close business partner, nor are there any documents that support the existence of a Mr. Knight within the group. However, the journal entries are consistent with statements made by Chappelle during post-containment interviews, in which he frequently expressed that he did not possess any anomalous properties, and that the anomalous work was carried out by a partner of his who abruptly quit the organization, changed his name, and fled the country. Resurgence: the Chicago Spectre. Known members: the Inside Man, 2017 to today. Thought to be the de facto leader of the group, reportedly possesses psionic capabilities. The Rookie, 2017 to today. Thought to be an enforcer for the group, prime suspect in the murder of Farhan Jahanian and the robbery of the Bank of Urtek. Anomalous capabilities unknown. Murakama Killswitch, 2017 to today. Thought to be the getaway driver for the group, anomalous capabilities unknown. Summary: a relatively young paracrime organization, the Chicago Spectre had come into frequent conflict with the Global Occult Coalition, primarily through its continued operations in Urtek and elsewhere. Urtek, a pocket universe operated by a GOC member organization, touted primarily as a more legitimate anomalous community in contrast to 3 Portlands. The Chicago Spectre has 3 known members, all of whom are suspected to be anomalous in some way, and its organizational structure and operational capacity remains unknown. History: from 1938 onwards, the Chicago Spirit ceased to exist. Instead, small groups and individuals continued to operate at a low level all throughout the rest of the 20th century. For decades, it had been rumored that Richard Chappell had hidden away a fortune worth billions of dollars, which would only be accessible to the individuals or group which best embodied the Chicago spirit. Until the end of the 20th century, however, nobody had the resources to do so. The true New Age of the Spirit began with the collapse of Prometheus Labs in 1998, when a vast amount of paratech flooded into the black market. Street-level paracrime reached an all-time high, as both individuals and corporations began to engage in paracriminal activity and seek out Chappell's fortune. Many of these organizations named themselves after the Chicago Spirit. From Japan, where the Yakuza had created the Chicago Sake, a bid to reclaim their power, to Ireland, where the Chicago Guinness traffic in substances both human and fairy-made. One of the more notable organizations of this ilk is the Chicago Spectre. Despite being composed of only 3 people, the audacity and scale of their heist have begun to garner attention from across the globe. Although the Spectre has known interactions with the Foundation, they have come into conflict with several external groups of interest, such as the Servants of the Silicon Nornir and Alexiva University. The group has additionally come into conflict with other members of the paracrime community. The Rookie is suspected of having murdered one Farhan Jahanian, a former distributor of illegal biomedical augmentations and enhancements within Urtec. The group's motives remain unknown, as do their operational capacity and the scale of their operations. GOC records indicate that demonics play a heavy role in the group's operations. It is suspected that the group may be augmenting themselves somehow to carry out their operations. The old house on the corner of 7th Portland Street and Too Many Portland Street Avenue has been legally declared a natural ghost sanctuary. It's not much of a sanctuary. The house is a husk, a burned-out shell that used to look like a Victorian manor. There are tombstones in the dirt field for what passes for its front yard. Various murders and other unsavory happenings have taken place within its walls, and rumor has it that the ghost of Charlemagne himself lives there. The house has been a fixture of 3 Portland's culture for as long as 3 Portland's has existed. It's also prime real estate. The only problem is that its current residents can't be legally exorcised. This is where the Chicago Spirit comes in. A particularly enterprising and unsavory real estate developer has hired them to evict the squatters. The specialist's name is Jack, and his specialty is putting the dead to rest. In the middle of the night, and Jack is wearing a charcoal-colored, slim-fit, 3-piece suit with a cross and a pinch of salt in his breast pocket. The cross vibrates as he steps into the threshold of the old house, and on cue, a wraith materializes in the foyer, a skeleton clad in a tattered wedding dress with 2 vines spiraling from the eye sockets. She shrieks and rushes at him. In a single, smooth motion, Jack draws the Colt M1911 pistol from his belt, disengages the safety, centers the sight, and pulls the trigger, sending a silver-tipped .45 through the center of the wraith's forehead. She melts into a vapor mid-charge, leaving only a light breeze that ruffles his collar. He adjusts it and enters the old house. 2 spirits lounge on the central staircase. One of them has no head, so Jack puts through its chest. The other takes a slug in its remaining eye. When they dissipate, he moves to the door by the foot of the staircase, and kicks it open to reveal a dreary, cobweb-covered kitchen from hell. The oven is on, the kettles are whistling, and utensils fly around the room. Three spirits spin around at the center of it all as they direct the cooking of the damned. The first is a brain with two eye stalks protruding from it. The second is a hag wearing a blouse, and the last is a fat bearded bastard in ornate robes who can only be the king of the Romans. The kitchen stops dead when they see Jack, and then he stops it dead proper by blowing the brain apart with two bullets and putting two more through the hag. Charlemagne cowers in the corner. The magazine falls out of Jack's gun. He loads a new one into place and racks the slide. The old house rattles with the sounds of gunfire and spirits being violently put to rest. As the sun rises over Three Portlands, Jack steps outside the old house and realizes that his three-piece suit is mildly ruffled. In a vexed mood, he readjusts the suit and tries to smooth out the creases as he walks down 7th Portland Street. The year is 1929, and this is what the Chicago spirit looks like. The magician from the library, beyond time and space, is looking for the greatest trip possible on this earth. Shrooms are mundane, salvia is passé, and acid is tedious. She wants space bong, a special edible made by an old man deep in the swamps who's half bong himself. Bong man doesn't just sell to anyone, though. He has friends, and you have to buy from those friends. The spirit used to have such a friend in mind. A specialist adept in the art of buying, smuggling, and selling various kinds of organic bliss. The spirit and the specialist are long gone, and all that's left is a young man named Scoob. Scoob is 2 miles out of Tallahassee when the red and blue lights illuminate the night in his rear view. The car is an Eldorado, a sleek, white, boxy ride that screams money. Problem then is that when the pigs expect its owner to be the same color, even if they don't find the bong in the back, Scoob will be on the ground faster than he can say, "Is there a problem?" There's also the body in the passenger seat. Scoob thinks quick and pulls over to the side of the road. The cop car slows to a halt behind him, and then its driver steps out. As the officer approaches carefully, one hand gripping a flashlight, the other on his holster, Scoob slaps a hand over the corpse in the passenger seat and whispers a few words of power. The cop stops and peers through the window. License and registration? Scoob hands over his forged credentials, whispering an extra sentence under his breath. The cop inspects it carefully. Is there a problem, officer? The cop inspects him equally carefully. Your tail light's out. Damn, I thought it was failing. I was hoping to get home before then. Thank you for letting me know, officer. The officer looks past him at the corpse. Heavy sleeper? Had a bit too much to drink, he replies mildly. Today's his birthday. That's so. The officer looks thoughtful. Tell you what, I'll let you off with a warning. Get that taillight fixed before another officer sees you. I appreciate it, sir. Have a good night. The cop walks off and Scoob sighs with relief. At the same moment, the glamour evaporates and his skin reverts from a pale pink to a light brown. He shifts into gear and drives into the city. Bong is safe, and so is Scoob's skin. The year is 1962, and this is what Chicago spirit looks like. Eugene is moving up in the world. His business recently acquired a contract from an auction house to provide janitorial services, and today is their first job for the client. In his halcyon days, Eugene provided those services to the spirit. That was a long time ago, but the work hasn't changed. He's eager to make a good first impression, so when the call comes in at 2:30 in the morning, he and his boys are at the client's by 3. The auction floor is covered in bodies, men in crisp, blood-stained suits and ties locked in death, with a baklava-clad operatives in military body armor. The Blood and gore are spattered over all the hardwood chairs. Small fires are burning on the auction floor. Shattered glass, bullet casings, jade pieces, tatters of parchment, and other bits and pieces of antiquity litter the floor. It looks like a small tornado has hit. Eugene's cleaned up worse. He ushers his boys into the room and they get to work. The crew starts with the bodies, wrapping them in cling wrap and then wrapping them again to make sure nothing leaks. The glass, bullets, and fragments of antiquity are briskly and efficiently swept into large piles, and then shoveled into large plastic trash bins. The fires are extinguished, and the floor underneath is given a thorough mopping, shining and waxing, until the natural hardwood gleams. Salvageable chairs are cleaned and shined. Ruined chairs will make kindling to dispose of the bodies. In no time at all, the room is spotless, but the memories remain. Corpses are floppy. The wrapping helps, but it's still a hassle for Eugene's boys to shove the lumps into the van, squeeze them past each other, and pile them one on top of the other. Eugene himself sits in the back, touching each of the body bags as they're loaded in turn. Their emotions wash over him, fear, pain, and determination hurtling into terror. The people who died in that room had friends and family, people who will ask questions, and Eugene's clients cannot allow that. So he expands his conscious mind, delving into the few synapses still flickering beneath the plastic wrap, and following the trail of emotional connections to the people still keeping these men alive. The first man Eugene enters has no family apart from a sister wasting away in an asylum. She doesn't do much besides stare at the walls and ask about her big brother. Eugene clambers against the strong familial bonds between the two of them and starts poking around in the sister's brain, searching for all traces of her big brother, scraping them away and piling them into her own subconscious. By the time Eugene is done, she doesn't do much besides stare at the walls. The fifth man Eugene enters has a loving family, a wife who loves him, a son who idolizes him, and parents that are proud of him. One by one, Eugene walks the connections between them, searching for the common link and eradicating it. Slowly, carefully, and thoroughly. The man goes from supposed accountant to drug addict, from family man to deadbeat dad. By the time Eugene is done, the wife hasn't seen him in years and his son has never known him, and his parents will always wonder where they went wrong. To Eugene, it takes hours to erase the legacy of those bodies. To his men, it takes seconds. The work drains him both mentally and emotionally, but he basks in the knowledge of a job well done. Eugene is pleased with himself, and he's confident that his client, Marshall, Carter, and Dark, will be too. The year is 1989, and this is what Chicago's spirit looks like. Rukmini throws herself behind the summoning table and topples it over, scattering the chalk pentagram outline to the wind as bullets whistle overhead. The demon isn't going to be happy, but that's the least of her worries. The gun is in the next room, and there's a pair of masked assassins between her and the only entrance. All she has on her is the ritual knife. He listens intently as the shooting winds down and the sound of footsteps become audible, barely increasing in volume as their owner approaches, then takes a deep breath and pops up, grabbing the approaching assassin and slamming him face first into the ritual knife. With her free hand, she grabs his pistol and empties the magazine into his partner. Then she extricates the would-be assailant's head from the knife. Their bodies hit the floor, and the sound of trampling footsteps in the next room becomes audible. Rukmini vaults over the table and stabs the second assassin in the heart to open his veins for the summoning, then scoops up his gun and kicks the living room door open hard enough to make it break through the frame and smack into another thug on the other side. Rukmini flings the ritual knife across the living room into the chest of a fourth thug and slides across the floor, kneecapping the fifth with 2 shots and evacuating the contents of his skull with 2 more. She takes a breath and scans the living room. One body on the couch with a knife in their chest, one body on the floor with 4 bullet holes, and one body is still alive. The third thug sweeps Rukmini's legs out from under her, and she faceplants, kicking her feet back to put some distance between them. Half remembering jujitsu lessons coming back to her, she rolls over and scoots across the floor towards her dropped pistol. Thug 3 scrabbles to her feet and sprints towards the pistol, but kicks it away and yanks the ritual knife out of her fallen comrade instead. Her eyes, barely visible through the mask, betray her intention to gut Rukmini like a fish. Rukmini manages to rise in time to dodge the first swipe and then a stab. She punches 3 in the face and makes a grab for the knife. 3 pulls the knife back as she recoils and knees Rukmini in the gut. Rukmini stumbles and barely manages to shove 3's arm away before she can stab her, grabbing 3 by the collarbone and tossing her towards the couch. The couch topples over while 3 rolls to her feet and comes up swinging, forcing Rukmini back towards the ritual room. 3 swings the knife upward with enough force to cut Rukmini in half. Instead of dodging, Rukmini steps inwards, bats 3's arms upwards, and smacks the knife from her hand. She headbutts 3, snatches the knife from the air, and stabs her in the neck. 3 has time to look surprised before Rukmini yanks the knife out and buries it into her heart. As 3 topples over, Rukmini realizes 2 things. 1, there are more footsteps coming from outside, and 2, there's more than enough blood in the room to summon her demon. On cue, 2 things happen. The door to the apartment bursts open as 5 more assassins pour in, and the ritual room lights up purple as a Rakshasa bursts forth, an ugly gray ogre with fangs and a thirst for blood. The Rakshasa sets upon the assassins, tearing through their flesh with its tiger-like claws and razor-sharp teeth while their bullets bounce off its iron-hard skin. Once it's finished, it looks for Rukmini. Unfortunately for the creature, Rukmini has found her gun, a silver Colt M1911 pistol with the name John engraved on the barrel. In one smooth motion, she disengages the safety, centers the sights, and pulls the trigger, sending a silver-tipped .45 bullet through the demon's face. The demon collapses forward, disintegrating into thick gray ash. Rukmini examines the ash carefully. Most of it is contaminated by being outside the ritual circle, but she's fed it enough blood that even the contaminated ash is highly potent. While she cuts the ash into a bottle, hiding later, she calls up her inside man, tells him what happened, and asks him to find out who did it. Even from a dozen kilometers away, the man is able to trace the emotions of the assassins to their boss, Farhan, head of the biggest black market enhancel ring in Urtek. The man has been looking to muscle in on the business, and it would appear that Farhan decided to teach him a lesson. Rukmini decided that it's time to teach Farhan a lesson. Just as she steps out the door, she realizes she ought to put some clothes on. Nudity is much better suited to ritual summoning than assassinations. This is what Chicago spirit looks like. Carol 105, The Jabberwock. Raise a file, group of interest, defunct, GOI 001, Chicago spirit. File created circa 1920. File last revised by GOI March 1930. File recovered August 1933. Text reproduced below, Raisin noticed. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Carol 105, The Jabberwock. Where it is. Wherever Chappelle needs it to be. If you're supervising it, we'll meet with you and we'll make sure you know. If you aren't one of those guys, stop stressing about it. Stress can kill, you know. Who knows about it? It's fundamental to us that only a few people know about this thing. If you're seeing this, you're either keeping tabs on it, looking for its layers, one of the big guys that run this whole business, or one of their bodyguards. If you snitch, not only will we know, but so will the Carol, and this thing can perform a few disappearing acts that leave no traces. How we found it? It's more fitting to say this thing found us. We were transporting another Carol we had found back to a warehouse of ours when it revealed itself. One of our men was acting like he did every other day, when he suddenly turned into some monster and started ripping through our men for taking the case the Carol was in and flying off. We tried tailing it, but it disappeared into some woods past the city. Cut forward to a month later, we get a call from some of our men saying that they managed to corner something they believe was the creature from before. It attacked at night, disguised as one of them, but one of our men was wearing a cross necklace and the creature's skin started to burn away when it touched the cross. From there, he pushed it into a church and slammed the door behind it and called for us. He said it was scratching and screaming like hell, but the door still held. Chappelle, Sawteeth, and the rest of his confidants headed to the church, where they managed to strike a deal with the Carol. What we use it for? We don't know as much as we would like to know about this thing, but we knew enough to see its potential and make a deal with it. The Jabberwock isn't human. It won't tell us what it is, where it's from, what its name is, or where it keeps disappearing. We're sure it's some sort of demon, but we're not sure if it's from any one religion. Any sort of religious imagery or magical weapon seems to actually hurt it. It can heal from normal wounds almost instantly, but anything holy, unholy, and magic seems to stick with it and burn away its disguise. From what we've seen, wounds left by magic or religious stuff reveals large, starved-looking purple flesh that replaces whatever was there before. Its fingers became claws and its head became covered in skull-like bone with horns. We know that's something underneath the camouflage. It also has some sort of tail and wings, but we've never had a good long look at any of this because the Jabberwock tends to flee in states like this. The Jabberwock preys on humans and human-like creatures, gaining their trust and affection before butchering them. It's incredibly sadistic, actively relishing in causing pain or killing. It seems to know a bit of necromancy, can charm anyone who talks with it, and it's far stronger than anything it can take the form of. It has killed many people, but it only takes the forms of those it eats the heart of and drags to that forest. It can transform into the copy of something in a matter of minutes, perfect aside from its gleaming yellow eyes. Keeps their memories, abilities, clothes, and more, meaning it's the perfect spy, assassin, and fighter. With our deal in place, we're making sure it has a steady stream of people to feed on, and we have people to make sure no one gets close to killing it. In return, it goes undercover for the spirit. Cops start feeling unsatisfied with their hush money, the Jabberwock will be there to make sure they stay down. Competition is getting too successful, the Jabberwock will move through their leadership like a plague. Double-crossers, anomalous religious orders, and tech companies, even the Foundation, none of them will be ready for the Jabberwock. It's a shame we only know the one Jabberwock. To be frank, an army of super spies like this would have won us a monopoly. We have other spies to keep an eye on the Jabberwock to make sure it doesn't betray us or get hurt. But aside from the supervision, we leave it to its own devices, because we can tell this thing likes doing what it does. Everyone who knows about this thing must get their bullets blessed or cursed or in some way enchanted. In most cases, we'll have them enchanted by an unholy priest, But as long as it can hurt the Jabberwock, it doesn't matter. This thing is willing and able to work with us, but we don't trust that it'll decide to stay loyal, so we gotta make sure we have that failsafe. We've managed to record the names of hundreds of forms it takes, and we've done our best to describe the forms it takes that aren't human. Some of you are also tasked with following this thing back to its lair. Make sure it doesn't find you, or else this whole operation might be done. There's a lot of risks when it comes down to this, but anything we can use to control this thing is reward enough. Dear Mr. Chappelle, I'm very happy to announce that I have decimated the Purple Gang outpost I have been monitoring. Although the gang as a whole is far from gone, this was their greatest stash of anomalies, and now they won't be able to hold a candle to yours. I'd love to stay in chat, but I have 3 new bodies I would like to get into, so I'm afraid I'll have to grab those and take my leave. Don't worry, I'll be back in Chicago by tomorrow, and you can do whatever you want to do. I'm sure your boys are on your way already, so let me know if you find anything interesting. Enjoy. The Jabberwock. Hey, Chappelle, I found something funny while searching through this Purple Gang place. I'm sure the Jabberwock already looked through all the carols before leaving, so I don't think it knows. While checking out and packing up all the carols, we found a hidden safe. We blew the thing open and we found one of those magical metal things that the Jabberwock stole from us a while ago. And I don't think the Jabberwock is the type of creature that would donate. So this has to mean that there's a bunch of these things. What do you want me to do with it? Monty Smith. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Monty, if no one saw, hide it and keep that to yourself. People did see, give me their names. Hide the carol, and I'll take it from there. But the Jabberwock cannot find that hunk of metal. He can't even know about it. Once you come back, meet me in my office. Don't keep me waiting. Chappelle, Amber and I are getting close to wherever the Jabberwock goes in the forest. Every time it comes back, we get a bit more precise, and I think we're close. We're approaching an area where the plants start to die, animals run, and there's always a bit of fog. Every now and then we find drawings scratched into a tree or rock or dirt. Drawings of giants and eyes and wings and horns. We left our own markings on certain trees so we can find our way back and forth. We'll come back to restock supplies, but once we're back in the forest, this monster will be under your thumb. Aria Yasmin. Dear Mr. Chappelle, I just thought you'd like to know that I know what you're doing. I've seen those men of yours in the forest, following my trail, leaving their little marks on the trees in my territory. You and I are both secretive creatures, Chappelle. We've got a good deal going, and I expect that you uphold your end of the bargain, like I have mine. Tell your men to get away from my territory, and we can go on like nothing happened. I want to trust the spirit, Chappelle. Give me a reason to. I'm sure you'd love to know what I am, but for now, I'm the Jabberwock. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Jabberwock, know your place. You are a Carol, albeit a Carol who's enough of a nuisance. Now we have to tiptoe around you and monitor you to make sure you don't betray us or act like a dumbass. You want to feed on people? We want a good spy. And none of us want to get hurt. That's the deal. If we want information, that's what we'll get. But we're not going to stop because you start whining. And don't think your mind control will work on me. Like you said, we both have secrets. I don't care what you want. This is my world and you're working for me. Stop telling me what to do, shut the hell up, and do your fucking job. Chappelle. It knows we're after it. I was following our path of marked trees. The first few were fine, but as I kept going, I realized that all of the trees nearby had been scratched and carved by something sharp, and all of our markings were gone. I tried going off my memory and kept going. The trees stayed like that for a while, until I came upon a clearing. All the plants and trees were dead, were gone. No animals ran by, the dirt looked gray, and the only tree that stood in the clearing was barren, made from spiky, black, dead branches. A normal tree was laying at my feet, right at the edge. It had been completely uprooted, ripped from the ground in one piece. I pushed it out of the way when I realized one of my markings was on the other side. I looked back at the center of the clearing and I saw some sort of cave by the tree. It was just a black pit with a stone path going down into the ground. I got a bit closer, but I looked back inside and I saw those yellow eyes staring back at me. I don't know how I'm still alive after it saw me, but I hightailed it out of there. It knows we're looking for it, and it's angry. I can't find Momper anywhere. What do we do now? Arya Gasman. Monty. I found the Jabberwock's hideout in the forest, but I'm sure it's still somewhere nearby. It hasn't returned to the spirit since the Purple Gang raid. Whatever it's guarding, it has to be something big. Meet Momper and me by the edge of the woods, and we'll find whatever it's hiding. Arya Gasman. Update. The Jabberwock isn't ours anymore. It ran off to its forest after it massacred a Purple Gang hideout, and it hasn't been seen since. It killed Edgar and Arya after catching them in the forest for luring back the men who were supposed to watch it. One of them, Monty Smith, knew about a carol that he gave to Chappelle to keep away from the Jabberwock. Once the Jabberwock ate his heart, it learned of the carol through his memories and began making its way towards the Chappelle's place. It wasn't quiet, but it didn't need to be. It broke into the place, ripping guys apart with its bare hands. When people started shooting, it reanimated the dead and started returning fire. It ran throughout the building, leaving corpses, wraiths, and zombies in its wake, before finding itself against Chappelle. Chappelle won't say much about what happened afterwards, but I've attached what he said as below. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. The thing came into my office alone. I think it was wearing a mismatch of different victims because its left arm was scaly and blue. Its human parts were in patches from multiple people, and it had a tail. I started firing at it with my Tommy gun, but the piece of shit kept dodging or blocking the bullets. It ran at me when I was out and lifted me by my throat with one arm. Thinking on my feet, I took that magical hunk of metal out of my pocket, shaped it into a dagger, and stabbed it into the Jabberwock's arm. It let go and began screeching, shrieking like something not animal and not human, and yet so close. I didn't give the treasonous bastard a chance to breathe, and I rammed the blade straight into its skull. Its skin began burning off outwards from its head, showing me the real creature underneath. I won't say much aside from the fact that it was an ugly piece of shit. It smacked me, pushing me into my desk and throwing the shard out of a window to the ground below. I grabbed a pistol from my desk while it was distracted by the ingot and shot it in the back. It ran to the window, leapt through, and flew off. The silver shard was gone too. Update. We've got rid of the undead since the attack, but the Jabberwock, the metal, and the lair have since vanished. 7 of our guys are left unaccounted for. Whether they're dead, undead, charmed, defecting, or a disguise for the Jabberwock, they're being added to the list. The thing is still too much of a threat for everyone to know everything about it. Our men now have access to updated lists of all the skins it wears. Tell them to wear their crosses or stars of David or whatever damn symbol makes them feel right, and tell them to put a blessed bullet between those subhuman yellow eyes. Tell them that and nothing else. This traitor must die. Remember, the spirit doesn't fear demons. Demons fear the spirit. SCP-3855 Antimimetic Speakeasy. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration, RAISA. The following document has not been revised since the 13th of January, 1940. As such, it has been labeled Archived by Foundation's Records and Information Security. Information contained here may be significantly outdated. Item number SCP-3855 Archived. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3855 is currently under Foundation control and has been repurposed as a safe house for local New York agents. Former patrons of the Secret Spirit have been issued amnesiacs, and remaining members of the Chicago Spirit associated with the bar have been apprehended. A guard detail is currently posted near the exterior entrance to prevent unauthorized access. Under no circumstances are non-Foundation personnel to be informed of the existence of SCP-3855 or its activation phrase. Description: SCP-3855 is a two-story building located in Manhattan's Lower East Side in New York City. From 1921 to 1930, SCP-3855 was a speakeasy run by the Chicago Spirit, an anomalous crime organization active throughout the earliest 20th century, known as the Secret Spirit. Its owners served imported liquor and wine to well-connected members of the American organized crime, including those who also dealt with anomalous artifacts. Much like the organization's original eponymous Chicago bar, the Secret Spirit also had a second floor that was used to sell anomalies to its patrons. SCP-3855 represents the first known usage of anti-memes in the civilian sphere. Specifically, the name, location, and purpose of SCP-3855 cannot be recalled without hearing or reading the trigger phrase, "I heard about Chappelle's Manhattan Point." Absent this trigger, memories related to SCP-3855 will be made inaccessible, and persons visiting it will be unable to recall their location during the time spent there. Recordings and photographs of SCP-3855 can be made, but memories of their contents will also be lost without the trigger. History: SCP-3855 was opened as the Secret Spirit in February 1921 at the instruction of the Chicago Spirit leader Richard D. Chappelle, representing the crime syndicate's first expansion into speakeasy management in the New York area. Wanting to avoid the attention of both law enforcement and rival organizations, Chappelle gave SCP-3855 its anomalous properties via unknown means. The anti-meme capabilities of SCP-3855 were not replicated by any other known spirit establishment, although records may be incomplete due to the inherent information redacting properties possibly associated with said establishments. Unlike speakeasies run by Chappelle's organization in the Chicago area, the Secret Spirit was selective with its clientele and carefully screened all customers before giving the knowledge of the trigger phrase. During the initial opening phase, it was debated whether or not to open the first floor of the speakeasy to regular patrons, but this was ultimately deemed impractical. Owing to its anomalous properties, both the Foundation and the New York City Police Department were unable to learn of the existence of or locate SCP-3855. Although the owners wished to expand the business and the anti-meme properties of it to other parts of Manhattan, Chappelle vetoed the idea, writing in a 1927 letter recovered after his capture. "I didn't get as far as I did in the business by entertaining every damn fool someone brings up to me. I got here by being careful. If we fill New York with speakeasies nobody can remember, people are going to start noticing they can't figure out where they go every weekend night. We've got a golden goose, and just because the goose isn't studded with diamonds doesn't mean we need to go rob a jewelry store. Discovery on November 23rd, 1930. Secret Spirit co-owner Albert Jones was arrested by the NYPD on burglary charges after his ex-wife reported that he had attempted to break into her Brooklyn apartment. After his Chicago Spirit affiliation was confirmed by police, prosecutors offered him a reduced sentence on his burglary charge and immunity from any charges related to other criminal activities he was involved in exchange for knowledge of the Spirit's New York activities. Jones accepted, and soon after revealed the existence of the secret Spirit. Once SCP-3855's anomalous nature and trigger phrase became known to police, Foundation agents embedded in the NYPD informed their superiors of the anomaly, and the latter began formulating plans for a raid on the secret Spirit. SCP-3855 was acquired by the Foundation on Christmas Day, 1930, when the speakeasy was raided and shut down after a tip from Jones that Richard Chappell would be present in it for Christmas celebrations. For uncertain reasons, Chappell learned of the raid ahead of time and returned to Chicago the previous day. After a thorough scan by medical personnel determined that SCP-2680 was not being manufactured at the location, SCP-3855 was repurposed as a safe house and remains under Foundation control. Albert Jones was relocated to Maine by U.S. federal authorities as part of a protective custody program and lived in Bangor until October 27, 1932, when he disappeared while walking home from his job at a local grocery store. His hat and jacket were found approximately 1 kilometer from the store, and there was no physical evidence of a struggle, nor any other reports of another person following him by eyewitnesses. A note was found in the jacket pocket which read, "Nice try, you can't hide, snitch." No records of Jones' fate were found following the 1933 shutdown of the Chicago Spirit, though he is presumed deceased at this time. Carol 332, The Snitch Dungeons. Raise a file, group of interest, defunct. GOI 001, Chicago Spirit. File created circa 1931. File last revised by GOI November 1932. File recovered July 1933. Text reproduced below. Raise a noticed. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Carol. Raise a definition. Carol. A term used by Chicago Spirit to designate anomalies in their possession, referring to author Lewis Carroll and his book Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, equivalent to SCP. 332, The Snitch Dungeons. Where it is? Manhattan, 17th Street. It used to be a hospital, and we bought it after the Great War in case we would need it for New York operations. 4 stories high, just next to a boarding house and a bank. Can't miss it. Whatever you do, don't open the doors to the bedrooms. Who knows about it? This one's a trade secret, and none of our other competitors or those Foundation guys have the scoop on it as far as we know. I know a lot of people are on edge because the secret Spirit got shut down, but we won't make the same mistake twice. All of the guys we have working security and watching the snitches are loyal to Chappell and would take a bullet for him. As for who we can tell about it, well, we need what we call a rumor weapon. Don't go around telling everyone we've got a place for all the people who turn on us. But if you're at one of our bars and you hear people talking about Richard does to double-crossers, maybe mention that you heard about a terrible place that they go. A place where they don't die but wish they could, because of what they did to us. Keep it vague. What people don't know about now can be just as powerful as what they do. How we made it? In 1930, we had a snitch problem. When you're in the business we are in, there are two kinds of people, a friend of ours and a friend of theirs. We tried to keep our friends local in the beginning and closely under our wing. Spirit was once easy to keep under a tight watch. In the old days, we only had each other, and even the lowest Fink wouldn't go to Chicago PD because we didn't have enough to offer them. But once the 18th Amendment rolled around, everything changed. In less than 2 years, we went from a local operation to a nationwide bootlegging empire. The money was rolling in, but so were the expenses. Bribes to cops and Canadian border guards, security to keep the Carrolls under close watch, and of course, employees. We started hiring out, working with the local competition when we needed to, not looking into our guys closely enough to make sure we could trust them. When we opened the secret spirit, it finally came back to haunt us. What's the best way to keep the law from catching you? Keep keep them from remembering that you even exist. I don't know how the boss did it, but he managed to make a speakeasy that slips out of your mind without the password. Like Joe sent me. But if Joe didn't actually send you, then you'd just be confused anytime you tried to remember where you were that night. The alcohol wasn't even that important. What was important was the trading room on the second floor, the finest magic toys from the farthest reaches of Wonderland, for our carefully selected customers. For nearly a decade, there was no place to get drink and play God than the secret spirit. Then, someone snitched. Christmas, 1930, the Foundation shuts us down, kidnaps our patrons, and steals some of our best carols. Boss demands how it happened, and it didn't take long to find out. Albert Jones from Queens, recruited by the Spirit in 1921 to run our first Manhattan operation, previous history with the local gangs, and a reputation for efficiency and ruthlessness. And also, cowardice. The little bastard got too drunk one night and broke into his ex's apartment and ratted us all out so he could get a reduced sentence. Right then and there, the boss decided that nobody would ever be able to turn on us again without paying the price. A message needed to be sent, and the dungeons were the way to do it. About 2 months after the secret spirit shut down, Richard Chappell walked into the abandoned hospital with an unholy priest, raise a notice. The specific religious denomination of the figure mentioned here has been subject to much debate. Research suggests the spirit may have been involved with occult groups during its existence, but no evidence of their specific identities has been discovered. And turned it into a palace of nightmares. He won't tell anyone else how he did it, so don't ask. Our finest day came when we found Albert and locked him inside his dungeon. He begged for mercy. We didn't give it. What we use it for. I'm sure you've all heard of one of Richard's favorite sayings. You can search for us, you can compete with us, you can even attack us if you think you're up for it. But if you turn on us, we will not forgive and we will not forget. Damn right we won't. Carol 332 are the snitch dungeons. The building we use them for and the dungeons themselves. From the outside it looks normal, and when you walk in, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary at first either. Lots of abandoned equipment lying around that we haven't bothered to pick up. All the doors to what used to be the bedrooms are closed, and behind each of them is hell. Well, not exactly hell, but close enough to it that they can't tell the difference. When we find someone who turned on us, we have to say his name out loud and snap our fingers in front of this photo. Picture of the former hospital staff and some patients in 1913. Richard said the people in the photo show up in the dungeons too. No need to find out. Soon as we do, he shows up in the foyer, and we're on him before he has a chance to react. We grab him and throw him into one of the open rooms and shut the door behind him. That's where the hell begins. The walls begin to melt away and the rumor gets bigger than all of New York. But no matter where they go, they can never get out. They'll always be in their own personal dungeon. We don't know exactly what happens to them in there, but we know they can't get out. And we know they screamed so loud we had to soundproof the building. The only ones who know for sure are the boss and the priest, and they're not telling. Note from the desk of Richard Chappell. Raise a notice that this note was attached to the end of the original documentation. A lot of people have been asking about what happens in the Snitch Dungeons. Frankly, none of you need to know or worry about it, as long as you do your job and keep your mouths shut. But I'll indulge your curiosity briefly to keep you motivated. Remember the blind guy in that picture? Imagine if he could see and you couldn't. Now imagine if you trusted that guy to lead you around, help you get to and from your home, the works. And one day he decides to push you into traffic for the fun of it. And that's what goes on in the dungeons. Betrayal. The snitches know what they did, and they know the lesson they're being taught in there. They scream because as soon as it looks like the nightmare is over, it starts up again. Know this, when you joined this organization, you gave more than just your life to us. You may think death is your ultimate respite when you decide you finally had enough, but it will be if we allow it. But if we falter or fail because of you, we can withdraw that privilege. Dungeons are your warning. I suggest you heed them. SCP-3138, a sepulchre by the sea. Special containment procedures. Foundation personnel embedded in literary and academic circles are to be briefed on SCP-3138. They are to report any fictional work discovered to deviate from its canonical number of human corpses. A Foundation-operated bot, IO Mandela, is to monitor websites and online communities centered on discussions of printed media, discussions regarding books that describe more human corpses than are previously expected to be flagged for review. Upon discovery, any printed work of fiction suspected to be affected by SCP-3138 is to be recovered and reviewed by Mobile Task Force Row 1, the professors. Should it prove feasible, all non-canonical corpses are to be extracted, examined, and catalogued. Otherwise affected works are to be kept on-site in a secure locker. Access is restricted to Level 4 personnel. Description: SCP-3138 is a phenomenon involving the insertion of human corpses into a printed work of published fiction. The work must convey a narrative capable of recognizably describing the presence of a human corpse. Inserted corpses will be depicted in a manner suitable for the work. For example, a corpse inserted into a poem relying upon a particular rhyming scheme will be described via this rhyming scheme. Extraction of inserted corpses can be accomplished by destroying the work or editing it to remove the depiction of the corpse. Should this occur, all erased corpses will immediately emerge from the text in question. Notably, corpses that emerge during these events are non-anomalous and show signs of decay reminiscent of extended submersion in an acidic environment. The method by which SCP-3138 is accomplished has yet to be determined. Addendum 3138.1 Recovery Logs. Recovery Log, Discovery Date 16/03/1942. Subject, a 1921 paperback edition of Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. Bless your soul and body, no, answered Wemmick very dryly. But he is accused of it, so might you or I be. Either of us might be accused of it, you know. Only neither of us is, I remarked. Yeah, said Wemmick, touching me on the breast with his forefinger. You're a deep one, Mr. Pip. Would you like to have a look at Newgate? Have you time to spare? I had so much time to spare that the proposal came in as a relief, notwithstanding its irreconcilability with my latent desire to keep my eyes on the coach office. Muttering that I would make the inquiry whether I had time to walk with him, I went into the office and ascertained from the clerk, with the nicest precision and much to the trying of his tempest, the earliest moment at which the coach would be expected, which I knew beforehand, quite as well as he. I then rejoined Mr. Wemmick, and affecting to consult my watch, and be surprised by the information I had received, accepted his offer. We were at Newgate in a few minutes, and we passed through the lodge where three smartly dressed corpses were hung on the bare walls, their attire dark and unusual. Though shocked by the barbarity of the sight, Mr. Wemmick shushed me and urged me forward, silencing my confusion with a gesture to his lips. Now at that time the jails were much neglected, and the period of exaggerated reaction consequent on all public wrongdoing, and which is always its heaviest. Note of the three recovered corpses, only one could be positively identified. Von L. Kaminsky, an accountant with known ties to Henry Earl J. Wojciechowski, aka Jaime Weiss, a notorious mob boss active in Chicago during the 1920s. An autopsy concluded that all three corpses died as a result of pulmonary aspiration. Recovery log, discovery date 06/11/1957. Subject, a 1925 edition of The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Through the amorphous trees, the chauffeur, he was one of Wolfheim's protégés, heard the shots afterward. He could only say he hadn't thought anything much about them. I drove from the station directly to Gatsby's house, and my rushing anxiously up the front steps was the first thing that alarmed anyone. But they knew then, I firmly believe, with scarcely a word. Four of us, the chauffeur, butler, gardener, and I, hurried down to the pool. There was a faint, barely perceptible movement of the water as the fresh flow from one end urged its way toward the drain at the other with little ripples, that there were hardly the shadows of waves. The laden mattress moved irregularly down the pool. A small gust of wind that scarcely corrugated the surface was enough to disturb its accidental course with its accidental burden. The touch of a cluster of leaves revolved it slowly, tracing like the leg of a compass a thin red circle in the water. It was after we started with Gatsby toward the house that the gardener saw Wilson's body a little way off in the grass, alongside 7 more. The holocaust was complete. Note of the 6 recovered corpses, only 4 could be positively identified. All were known associates of Alphonse Gabriel Capone, aka Scarface, a notorious mob boss active in Chicago during the 1920s, as well as the co-founder and leader of the Chicago outfit. An autopsy concluded that all 6 corpses died as a result of pulmonary aspiration. Recovery log, discovery date 21/02/1982. Subject, a 1912 edition of Collected Poems by Edgar Allan Poe. Collected Poems by Edgar Allan Poe. And this was the reason that, long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, and shut her up in a sepulchre with the corpse of Beverly Queen. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee. The stars never rise and feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride. In her sepulchre there, by the sea, the corpse of Beverly Queen. Although the recovered corpse could not be conclusively identified, it was determined to be that of an adolescent female. In 1932, a missing person report was filed with the Chicago Police Department for Beverly Queen, a 17-year-old female living with Richard Chappell, a co-founder of the Chicago Spirit, an anomalous criminal organization active in Chicago during the 1920s. An autopsy concluded that the corpse died of pulmonary aspiration.
Content warning: the following story contains outdated and racist terminology. Viewer discretion is advised.
Peril 280. Barrels of Hooch. Where we get them? The barrels are provided by our friends and business partners at the factory, in exchange for both a small monthly payment and our promise that we help put down any strikes that occur there. Such strikes are rare. The last one occurred in 1928, almost 5 years ago as of writing. So I'm pretty sure the boss has another agreement we're not privy to. I figure it's best to keep your nose clean than lose it. Those barrels are good for one use only, and mass transportation just isn't an option because of that damn amendment. Because of that accident with O'Hara some time ago, the boss is making sure that we keep a low profile and constantly mixing up who goes over for drop-offs and deliveries. You'll know if you were picked up for the job if you can see one of the boss magic Carol letters attached to this. If you get picked, try not to complain too much about it. No one wants to go to the factory, but no one says no to Richard Chappell either. Who knows about them? Common knowledge among most of the higher-ups, people who run into the barrels think they're either being used for easy disposal or for storing hooch. They're both right, in a way. If any of our patrons ask where we're getting our stuff, you tell them it's a trade secret. It should go without saying, but calling it what it is isn't exactly good for business. How to use them? These things have two big uses for us. For the triggermen, each barrel is large enough to take in exactly one human body. No more, no less. Trying to put in two just makes the barrel spit out the last one put in. Then you seal the barrel and try to ignore the screams. Even if they're dead, they scream. You don't get to ask why. After a few hours, when the screaming dies down, body will be gone without a trace, but the barrel will stay heavy. Don't open it. More importantly, don't let the spooks catch you wheeling this around. Just get it to one of our fronts as quickly and quietly as possible. Note, apparently the factory wants some kicking when they go into the barrels. They were real serious about this too. They even sent us this lovely little note. From Master Foreman 1221, Cowellwitz, message ID I49274. Importance, medium. Body. Esteemed colleagues, for the best desired effects, we recommend introducing bodies into the barrels while they still live. It facilitates our processes significantly. Your cooperation is appreciated. Factory external message. For the suppliers, expect visits from the triggermen at any minute of the day and night. Make sure whatever front you're running is cleaner than your priest on a Sunday, and always have room for more barrels. Once you get at one, pop it open and find out what it is, then label it appropriately. Everyone makes a different liquor, and we can't figure out any real pattern. We thought all Mexicans made tequila until one of them turned into whiskey. We had a couple of Irish thugs get turned into wine, and at least one Polack became champagne. Either way, the hooch is drinkable, and nobody gotten sick from it. Not yet, anyway. After the barrel runs dry, make sure you tell one of the bosses and they'll get it taken care of. Do not, under any circumstances, hand over the actual barrel to anyone. Pour the stuff into another one, but don't not get rid of the barrel. Note, Occasionally you'll get a bad stock. I'm talking gin that smells like rancid vinegar, vodka that has slime on its surface, or rum that, and I quote, tasted like wanting to shoot yourself, but all the guns in the world had vanished. These things all happened following the December skirmish with the outfit. If this does happen, don't dump them. The hooch that comes out of the failure cases burns quick, burns hot, and can be used to get rid of other problems. From the desk of Richard Chappell. If you're reading this, congratulations! You've been picked to take a drive up to the factory and pick up our newest supply. At this point, you have probably heard the stories of what others have seen in there, and I would like to address that. Yes, they are worked like dogs, because that is what they are. Dogs. The same kind of dogs we get rid of. They're no different. That being said, don't look at the workers too long. You might just find a familiar face staring right back at you. Chicago Spirit, repeating order R01221. Event name Richard Chappell, repeating order complaint. Event ID R01221. Importance medium. Location Swine's Den Facility, Chicago, Illinois. Date October 8th, 1927. Primary actors Chicago Spirit Organization leader Richard Chappell. Chicago Spirit Organization enforcer Julius McGowan. Chicago Spirit Organization delivery driver Donald Smith. Primary factory actor Master Foreman Kowalitz. Other participating factory actors Secretary Adriana Ramirez. Relevant prior information Chicago Spirit founder Richard Chappell reached out to the factory administrative department in order to arrange a meeting with Master Foreman Kowalwitz, the lead foreman on Product 032-65972. Description: Chappell was greeted warmly by Foreman Kowalwitz at noon on March 3, 1932. After explaining his grievances, Foreman Kowalwitz asked of the manner in which Chappell was using Product 032-65972. Chappell was offered a tour of IL 912-8657 NEM gratis in order to display the method in which the byproducts of Product 032-65972 were used. Trigger: After using Product 032-65972 to dispose of items related to Chicago Spirit operation, see file on incident IL 020332 CHSP, Chappell stated that the output was less than satisfactory. Chicago organization leader Richard Chappell. I've got 20 bottles of booze that look, taste, and even sound like shits an elephant takes when they realize they've been taken in by Herman fucking Fuller. We were promised a fucking high quality product, and that's 20 menu malfunctions out of 25 we ordered. And acceptable is an understatement. Chappell came to confront Foreman Kowalwitz along with Julius McGowan. Chicago Spirit Organization enforcer Julius McGowan. We can respect that you have limited time, but you do know how much 20 barrels of booze is in greenbacks. It'd buy you a good half of the legislature, and I know they're starting to look into plants like this. Julius McGowan's statement was construed as a threat. It is unclear if any action should be taken at this time. Order of events. Actor action. Chappell and McGowan arrive at the grounds of IL 912-8657 NEM. Factory response. Adriana Ramirez greets the pair of outside actors. Chappell asks to see the foreman in charge. Ramirez summons Kowalwitz from the factory floor, stating that Mr. Chappell and Mr. McGowan are here to see him. Chicago Spirit Organization leader Richard Chappell. I never told you my name. Foreman Kowalwitz appears before the two clients some minutes later. Actor action. Chappell and McGowan inquire as to the nature of the failing of the products. Factory response. Not applicable. Actor action. Not applicable. Factory response. Foreman Kolowitz expresses regret at the situation and offers a tour of the factory floor. Chicago Spirit Organization leader Richard Chappelle. What? Are you kidding? I came here looking to fix your shit, not to sightsee. Foreman Kolowitz. I assure you, Mr. Chappelle, that the reasons for the barrel's malfunction shall become clear after a brief tour. All I ask is for your patience for a few minutes. Chappelle acquiesces, and McGowan reluctantly agrees to accompany him. After action, Chappelle and McGowan enter the factory floor. Escorted by Foreman Kolowitz, Chappelle notes that they recognize some of the workers, who have been recruited through the use of Product 032-65972. Chicago Spirit Organization leader Richard Chappelle. Would you look at that? It's the Cook County Commissioner. You've seen better days, haven't you, you old sack of shit? Chicago Spirit Organization enforcer Julius McGowan. That's goddamn disgusting. So if he's here, I'm guessing the boys from the shootout are knocking around here somewhere too? They inquire as to the absence of several individuals who were eliminated during the aforementioned Chicago Spirit operation. Factory response. Foreman Kolowitz offers a 5-minute stop to all machinery for inspection and invites Chappelle and McGowan in to examine a metal shaper. After action, McGowan steps forward first to inspect to see if it is safe for Chappelle to inspect. He immediately recoils upon seeing the inner workings, and Chappelle steps forward, finding the contents of the machine to his liking. Chicago Spirit Organization leader Richard Chappelle. Is that what happens to the dead ones we stuff in? Didn't think human bones were sturdy enough. Real impressive setup you've got going on here, Kolowitz. Admire your efficiency. Julius McGowan declined to make a comment at this point. Factory response. Master Foreman Kolowitz roughly explains the mechanism behind Product 032-65972's liquor conversion. Master Foreman Kolowitz. The liquor that is delivered in exchange for the goods placed inside the product is determined by whether they are alive or dead. Living individuals transmute into liquor in a manner roughly corresponding to whichever areas of the world are currently experiencing nighttime. Then they are integrated into our workforce. After action, non-applicable. Factory response. Master Foreman Kolowitz continues his explanation. Master Foreman Kolowitz. However, individuals who have expired prior to arrival are of little use on the work floor. I can assure you we do not let them go to waste, however we find other ways for them to work with our machinery. Unfortunately, the liquor delivered winds up lacking in quality because of the lack of lifting tissue. For this you have my sincerest apologies, Mr. Chappelle. Interaction. Chappelle shows understanding as to why the products have been acting in error, and thanks Master Foreman Kolowitz for his time. Chicago Spirit Organization leader Richard Chappelle. Keeping them alive saves us bullets anyway. Factory response. Master Foreman Kolowitz offers to escort the two non-factory actors out of the building. McGowan rushes ahead, citing illness. Actor action. Exiting the building, Chappelle, McGowan, and Kolowitz encounter Chicago Spirit Organization delivery driver Donald Smith, loading several unused instances of Product 032-65972. Factory action. As a response of goodwill, Kolowitz offers for an additional half pallet to be loaded onto the truck, gratis. Actor action. Donald Smith, unused to the appearance of factory master foreman, drops the item he is currently loading, proceeds to enter his car, and drive without securing his load, causing destruction of the product. Factory response. Kolowitz apologizes for not reverting to a more publicly acceptable form and asks for that the non-factory actors wait for a new shipment to be loaded and delivered. After action, Chappelle extends his hand to Foreman Kolowitz and expresses an interest to continued business. Chicago Spirit Organization leader, Richard Chappell. Let me know if you ever get tired of breathing in all that goddamn smoke. Brains and bronze are a killer combo, and you'd be top dog in no time. Factory response, Foreman Kolowitz and Chappell shakes hand. Kolowitz praises Chappell's practices. Master Foreman Kolowitz, I am flattered, Mr. Chappell, though I must say I admire your ruthless efficiency and intrigue. You do well as a foreman in my factory. Results in follow-up. Incident was resolved amicably. Orders of product 0365972 by the Chicago Spirit have increased. However, due to the guidance given by Master Foreman Kolowitz, the amount of replacement parts created as byproduct of product 032-65972 SCP-4146, a pound of flesh on black. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. Due to the inherently uncontainable nature of SCP-4146, Foundation efforts are to be directed towards the suppression of any public knowledge of the anomalous effects of SCP-4146. Foundation web crawlers are to monitor the Internet for mentions of money, gambling, chips, or any other object in combination with mentions in human tissue or remains. In the event that there is any indication of awareness of the true nature of SCP-4146, Class B amnestics may be applied as necessary. Prior to amnestization, civilians are to be detained and debriefed in order to ascertain the origins of the mnestic effects. Description: SCP-4146 is a phenomena affecting all markers of value in gambling taking place in the Chicago metropolitan area. During the process of exchange between players, the marker will spontaneously transmute into a piece of human tissue of equal weight and approximate size. Affected markers will not decay like normal human tissue, but are otherwise physically indistinguishable from non-anomalous tissue. The single largest piece recovered was a femur with attached muscle and skin, substitute for a 12.4 kilogram gold bar. An estimated 15,800 tons of human flesh has been produced by SCP-4146. DNA testing with surviving relatives has confirmed that all flesh is from Chicago Spirit associate Sid Cassidy. Born Sigismund Pilojczyk, June 27, 1885 in Warsaw, Russian Empire, Cassidy immigrated to Chicago in 1893, joining the Chicago Spirit during its ascent in the early 1910s. He rose to oversee 3 of the Spirit's most lucrative gambling dens. Cassidy was last seen in late May 1928. SCP-4146 includes an anti-memetic property whereby individuals do not notice that the physical properties of affected markers, instead treating them as normal gambling markers. Secondary effects, such as staining of clothing or furniture with blood or other substances, will be similarly ignored. The existence of SCP-4146 was first ascertained by junior researcher Harold Leaf in 1957. While using mnestic agents to counter the effects of SCP-Redacted, researcher Leaf noticed his wallet was filled with a large number of scabs, teeth, and a human ear. The tissue was traced back to Leaf's earnings at a neighborhood bingo tournament 2 nights previous. Junior researcher Leaf requested and received voluntary amnestization of the experience. Addendum 4146-28F. On January 14, 1929, Chicago Spirit member and Foundation informant Caspar Fishface Metzinger was admitted to St. Joseph's Hospital after collapsing in the street. Doctors determined the cause of the collapse to be shock brought on by unknown foreign object in Metzinger's abdominal cavity. By the time Foundation agents were able to speak with Mr. Metzinger at 11:30 a.m., He was delirious from fever and pain. Agent Timothy Sullivan questioned Mr. Metzinger, while Agent Jacob Weiss served as a stenographer. The pair were only able to get a stream of consciousness diatribe from Mr. Metzinger, covering multiple unrelated subjects. After the discovery of SCP-4146, review of Mr. Metzinger's reference to Sid Cassidy alerted Foundation researchers to the connection between Cassidy and SCP-4146. Who did this to you? We did, and took him through and through. Through the hall doors you go, Sid, counting cards and blessings. A girl never skimmed as half fast as a water strider. One leg too many. 5, 6, 5 mix. Chappie, believed to be a reference to Richard Davis Chappelle, leader of the Chicago Spirit Organization at the time, said you took the cash and ate it with beans. We took you in a can too. Mama, I looked up at you through the lake. Shout words through wine and piss in the dark of time. Who did Chappie take, Cap? No one. I never took a thing. Cassidy took tips, made lips through laced cylinders. Sid, you can't go on like that. You're getting greedy for living. Oh. At this time, Mr. Metzinger began to writhe in pain and ceased speaking. Stay with me, Cap. Who got you? The end never comes in a cold pickle jar. Scream in circles forever. My skin in the game come off my nose. His nose is skin like silk from a page of easy numbers. The boy, he took hold like cash. Chappie says Sid can be crash courses in earning a hard day's pay. He ran 3 long lengths of pork tenderloins for a flush. Rock-torched eagles in black, chewing Canadian bean soup. Oh, Daddy, liver mush regrows. Mr. Metzinger briefly lost consciousness after delivering this statement, after which he continued speaking incoherently for another 2 hours. At 5:15 p.m., Mr. Metzinger expired. Autopsy found the cause of death to be massive shock from internal trauma. Further examination revealed bite marks originated in the kidneys, working through the liver and intestinal tract. Between 3:30 a.m. and 3:35 a.m. on January 15, 1929, Mr. Metzinger remains vanished from Foundation custody. The reason for this disappearance is unclear. Carol 55, The Workshop. Raise a file group of interest defunct. GOI 001, The Chicago Spirit. File created circa 1929. File last revised by GOI October 1932. File recovered July 1933. Text reproduced below. Raise a notice. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Carol 55, The Workshop. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. We're ditching the toy store. As for Chester, leave him be. If he wants to wake up to burning crosses every night, we won't deny it for him. That business isn't going to last, with or without our help. Where is it? It's in the south end of Boston by 14th Street. There's a sign hanging overhead reading Dr. Wondertainment's World of Whimsy. Looks like a little hole-in-the-wall shop, but it's a lot bigger on the inside. It's owned by Chester Williams and Maria Herring. Always come in through the back, especially during business hours. Don't let Herring see you. Who knows about it? Our competitors don't know about this one, but it's getting harder and harder to keep it down. It looks like the spooks and the Foundation are starting to work together, so they're cracking down hard on us. Just treat the topic of the workshop as you would any other carol or assignment. Hush. Of course, the 2 owners are aware what we're using it for, but that's no issue. We have some terms established with them to ensure their cooperation. If either Chester or Herring squawk about what's going on here, we back out on the deal and let them handle the consequences. How we found it? Williams told us about it. When he approached us seeking protection, he didn't have enough to cough up. He pleaded and begged until he eventually told us about his secret extra space. Dinozo checked it out. He said there was almost an area the size of a warehouse in that little place. Williams says he doesn't know how it happened, but he's pretty sure Herring had something to do with it. He welcomed us to use it, so as long as we keep the clan from turning the place inside out. Chappelle checked it out next, said he wanted to see for himself. He said it would be a great place to store all of our booze, but what caught his attention were the toys. Williams was no ordinary tinkerer. He and his partner had a knack for making some extraordinary toys. Chappelle struck a deal with him then and there. The spirit would protect him and his business in exchange for custom-made toys for the secret spirit and use of his extra space. Everything was set to go smoothly, but Herring was a problem. To put it lightly, Herring wasn't happy with us or the deal. She was pretty quiet about it at first, but it didn't take long for her to speak up. We sent Burks to drop off some supply, and he came out with a pair of purple and gold fuzzy bracelets. Damn things didn't come off even after we took a saw to them. What we use it for now, it's where we're keeping the goods for our Boston customers. You can start a business in Chicago, but you'd be crazy to keep it there forever in its own little box. We got a few tips that the market was dying out here, that they were walking around dry, so the demand is through the roof. Of course, you can't buy out a place and fill it full of booze without someone snitching on your first week. That's why we got Chester's place. We set up the stock at the toy shop, we sniff out some desperate customers, and give them a toy with a surprise inside. Before you know it, the spirit is going to be a household name in Massachusetts. Preface: the following documents were recovered with the original document. Due to their associated subject matter, they've been included with this file. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Chester, I've gotten word from the boys in Boston that you've been keeping us out and away from our goods. We've gone ahead and let ourselves in, as I'm sure you're already aware, but it was my understanding that we keep trouble off your doorstep in exchange for storage space. Are we not meeting the terms of our agreement? Are you unsatisfied with what we've done for you? Needless to say, I'm confused as to why you would up your security without consulting us first. I thought we were partners. If you think differently, I can certainly reconsider our deal. Mr. Chappelle, I assure you that is not the case at all. My business partner, Miss Herring, insisted on the additional locks on the count of some recent thefts. It slipped my mind to inform your men. Please forgive me for this inconvenience. I have not forgotten our deal, and I'm thankful for your service. I've left a key underneath the trash bin in the alley. Hopefully this clears up any misunderstanding we may have had. Kind regards, Chester W. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Chester, it has come to my attention that some of the boys have contracted a case of yellow and purple stripes. A lot of them are wailing it won't come off and it's all over their body. Would you happen to know anything about this? Mr. Chappelle, my deepest apologies. As I've already informed your men, it was a mishap with a toy Miss Herring was working on. She's trying a new paint out, and it's a real devil to clean if it gets on you. It will go away on its own after some time. By the way, Miss Herring would appreciate it if your men would stop coming in through the front door. I don't like interfering, but it's scaring the customers, and we have kids in here a lot of the time. Kind regards, Chester W. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Chester, by the time you receive this letter, you may have noticed we've taken the liberty of helping ourselves to more toys than our agreed upon amount. This is to make up for the last few pranks Miss Herring has pulled. You may also notice a few more of those toys being stepped on and thrown into the street. We've been nothing but good to you, Chester. It is costing me valuable men, those of which I could be putting to work in more productive ways, to keep your store intact and upright. I'm the only reason you haven't been dragged out of the place by the collar of your shirt and beaten in front of God and Massachusetts. And I like you, Chester. Think about what happens when someone who doesn't like you makes it through that door. Mr. Chappelle, I received your letter the other day. I write this having a better understanding of our working relationship. I'm sorry for the trouble I have caused both you and your men, and I am certainly thankful for what you have done for me. My workshop is everything to me. I'd be lost without it. I want to give the children a reason to laugh and smile, and I owe you so much for allowing me the opportunity to do it. I'll be speaking with Maria today about her actions. I don't want any more confusion between us. Kind regards, Chester W. Dearest Mr. Chappelle, we are oh so incredibly grateful for what you've done for our business. It is truly, bluely appreciated. However, we have decided to move the business in a different direction. Criminals are no longer welcome here, cloaked or not. And we've made a special series of toys just for you this Christmas. Dr. Wondertainment's Whack Job Whomper. Please accept this as our way of saying, don't come back here ever again. Toodaloo, Dr. Wondertainment. P.S. Any more paint gets on you, try using vinegar. Old Family Recipe. What is it? The Old Family Recipe is the finest and best white lightning, that is to say, shiny, homebrew, Mountain Dew, moonshine, in the Union. It's been a recipe in my family for the past few generations, and I'm proud to finally be able to produce it with the Chicago spirit. We spent the past few decades perfecting the recipe to make it the best in the world. It's a bit pricey to make all of it, but it certainly pays off in the end. This ain't mortal stuff, but godly. I reckon this is the stuff getting close to the stuff that they drink up on high and mighty Olympus. Knock these back with Hercules and Zeus. Unlike almost all other moonshines that are being circulated these days, the recipe actually tastes good. Got a rich flavor and you can hardly taste any of the booze. But don't mistake that for nothing. We've just managed to mask the taste real good. This stuff will knock you on your feet in just a few sips. See, I've been making the family recipe by myself for a few years, ever since back when my daddy taught me how. Back then, it was just a little side industry for me. Wasn't easy to acquire all of the stuff that was necessary to make it, and I was only able to do so every once in a blue moon. But then the Chicago Spirit came along, and they can make every night a blue moon. From what I hear, this is the most popular of the boozes they sell. Sells for the most and always sells out. I'm happy to hear that. I'm proud to serve my country. Where I make it. Part of the recipe calls for doing it on the old family farm down in South Illinois. I don't do much farming these days. Got a much more profitable source of income, don't I? But we've been working there for the past few decades, and I doubt I could make the taste anywhere else in the world. It's hard to tell what exactly goes into the ritual, you know? In any case, the bosses of the spirit have asked that I keep things on the low. No need to go around telling everybody exactly which and what farm I've been working on. Don't want Capone or any of his cronies paying me a visit and taking the hooch, although it's doubtful they'd be able to make it themselves. What you need to know is that there's a nice little shed in Centralia where you should leave any of the ingredients if it comes on you to get any. That's all you need to know. How I make it. Now, you think I'd actually give you the recipe itself? Only me and a few of the bosses of the spirit, Leggy, Wheels, Sawteeth, privy to the recipe itself. been a closely guarded secret of my family since we first made it, and I don't plan on giving away any of the real important stuff about how we make it. The important thing for you to know is that isn't just made out of normal ingredients and materials. There's a lot that goes into it, and we only use the finest and rarest ingredients to make it, stuff that you don't tend to come by often. That's why I need the Chicago Spirit's help, and that's why you're reading this little document. I need a little help to get all the pieces together. See, there's a bit of a ritual of making the recipe, and I'm not just giving the old lady definition there. A bit of magic and a little working. Here's a little bit of what I need, and that I need the Spirit to help me get. Purified water, blessed by somebody of a god that works miracles. The Chicago Spirit has a few unholy priests on their payroll, but it's a bit hard to get your local pastor to bless a few gallons of water. Corn, crushed up in a mill that's seen bloodshed. Used to be one near me, but it shut down a few years ago. If you can't find one, make your own. Sugar, preferably foreign. I've always gotten the best stuff when I go international. Stuff from Hawaii just doesn't do it. Barley, harvested it at night. Has to be at night or else it just don't taste right. The fires have to burn hotter than anything else in the world. I've had my old sources in the past, but the Spirit has been supplying me with these factory coals lately, and those do the trick nice and fine. Ground cashews, as fresh as possible. I'd like it if you ground it up for me before delivery, make things a bit easier for me. Eye of newt, toe of frog, wool of bat, and tongue of dog. All standard ritual ingredients, just helps it all hew together. Candles, lots of candles. Drop off a crate with every delivery. I'll know if you lie to me about any of these, and so will the customers. The moonshine will give it away. Update: a note from the desk of Charles Derringer. I ended up having to stop by the production of the old family recipe yesterday. The usual guy we employ to collect the blessed water that Dalton demands came down with an unfortunate and terminal case of treason and had to take a nap with the fishes. Since I was the one who tucked him into bed, Hunt came down to me to get the stuff. Our usual unholy priest was out, so I had to run down Chicago to find someone to bless the water. Ended up bribing one of those high-toth weirdos to do the job, but I got it done in time and headed down to Centralia. Dalton was waiting for me when I arrived, and I handed over the water, told him who I was, and asked if he could show me the recipe, since he'd done so for Sawteeth. Might as well give the actual mage a look. He kindly obliged. Well, turns out the ritual's all bunk. None of the materials benefited from their esoteric properties, and all of the ritual stuff, the Shakespeare shit and candles, all the timing he had down to a T, doesn't do shit. He was just waving his arms, sparking mana, and not doing jack with it. Half of the shit we gave him didn't even touch the moonshine. He just made a real good white lightning recipe is all. Didn't need magic or Carol to do it. I stopped him in the middle and told him. Couldn't watch anymore, it was just embarrassing. He was real shocked, argued with me a little before I explained what he was doing. His eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. No punishment necessary. He wasn't trying to fuck us over. Just an idiot who doesn't know how magic works. Keep giving him the sugar and factory coal. That's cheap enough for us to get a hold of, and seemed important to the recipe. Because at the end of the day, it's still the best damn moonshine in the world. SCP-8069 Pig Clock. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-8069 is hung on a wall within a standard containment chamber in Site-218. Experimentation with the anomaly is to be overseen by Department of Applied Orology. Foundation agents embedded in local real estate markets are to ensure no livestock farms attempt to open within an 80-mile vicinity of the area. Description: SCP-8069 refers to a short synchrone clock, a highly accurate clock produced in limited quantities between 1922 and 1956. The clock is entirely indestructible, unable to be damaged by any source known to the Foundation. SCP-8069 has displayed autonomous movement, tracking time corresponding to the Central Daylight Time (CDT). Instead of an hourly chime, SCP-8069 is known to produce what resembles blinking noises. The primary anomalous property of SCP-8069 is that it showcases significant sway over the sleeping patterns of pigs, Sus domesticus, across an 80-mile radius. At seemingly random monthly intervals, SCP-8069 will shift from its standard autonomous movement, quickly moving its hands in a variety of positions. Invariably, this will cause all pigs within the 80-mile radius to immediately enter a state of REM sleep, regardless of previous activity. SCP-8069 will continue its movements until the pigs simultaneously wake up, causing it to revert to its standard movement. SCP-8069 was previously owned by Person of Interest 11, Richard Chappell, recognized leader of GOI-001, the Chicago Spirit, with it having been hung in his office. Whether Person of Interest 11 was the source of SCP-8069's anomalous properties remains unclear. Addendum 8069.1 Interview Log. The following is an interview held with an individual designated as Person of Interest 8069, a former associate of POI 00111's and a member of GOI 001. Begin log. Dr. Francis Owen enters the interrogation room and sits at the table across from Person of Interest 8069, who has been bound in restraints. SCP-8069 has been temporarily placed on the side wall of the room. Greetings, my name is Dr. Owen. I just have a few questions for you today. I'm no squealer. If you're cooperative, we might be able to get you out of here. Person of Interest 8069 puts his finger on his chin in consideration. Will I get any dough? Dr. Owen sighs. I can see what I can do. Trust me, I'm sure what I'm here about today won't be too invasive. All right, fine. You can ask away. Perfect. Do you see this clock over here? Dr. Owen gestures towards SCP-8069. This used to be owned by Richard Chappell. Any idea what he used it for? Oh, this is Big Dick's clock? I thought I recognized it from somewhere. Yeah, he used this to make sure the pigs were asleep on certain nights. I was never quite sure how it worked myself. Why did he need to keep pigs asleep? We have no record of him involving himself with, well, farm animals of any kind. Person of Interest 8069 raises his eyebrow, staring at Dr. Owen in confusion. Not that kind of pigs. Dr. Owen stays silent for a moment. Do you mean, like, cops? What? Why the hell would I mean cops? What else could you mean? End log. Several hours following the conclusion of the interview, Foundation investigators combed through Person of Interest 11's journal and determined he owned several guinea pigs, Cavia porcellus. Carol 155, The Five Mind. Raise a file, Group of Interest, Defunct. GOI 001, Chicago Spirit. File created circa 1915. File last revised by GOI, November 1938. File recovered, July 1940. Additional documentation recovered, July 1938. Text reproduced below. Raise a notice. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Warning: certain sections of this document have been edited after its apparent distribution by an unnamed member of the Chicago Spirit. Editions have been colored red and bolded. Additionally, it appears that a large number of memetic hazards were originally present in the text. These have been censored, presumably by the same editor.
If you're reading this, Chappelle, as you know him, he's gone. Not dead. Gone. And gone too far for fixing. This file's got all the important stuff and I blocked out everything else. Do yourself a favor and don't read between the lines.
Carol 155, The Five Mind. Mark Baloney, one of the fifth priests in our direct line to the lunatics.
Stay away from him and all these psychos.
There it is. Anywhere you can spot a fifth church. Big, tall buildings with a five-pointed symbol like an asterisk. They're all over the states. Yeah, we're off exploring there must be off and off and gets when you have me feel that's nice and it once that's one see what
If you have to go to one of the churches for any reason, never stay long. Never listen to the preachers for anything longer than 5 minutes. Never look the lunatics in the eyes. And if you do us all a favor and keep yourself away from everyone else.
who knows about it? As for the church itself, damn near everyone. Everyone who's ever walked down Fifth Avenue and spotted the first Fifth Church of Manhattan. Not a very popular joint, but visible for damn sure. As for the razzle-dazzle, however, that's down to us, the graycoats. Gray's a definition, graycoats. A term used by the Chicago Spirits to refer to the Foundation. And a couple of special folks, the lunatics. Keep them in line, but don't rough them up too bad. We found it with great difficulty. Fifth churches don't look like they have any sort of magic to them, and we suspect that's by design. Looks like a place to shuffle in, worship the Lord, and feel good about yourself like all the good little Christians do. But that's not the gig here, not remotely. Peer through the cracks, and you get an idea of what the Fifth Church is really like. A cult of madmen. The deeper you go, the more fucked up it gets, and once you're in too deep, you'll come to find out you're no longer human. These are the lunatics. None of this draws any sort of attention, despite what they're capable of. Mass murder, suicide pacts, suspiciously popular music. Nobody notices, and that's one of their quirks. They've got the same memory magic we used to have, and on a hell of a bigger scale too. Even the graycoats hardly have any idea what the lunatics get up to. We only found out about them once they tried to bring the whole damn spirit into their schemes. Turns out they had an inside man for a while. Not an inside man in the way you'd expect. No gathering evidence or anything like this. All he did was try and spread the word. The little ticks that make the lunatics, well, lunatics. Some sort of disease of the mind. We put a stop to that real quick. Things got real dicey at that point. Now, Chappelle never liked the Christian church. The church wasn't a fan of witchcraft, drugs, murder, or anything that could cut Chappelle a check. But while he was in business, there was nothing the church could do to stop him. Problem was, when the spirit drew the fifthest ire, they weren't afraid to get their hands dirty. The Fifth Church hurled a modern-day crusade at us, and to stop it, we either had to take them down or get on better terms. Chappelle's idea was what always worked best. Diplomacy. Chicago style. But there's a strange thing about the lunatics. Though the church is their strongest presence, there's always another way they can get to you. Fifth-ism isn't just a religion, it's bigger than that.
If you stand against it, it can get you any way it needs. Squirrel attacks, ex-cons, violent jazz basses. Eventually, the attacks progress to battles you can't fight with guns. So we decided to get talking. Lucky for us, we didn't have to start with the Fifth Church. Would have been a little awkward to come crawling back to them, after all. As it turned out, St. Clair, the Harlem Queen of Gambling, was in cahoots with the lunatics herself. Needless to say, it was in Chappelle's best interest to strike a deal with Queenie. If he was right, the Fifth Church would warm up to him in time. Queenie spilled the beans on a whole lot in the little chat that ensued. Said that the five families, raise a notice, a mafia hierarchy, he composed of the five largest organized crime families operating in New York, were destined for transcendence. He claimed that she needed to bust up her husband Hamid to bring him closer to the fifth world, but the Archons wanted to keep him alive. Chappelle didn't understand a word of it, but once all was said and done, he was able to get her to a business deal of sorts. A stake in the numbers racket, raise a definition, numbers racket, an illegal lottery game popular among working class communities at the time. Harlem. Wouldn't you know, Chappelle was right on the money. The Fifth Church got a lot more interested in the spirit's dealings. What we use it for. The Fifth Church carries out a great deal of violence, extortion, and theft for their strange ends, and all the cash they make with it they waste on the most bizarre things possible. One of ours, on the night of May 5th, swears on his life he witnessed a group of fifth priests just tossing money and furniture into a bonfire. Later, he talked with Marco Belloni, the fifth priest we are in leagues with, and asked why. Marco claimed they were in debt to the Archons.
The following instructions are a beeline to insanity. Do not, under any circumstances, cut deals with a lunatic. Don't even interact with anyone who's interacted with a lunatic. That's how it spreads.
Convenient for us, they don't care about cash. So long as we help them out, knocking targets off or burning shit down, we're on their payroll. And it's a generous one to say the least. Marco tells us what to do and we do it, within reason. Usually it's a simple hit, or arson. But sometimes we gotta do weirder stuff. Sell some books, chart out constellations. Sometimes we have to play a radio signal out in public. Don't ask questions.
Definitely don't listen to the radio. We don't know what's on it, but their membership grows every time it's played. Invest in earplugs, and just in case you encounter one of the lunatics in our ranks, humming along.
Reza update. The following documentation was recovered from the offices of Charles Ferris Derringer and Richard Davis Chappelle in 1938, before the recovery of the initial file. For their relevance, they have been included here. Sufi Abdul Hamid, Queenie's ex-husband, came to me today, said the Fifthists were up to something. For as long as I've been in the spirit, we've been working with these guys. And the files say our connection goes back to 15, yet we don't know shit about the lunatics. We've played right along in their psycho schemes for quick cash, and none of us ever stopped to think there'd be consequences. But I'm starting to notice some consequences, Chappelle, and I don't want to sit idly by while some voodoo bullshit comes back to haunt us. Hamid died in a plane crash last week. CFD. I'm as suspicious of the lunatics' conspiracies as any, Derringer, but the unholy priests don't like questions. Some things are more important than money. You think I got that stake in the Queenie's gambling business for the money? Not remotely. I did it to save my life, to keep the lunatics at bay. Since then, it's paid off in droves. We've been the kingpins of the underground magic market. It's not coincidence, Derringer. It's causation. It's the numbers. You can check them yourself. Every star in the sky is $1 lost or earned. I can tell you've got questions, so let me answer one of them for you. These psycho schemes aren't about the cash. That's just how we get our men to do them. You want to know what they're really about? Chance, Derringer. 5 days after we peddled the 5th edition of the Good Book, our biggest rival lost one of their top enforcers in a boating accident. It's only been 2 days after the arson of our own drug den, and we're already hearing news about our suppliers dropping costs. And of course, I don't need to tell you the favors the racket's doing us. Don't trust the lunatics? That's fine. Don't trust me even. But there's always safety in numbers. SCP-4256 Bootleggers Press. Object Class Small Meal. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4256 is contained in Wing B of Site-19's production area. Spare parts and tools relevant to the maintenance of SCP-4256 are kept in a specifically marked container. Use of the object is restricted to personnel trained in the operation of auto-variable printing presses. Assignments for SCP-4256 are to be given to personnel with sub-60 scores on Foundation loyalty examinations or with a history of continuous code violations. Completed orders of SCP-4256-1 are to be placed on pallets and labeled for delivery. Description: SCP-4256 is an antique industrial printing press built in the late 1920s. Affixed to the top of SCP-4256 is a brass plaque reading 4RC Polowitz. Individuals who operate SCP-4256 for prolonged periods, typically longer than a week, undergo a cognitive change, characterized by a decrease in or complete elimination of anti-establishment desires and behaviors. It is believed that SCP-4256 converts the desire to act in a rebellious manner into mechanical energy, as there is no visible method by which to power SCP-4256 using mundane means. SCP-4256 is capable of converting inserted paper material into SCP-4256-1. SCP-4256-1 is a form of paper, which is capable of converting items inserted into it into either two-dimensional images of that item or text which describes that item. SCP-4256 accepts all paper items for SCP-4256-1 conversion, even if they would normally be incompatible with an industrial printing press. Items such as newspapers, magazines, brochures, origami sculptures, several-page unbound manuscripts, and multiple copies of the Bible have been converted into SCP-4256-1 with no obvious issues from SCP-4256. The amount of matter that can be inserted into SCP-4256-1 instance is only limited by its surface area. However, animals are completely incapable of surviving within SCP-4256 for prolonged periods, usually expiring due to a lack of oxygen. SCP-4256-1 instances can then be reached into in order to retrieve the items. Due to its space efficiency and ease of transport, SCP-4256-1 was used commonly by members of the Chicago Spirit to smuggle alcohol and weapons. Factory actors also utilized SCP-4256-1 to discreetly deliver products to clients. Destruction of an SCP-4256-1 instance results in anomalous effects. Carrying an SCP-4256-1 instance will result in the expulsion of materials within, usually damaged in a manner corresponding to the tearing of the material. Burning SCP-4256-1 instances results in the items within being ejected, and the force of the ejection causing massive topographical anomalies. Areas in which SCP-4256-1 is burned have disproportionate interior and exterior dimension, a phenomenon which was exploited by members of the Chicago Spirit. Addendum 0.02 History. Civilian reports of suspicious individuals producing objects ranging from vehicles and weapons to pieces of machinery and entire mills from folded papers have been recorded since 1932 in Chicago and other known areas operated by the Chicago Spirit. The first captured instance of SCP-4256-1 was secured in 1933 by the United States Bureau of Investigations, the predecessor of the modern FBI, Unusual Incidents Unit, following a raid on a suspected paracriminal hideout in Swine Den's meat packing facility, prompted by the sudden death of an investigating agent. The location was discovered to be a large spatial anomaly owned and operated as a front by the factory. Due to devastating losses experienced by the UIU, assistance from the American Secure Containment Initiative was requested upon discovering the factory's connection to the Chicago Spirit via a signed letter found in Master Foreman's office. The text on the letter has been replicated below. From the desk of Richard Chappell. Thanks for the press. As a gesture of appreciation of what you've done for me, I got you a present. The spook that's been snooping around your joint won't be bothering you anymore. You should put him to work soon. Of note, the above document was discovered soaked in blood, presumably belonging to former UIU agent Michael Boscovich. SCP-4256 was recovered and contained in 1934 following a joint ASCII-UIU raid on Richard Chappell's safe house. Chappell was able to evade custody. A series of correspondences with various individuals were discovered, including a chain of letters with Master Foreman of the factory location. The letter's text is replicated below. From Master Foreman 1221, Kolowitz, message ID I-49392. Importance, medium. Body. Mr. Chappell, it is with great celebration that I write to you today, in celebration of the 5-year anniversary of our business relations. As a present, the factory and I bestow upon you this extravagant printing press, capable of recreating the properties of the paper used to deliver it to you. For additional mileage of the gift, I recommend having your least enthusiastic men use it. This will correct unwanted behaviors quickly. Here is to another 5 years. SCP-4256's cognition-altering properties were discovered in 1936, and widespread use of SCP-4256-1 instances by the ASCII followed, with J. Edgar Hoover often personally selecting individuals to operate SCP-4256 based on their loyalty to him and the organization as a whole. Due to the cognition-altering capabilities of SCP-4256, it is believed Hoover utilized the anomaly to suppress the spread of rumors of his alleged relationship with the Bureau of Investigation's Associate Director, Clyde Tolson. Under the ASCII, SCP-4256-1 was commonly used to facilitate the discreet transport of resources, such as ammunition and emergency provisions, as well as larger items such as vehicles and, in one case, construction supplies. Following its integration into the modern Foundation, usage of SCP-4256-1 continued, and it was later integrated into the containment procedures of 3 SCP objects, necessitating containment in a two-dimensional space. SCP-4256-1 usage was largely discontinued for purposes outside of containment following the advent of stable wormhole generation in 2005. Despite this, all Foundation panic bunkers are equipped with a modified SCP-4256-1 instance containing 5 years' worth of water, food, fuel, as well as tools and means of communicating with other sites. An estimated 89% of Foundation personnel within the continental United States, including at Sites 17, 19, and 77, are currently under Peril 188, Gemini. Where we keep them. Victor lives in a small safe house off 36th Avenue and 4th in Chicago. If you want to get in without being riddled by his bodyguards, you'll need the password. It's a drop of sunshine. They should let you in and use Victor however you need. Vincent is holed up in the basement of a small red brick house at the corner of Washington Avenue and Wilson Street in New York. The password for his end is a splash of moon. We use the top floor as a staging point for New York operations, so be discreet. Update. We burned what was left of Victor and dumped it in the lake. We still have an open bounty on Vincent's head, but I don't think anyone's going to take us up on that. Who knows about them? If you're reading this file, Chappelle has already decided you're important enough to know. Besides the twins' bodyguards, only a handful of people know about their existence. Everyone else is fine not knowing where the bullets, medicine, and orders come from, so long as they get them. Their bodyguards are carefully selected from our most loyal candidates. This Carol is integral to our expansions into New York, and we can't afford to lose them. Update. The orders still stand. We don't let anyone not in this on this fuck up find out. We don't know for sure who snitched, but I'd be willing to bet it was Vincent himself, the ingrate. How we worked with them. Chappelle was always a fan of the circus, or so he says. But whether he enjoyed them or not, the fact remains that on the night of June 15th, Chappelle attended the one and only Chicago show of Herman Fuller's Circus of the Disquieting. When he came back, he just called it a sad collection of sideshow freaks and magicians. But he noticed one pair were different. 2 circus freaks, twins. The legendary Lee brothers is what their act was called. Apparently they used to be Siamese type 1s, joined at the hip and all that. Got separated by an experimental surgery. Magicians, the pair of them, able to transfer objects between them using the lost magics. Anything one swallowed, the other could cough up, no matter how far away. It sounds like complete bullshit, but it's true. Regardless, after the show, one of them came up behind him, walked up to him in the stands, and swiped the pocket watch right from his pants. Chappelle, being raised on the streets and whatnot, knew a pickpocket when he felt one, and grabbed the delinquent. Kid was halfway through swallowing the pocket watch, and his brother was halfway through pulling it out of his gullet. They were an opportunity, and Chappelle dealt in opportunities. Herman Fuller has a certain reputation for how he treats folks that leave his little freak show, but the spirit could provide the protection they need. They had some strange-ass Chinaman names, but we call them Vincent and Victor. Update? Stupid bastard doesn't know what kind of enemy he's made. You don't answer someone's hospitality with trying to kill them, much less the leader of the spirit. Victor's going to be the lucky one when we get wind of where Vincent is and toss him in the dungeons. How we used them. The brothers have been in light use ever since they came into our care, but ever since Operation Empire ramped up, they've been working overtime. We sent a convoy to New York to hole up with Vincent, and use the two of them to transmit orders. The feds have been keeping tabs on our men, and Chappelle is worried about wiretaps. Can't wiretap a man's gullet. Just roll the message into a small plastic container, give it to whichever one you're with, and they'll work their magic. Update. Making sure Vincent suffers is important, but not enough to engage in an all-out war with the feds for. He'll get his comeuppance soon. But for now, we'll send messages using runners and telegraphs, just like we always have, and it'll work, because it always has. Preface. The following documents were recovered with the original document. Due to their associated subject matter, they've been included with this file. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Vincent. Annoying as it can't be, we can't risk keeping you here. The feds are breathing down my back, and I wouldn't be surprised if the suits were crawling around in my garbage alleys. Besides, you'll do better work helping us transmit message and take control. The booze trade is getting cramped, and our growth has slowed down. Boston and New York are places infested in crime, but not our particular brand. If your bodyguards keep hassling you, tell me, and I'll get Palazzo to set them straight. Chappelle. Your incursion into New York City is costing us. The small outpost is constantly under threat. We are fairly sure the Iraltia have mafiosos stalking the streets, and we discovered a bloodied knife on a doorstep just yesterday. This is beyond dangerous. It is suicidal. It's only a matter of time before one of the families tries to get rid of us, and I'm not sure we can hold them off. Mathers is doing his best, but he can't protect us all. I demand you end this foolhardy attempt. Vincent. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Vincent. I like you, and your brother. You're loyal, and your assets. I don't like you enough to excuse sedition. The spirit is expanding, and I intend to be at the forefront of the wave of groups using carols for profit. No one has ordered me around since I was 9, and they found that kid at the bottom of the Chicago River. I don't intend for that to change. You are going to stay in New York, and you are going to do your goddamn job. Remember, after everything, you're a Carol, and your contract hasn't changed. Don't do any stupid shit, and the family shouldn't go after you. Not until we work out a deal. Just be quiet, sit in your room, and cough up a message every once in a while. Not a difficult duty, Vincent. Chappelle. I'm sorry, but I can't stand by any longer. I don't have any love in my heart for the folks that aren't in the know. But your own men, Chappelle? You're throwing them into a meat grinder, and you know it. It's only been 2 months since this operation started, and yet we've already lost almost a dozen men. Guns can't solve everything, even if the guns are guns no man was ever meant to touch. I beg of you, reconsider. As I write this, Mathers lays in a cot in the next room over. He is dying, Chappelle. A bullet fired from a Bonono goon pierced his stomach. He is not expected to live through the day. These are the lives you're ending in search of the profit we do not need. The Spirit is already the strongest and most powerful gang in the States. The syndicates of Europe are the only ones that can match us. We do not need to waste men that can be used better elsewhere trying to break into a Fed stronghold city. Vincent. Chappelle, you never responded to my last letter. Given the fact that we are still here, I can see you have decided to ignore me. But that is not my concern at the moment. Earlier you asked me to tell you if the men were unkind to me. Despite our disagreement, I hope you will allow me this generosity. Last night a couple of the men poured me from my bed. They beat me with the bottles they stole from the shipments. Even as I compose this, I can feel glass shard digging in my skin. I could smell whiskey on their breath. I do not wish to speak of it more than I must, but suffice it to say that I did nothing to warrant this. I plead you to take action, even if it is the last kindness you allow me. Vincent. From the desk of Richard Chappelle. Vincent. Don't be naive, kid. Nothing my men do is done without my permission. That was my reply. Hopefully you learned your lesson and we can go back to being merry old pals. The spirit really does value you both. You know that? Update. It was 2 days after the last message that we stopped getting communications from the New York house. We sent a crew to investigate, but they would take a while to get there and back. We got the news via a phone call from New York. The house has been ransacked, bodies everywhere, UIU and spirit alike. Vincent was gone. Chappelle decided to take matters into his own hands and went to the home of the one man who knew Vincent best. Victor swore up and down on his mother's life that he had no goddamn clue where Vincent was. The shit they said they put him through, I don't think he was lying. Doesn't really matter though. Victor looked up at Chappelle and vomited out a lit stick of dynamite right into his shoes. Fucking miracle that Chappelle didn't get thrown through the window, but I don't think a holy spirit had anything to do with that. We had him in the hospital for a couple of days anyway. Skin was all burnt up. He got a telegram during those few days. Apparently the crew in New York found 2 agents poking around at the New York house. Our boys made sure they weren't poking around anymore, but they questioned one of them before he bled out. All he got out was, "One of your boys tipped us off." The Asian one. SCP-123-EX. Accidents happen. Author's content warning, suicidal ideation, and sexual mutilation. Item identification number, SCP-123-EX. Object class, explained. Special containment procedures, non-applicable. Description: SCP-123-X, formerly known as Person of Interest 11213, Otane Trevisan, was a 23-year-old male of Italian descent born on 7/11/1907 in New York City, New York, who was believed to be anomalous. Prior to the events detailed in Addendum 123-3, SCP-123-EX was theorized to be capable of causing statistically improbable outcomes, all of which would end in SCP-123-X's favor. SCP-123-X's personality has been described as easily agitated and prone to overreaction. SCP-123-X has previously been affiliated with a local university, but eventually ceased affiliating with it. It is unknown what caused this change. SCP-123-X was contained by the Foundation between 11/19/1928 and 5/21/1930, contained at Site-11, formerly located in Redacted, Illinois. It was contained within a standard humanoid containment cell 1A. Archivist note: see document AWQ-12 for more information. SCP-123-X was officially contained as an SCP object on 12/20/1928 after what were believed to be accurate tests compiled by Dr. Sharp and presented before the O5 Council. SCP-123-X was classified as Euclid while in containment. Discovery: SCP-123-X was captured following a raid on GOI-70 Chicago Outfits in collaboration with the Bureau of Prohibition on 11/1/1928. The Bureau had received an anonymous tip claiming that Person of Interest 523, Julius Sawteeth McGowan, member of GOI-001 Chicago Spirits, was working at an illegal brewery operated by GOI-070, and that Person of Interest 523 was attempting to harm the latter's manufacturing efforts. Foundation officials contacted the Department of the Treasury requesting a cooperative operation to stop manufacturing efforts of GOI-070 and to arrest Person of Interest 523. 20 agents were dispatched from each organization, During the raid, the brewery caught fire, causing an explosion that resulted in the building's collapse. All suspects were killed except for SCP-123-X. Archivist note: for the sake of easy reading, the following documents have been ordered linearly. Documents have been selectively edited to help facilitate that goal. For full documentation on SCP-123-X, see document ASFINI 1. Addendum 123-A. On 11/17/1928, SCP-123 was asked to write down the events that occurred within the brewery before its destruction. It was around 11 a.m., and I was helping a few harps move some barrels around when I heard the gunshots from outside. Then someone yelled something about poppers in the building, and I start feeling scared. You see, the boss had the dry heads and coppers off our backs. It was a real smart operation, the brewery was. Boss has the prohibition guys paid off, and we kept the profits. Every dry head in the city was drinking like the rest of us. The two harps ran off somewhere, and I sat down. I've been pinched before, so I knew what to do. When you work in the business, you learn to take a pinching every once in a while. I lit myself a fag and sat down near some barrels. The one thing that I noticed was this guy near the window. I remember him looking scared, but I can't recall anything big, other than he looked like he saw a ghost. I think he might have had something in his mouth, like he was one of those squirrels. It didn't look right. I call out to him, and he tumbles back and falls into some barrels. I remember alcohol going everywhere. I must have dropped my cigarette, 'cause I remember it all just catching fire. He starts screaming, running all over the place. Some of the harps start getting some water buckets and throwing some water onto him, but it didn't work. They were all just dead the moment they did it. He was still running around screaming, and he was bumming into so many different things. Then he bums into the brewer, and the entire thing just explodes. And the entire building starts to shake, and it were no normal shaking either. It was like the foundation itself was gonna collapse on itself, crushing all of us. Around this time, I started getting afraid. I couldn't even force myself to move. That's how afraid I was. It's in that type of moment that makes a body start praying. It wasn't something I thought about. I just started doing it. I don't believe in God or anything like that, but my mother taught me the Lord's Prayer. Then I'm glad for her teaching me that, because I repeated it 1,000 times in that building. The building began to shake, and I closed my eyes. Again, I'm praying, and then I hear the giant boom, like dynamite. I open my eyes, and I see the building around me destroyed. I'm the only one alive. I thought I was dead at first, but only after looking down and seeing I was practically untouched. There was always this large patch of roof with nothing on it, and it always leaked water. I was in that patch. I guess you could say I'm the luckiest man alive. Addendum 123-F. The following entries are from SCP-X's diary prior to the discovery of the events detailed in Addendum 123-D. Entry 12/1/1928 to 4/30/1930. Access granted. 12/1/1928. Doctors gave me this diary. They said it was to help me get used to my situation. I don't think I could ever get used to a situation like this. I haven't been able to talk to anyone since I arrived here. I hadn't even a single beer. What has this world gone to? 12/7/1928. I talked with the doctors. Nice one called Sharp asked me a bunch of questions. Asked me about my friends, the outfit, etc. I didn't pinch on them, but I get the feeling they're not after them. 12/9/1928. I heard some old Hebrew lady cry tonight. The walls are thin. Something about a funeral. I don't think this is the first time she's been told something like this. Asked Sharp how long she's been here. Said it wasn't for me to know. I don't think he knows. 12/11/1928. I asked Sharp about why I was here. He said nothing beyond that I was special. Wanted him to explain, but said it wasn't my place to know. I think I'm in an asylum. 12/13/1928. Can't sleep. Heard shooting and shooting from the other rooms. I've been stuck in this small room for the past month at this point. I don't even know if it's been a month. They gave me a clock and a calendar, but I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it's been a week, maybe 2 or 3, maybe even a couple of months. They keep the lights on. Asked the doctor about it the other day. Told me it was to keep an eye on the patients. Why does this asylum have guns lying around the place? 12/14/1928. Got something from under the door. Small packet of papers. Names on it. Say I'm anomalous. Not sure what the word means, but I don't think it's a good thing. Apparently I'm capable of causing statistically improbable outcomes. I'm lucky, if I'm reading this correctly. If you could even call this luck. Arrived with another thing, something about a gang called Chicago Spirit. GOI-1, they say. Something about the dry heads and cooperation and some other shit. 12/19/1928. I asked the doctors for some books or papers. Haven't gotten anything since the papers from under the door. I shoved those things under my pillow. I have nowhere else to put it other than possibly the toilet. But I don't want them asking me why my toilet is filled with secret documents. Doctor said no. I swear if I don't get something, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. 12/20/1928. Doctor's making me do simple tests. He told me afterwards that I'd be ready to interact with some other skits. 12/25/1928. Questions, 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 and even more goddamn questions. Been hammering me for days now, all day. Doctor's droning on and on about questions that I don't care enough to answer, but will have to anyways. Almost makes me wish I was crushed under that damn building. Terp seemed to look me in the eye as these doctors yammered. They told me he was so sorry. I think he meant it. 2/1/1929. I finally got a newspaper. Came with my food under the door. Best feeling in the world. Stuff about the stock market, but I didn't care. As long as I got something to read, whoever's doing this is my hero. 2/2/1929. I got something different. Again, it came from the food. A report-looking thing. On the front it had the words "Destroy after reading" written on it. I took it up and read the summary. It was about this guy who could control electricity. I think I should be freaked out by this, but I'm numb to it. I guess being locked up for the past 3 months in this hellhole can do that to you. It began with his abilities, intelligent and anomalous. Big picture of him, it's the guy, the one I killed. Apparently he was some big shot at a gang called the Chicago Spirit. Even a made man, had long teeth to shock people. Guess that's why they called him Saw Teeth. Flushed it down the toilet. Guards don't seem to notice. 2/18/1929. I think I'm sick. Every time I stand up with my legs, feel like they're going to stop working and give way under me. Every time I breathe, I feel like it's stifled or hard. Every time I sit down, I feel stiff and like the world is whirling around me. I feel like I'm going to die. No, I'm going to die. At least if I get out of here. New report. Big letters on the front saying GOI-1, Chicago Spirit. 30 pages out of a much bigger report. Maybe 300 pages. Doesn't matter. I don't think I could stomach the rest. It was about their tactics, what they do to people who hurt them. Only 14 pages were actually words. The rest were pictures. People who kill their bosses get hurt. They get hurt bad. Earlier stories were of some guy named Johnny. The paper said his fingers were ripped off with pliers, eyeballs stabbed out, and penis smashed with a hammer until it was unrecognizable. Organs sent to family but stopped by postal services. They had pictures as well. His face won't leave me. 3/20, 1929. You never get the images of nails jammed into a man's eyeballs out of your head. Note came with food. It was a letter. I opened it and read it. It was from Mom. It was short. She said, I hoped I was doing well while at college, and that I would write soon. It was the same letter she had written for the past 5 years. I wish I had a beer. 3/29, 1929. Another note. Another letter from Mom. It said she hoped I was doing well at college. This time she said she lost her job and that she was doing horribly, but hoped that my studies were doing well. I chewed it up and threw it up in the toilet. 4/13, 1929. Sharp asked me how I was doing here. Lied. Said he was glad I was getting used to the site. Said if the tests and interviews continue, the doctors may allow me to talk to other patients. I think I'd prefer a shotgun in my mouth at this point. 4/15, 1929. Another document in my food was my approval form. Really like the wording, Mr. fucking Sharp. It is better to err on the side of caution in such circumstances. Fuck you. 4/16, 1929. I had a nightmare last night. Sawteeth was in it. He had 2 sickles, and I was upside down on some table. He positioned the sickles into my mouth in opposite directions, one towards the bottom of my mouth and the other towards the roof. He stabbed them both. I felt blood pour out. It hurt. It hurt so much I couldn't scream. The only thing my body could do was feel the pain. He applied pressure on both sides of my mouth. I felt my jaw pop and fresh air fill where my jaw used to be. It felt so cold then. Then the blood came up and it felt slightly warmer. He leaned in and whispered, "This is warm up." Unknown date. Let me fucking die. 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 Let me fucking... Repeats for 2.5 pages. 5/30, 1929. Asked them for a dictionary. Said it'll be here in about a year. I have all the time in the world. 9/1, 1929. Received another piece of mail from my mom. Says she's coming up to meet me in Chicago and thanks me for paying for her train tickets. Threw away. 9/17, 1929. Says it was a nice visit and she hopes to find an apartment soon with my money. I'm the nicest I've been in years. Threw away. 11/1, 1929. She's dead. Obituary in mail. Found in river. Lynched. Couldn't even throw it away. 12/1, 1929. I think the Foundation broke me. 12/25, 1929. I cried for the first time in the past year. Got letter. It was from the giver. He said he was sorry for everything I had ever gone through. He said that he was the one who sent the letters. Wants to protect me, he says. Thought sending the letters would motivate me and show me dangers of spirit. Worked, I suppose. Trying to get me more interactions with other people, like other mobsters. Won't happen, but it'd be a nice gesture. Also hid something else under the food. Surprised no one saw it. It was a dictionary. 1/11/1930. Another letter, same guy. Says he's been personally paying for my apartment. Says it's better than getting my stuff because it's suspicious for him to get the stuff himself. Also said he'd feel uncomfortable going to my apartment without a guard or 20. I love him. 1/19/1930. Brought me a Bible, just the Jesus bits, the ones my mother used to tell me and force me to read. 2/15/1930. The Jewish lady died. Doctors said she'd been in the coma for the past year and was only a matter of time. Had been in containment for 30 years. That's probably how long I'll be here. 4/30/1930. I don't think I need this diary anymore. Should probably destroy it, but that gets suspicious. They really don't care about me or anything like that, or else they would have checked it by now. But I think I should keep it just in case. Plus, I'm running out of paper. No point in writing if there's no paper. Addendum 123-D. SCP Object Proposal by Dr. Herbert. Date 5/11/1930. Object SCP-123. Proposal to remove SCP-123 from containment, to change its object class from Euclid to Explained, and to reintegrate. Reason: SCP-123's anomalous abilities have been proven to be non-existent. New Hume-related technology provides adequate evidence. Hume coefficient of normal human. SCP Personnel Disciplinary Form. Date 5/11/1930. Personnel: Dr. Redacted Sharp. Level 3, Site 11. Reason: interference of SCP Foundation operations, lying under oath, and general indifference to standard Foundation operations. Disciplinary action: demoted to Level 1 official, assigned to Site 43, permanent restriction of interactions with sapient objects. Note: this is the first disciplinary action Dr. Sharp has received since his initial employment. Despite this, the O5 Council has considered his actions severe enough to warrant full demotion and restrictions due to recent incident involving SCP-123. His lack of loyalty to the Foundation is worrying. Addendum 123-E. Archivist note: the following addendum was one of the early uses of electrical recording equipment specifically manufactured by the Foundation. Due to difficult development period from 1922 to 1927, very little progress was made. Despite this, the first prototype was developed in 1929 and modified in 1930. This device was more advanced for the time period and was not prone to damage. However, it was expensive to manufacture, and each Foundation site were only stocked with one device. SCP-123-X requested to talk to Foundation personnel. Dr. Herbert volunteered, but only on the condition that he was allowed access to the Foundation-issued electrical recording device. When asked, he wished to have an accurate record of the conversation. Interviewer: Dr. Herbert. Interviewee: SCP-123-X. Begin log. Mr. Trevesian, you wish to speak to me? Yeah, Doctor, I heard you were going to, sack me? Where did you hear that information? Friends? Are you referencing your mysterious friend who has been slipping you documents in your containment cell for the past 2 years? How how did you know that? You admitted it in your journal. I'm surprised you didn't notice it earlier. SCP-123-X does not respond. I can give you answers to some of your questions if you like. I have been observing you for a while, since Dr. Sharp decided to study you. What does Dr. Sharp have to do with this? Everything. Who slipped those documents into my cell? Sharp, obviously. Why? To protect you, of course. Why? I don't know. I have theories, of course. What do you think? I think he knew what kind of predicament you were in. A fish out of water, so to speak. And considering what you were involved in, Chicago Spirit, Sawteeth, mobsters, he wanted to give you a helping hand. He wanted to give you information on the world, even if it was small in comparison to his personal knowledge. He gave you the spirit documents to show you the danger involved, and how important it was for you to be anomalous. He didn't directly tell you, of course. He couldn't trust you entirely. You were a gangster after all. So he just felt sorry for me? Yes, possibly. He may have seen a little bit of himself in you. Or maybe he got a personal thrill out of breaking the rules. Although that last theory is unlikely due to his clean record. What the hell are you people? I can't answer that, or I'd be shot. What the hell is the Chicago Spirit? Violent sociopaths with very few reservations on using violence to achieve their own ends. Stop fucking with me. Not my field of expertise. I'm a containment psychologist, not a historian or analyst. What's going to happen to me? I don't know. Not my department. However, I can tell you it isn't going to involve protecting you. Why? Because you're not anomalous. You can't go around protecting every street urchin who has enemies. No, you don't understand. They'll kill me. And every day we experience death and fight it. And considering the economic state of things, we can't go throwing money around. We have to use our resources sparingly and efficiently. We aren't going to waste resources and manpower protecting you or any of your gangster friends. They'll They'll fucking kill me. Not our problem. SCP-123-X grabs hold of Dr. Herbert's arm. Please, you have to reconsider. Please, I'll do anything. I'll work for free. I'll be a guard. I'll do whatever you want. Just please. Dr. Herbert jerks away. Get off me. Please. End log. Following the interview, Dr. Herbert requested a copy of the recording. After extensive background checks, he was allowed access to the recording. This interview, SCP-123-X, was removed from containment and custody transferred to the recently created Bureau of External Affairs, later renamed to the Department of External Affairs. SCP-123-X was released on 6/1/1930. Commentary. Access granted. On 6/29/1930, Otani Trevesian, formerly known as SCP-123, now SCP-123-X, was found dead in his small Chicago apartment, almost a month after his initial release from Foundation custody. The Chicago Police Force received reports from the hotel owner that the renter of the apartment, Otani Trevesian, had gone missing the previous week. Additionally, a rotten smell was coming from the inside the apartment. The hotel owner, fearing the worst and knowing Otani's relationship with the Chicago outfit, called the police to investigate. The police were shocked to discover the decapitated and crucified corpse of Otani Trevesian. He suffered a large amount of physical trauma before succumbing to his wounds. His head was found in the toilet, and his penis was found nailed to the inside part of the front door. One officer reported the face looked like it was screaming, and there was an unnatural amount of blood within the bathroom. Despite the evidence of a struggle, no members of the apartments reported screaming or strange sounds coming from inside. The strange circumstances of the death prompted Foundation personnel to arrive at the scene and take over the investigation, masquerading as FBI agents. Personnel discovered the remnants of various spells and enchantments on the apartment, including but not limited to muffling, physical regeneration, pyro-related spells, long-range use of removed limbs, time dilation-related spells, sensory amplification, shape-shifting, and many more. Up until this point, Atoni tried to keep a low profile. He tried to rejoin the Chicago outfit, but due to his connection and of Sawteeth, he was rejected out of fear. His mother had died while he was within Foundation custody. Every excuse given made no sense. What few friends he had abandoned him, seeing him as either a danger or a coward for leaving the outfit. This is an exceptional case in Foundation history, showcasing the failures of the early 20th century Foundation to protect falsely assumed anomalies. Otoni was just one of over 10,000 false anomalies from the years of 1889 to 1930, before the invention of counters and other objective ways of determining anomalies. Modern Foundation historians and analysts estimate that anywhere from 30% to 60% of contained objects had no supernatural properties. Others, such as Anita L. Glidewell, claim that these statistics are inaccurate, as they did not include individuals who died in containment. The point of this case is to remember something incredibly important, that the Foundation is not infallible. We are not immune to horrible, wasteful travesties, that we, despite all of our current knowledge and technology, are always capable of being wrong. Additionally, it showcases what happens when we stop caring for the non-anomalous. Once it was shown that Atoni was not anomalous, he was removed from containment, a place he spent the better part of 2 years, a place where he made many connections, including the traitorous Dr. Sharp, who did everything he could to help him, and threw him out. He'd been cut off from the outside world, which contained people who wanted him dead. The upper echelons of the Foundation bureaucracy were indifferent to his and others' plight. This is why we have programs in place to remove people from the outside world, why we have programs that allow people to start over, why we remove them from the public record. It's for their own good. Foundation historian Amanda K. Richards. Sand and Bag. Who they are. Sandman and Bagman, although everybody just calls them Sand and Bag, are a pair of boogeymen that work for the Chicago Spirit. They don't look like anything at first. You can only see them in certain ways. Myself, I've only seen them in the dim glow of a dying fire, and only on a couple of occasions. Late at night, it's hard to make out any details about them, but they're shorties. A little under 5 feet tall. Skinny, too. Like you'd think they haven't eaten anything in a long time. In fact, as best as we can reckon, they don't eat at all. As I've been told by some of the spirits more wise to the secrets of the world by myself, the way they feed is the same as the way they hunt and kill. See, and I don't know how they do it, but they make their targets unable to sleep and follow them around. It doesn't croak you at first, but nobody can last that long. Eventually you take yourself out or run yourself ragged. Nothing works. Can't even poison a chump that they've done their magic on. Best as we can tell, that feeds them. Somehow. Personally, they scare the shit out of me. You never know if they're in the room with you, and they're not G's you want to cross. Odd pair of hatchet men. Never hear them say anything or make a noise either. Apparently they can and do, but only when they're on the hunt. Can't say I'm thrilled about ever hearing them. How we met them? This part I don't know much about. I've heard a bunch of rumors from the rest of the crew about how they came to the spirits. Some Macs say that they just showed up one day and started taking out our targets, and then we figured out a way to give them assignments and they hung around. I've sold a lot of bridges to those guys. The more reasonable members of the spirit say either Chappelle or Cartwright or Mr. Knight summoned them. Sold some bridges to the guys that say that last one, although not as many of the first group. Everybody knows that Knight's just a fairy tale. I hold with the first. Mr. Chappelle must have had some infernal contracts, bound up nightmares into human form, and set them to work. I've seen him do far worse, you know. I've never been clear on their payment. If Chappelle got them involved, or somebody else summoned them, he paid them enough up front where they don't care about getting their score. Either that or they just like the work we have them do. Freaks me out, that idea, but it makes sense. Every predator loves the hunt. Their regular job. They're hitmen. Good ones, too. You've never seen a job as clean as theirs. There's a new kind of mess with it all, but for the most part, it's not one you have to worry about. When they choose a victim and keep him awake, they don't leave a single trace on the poor sap. The actual murder is left up to the mark. He runs himself ragged. He tires himself out. He bites the dust for himself. When the coppers show up on the scene of the crime, they find a clean corpse with no sign of injury. Make no mistake, though, there's no coming back from what they do to you. No mercy to be given out. So you gotta be sure the target is someone you actually want to take a nap with the fishies. There's been a few incidents where a guy has made a mark, but then we realize we didn't want him dead in the few days it took for him to knock it. But there was no coming back from. Nobody can clear the sleep block, not even the best that Chappelle has. So when you go to do the thing and put the name down for them to take care of, make sure that they need to be taken out for good. As for how you do it, write the names of the targets and advice for Sand and Bag to find them on a scrap of paper. There's a chip in the bricks in the alley of the Chicago Spirit, our namesake bar, about 4.5 feet off the ground. A level for Sand and Bag. Fold up the scrap, shove it in there, and they'll have the process started before nightfall. Christ, I can't believe this is an update, but I gotta make this one. Chappelle versus Capone. The economy ain't doing great right now, right? Huge turndown after Black Tuesday. Business is fine for us, of course. We exist well outside the regular structure of things. But it's not pretty in general. Plenty of good and honest fellas have lost their jobs. Pity the suckers. The system don't take care of you unless you make it take care of you. Of course some shit like this would happen to them. But you know who else is doing fine through all of this? Mr. Al Capone's Chicago outfit. Our old rivals. They've got more of a hold in the city than we do, but don't doubt that we're the ones with the electricity. In any case, Capone has started up a new soup kitchen. For free. He's kept his name out of the public eye, but those of us in the know, us, know who is behind that soup kitchen. Says that it's just public charity, an attempt to do good by the community. Well, when Chappelle heard that, he flew into a rage. I happened to be in the room with him at the time. Unacceptable, he said, that Capone was starting up a better charity than him. He started going off about how he grew up on the streets of this city, poorer than Capone ever was, an orphan. If anybody was going to take care of this town, it was Chappelle. He turned around and ordered us to get our own joint going. Now, nobody fucks with Richard Chappelle. Nobody. When he says jump, you ask how high. We got right away to work. Sandbag's new job. I bet you're wondering why that anecdote is stapled to Sandbag's write-up, huh? Well, I wasn't the only guy with Chappelle at the time. Apparently, although we can't be sure since nobody could see him, Sand and Bag were there too. And for whatever reason, they've decided to obey Mr. Chappelle with this new operation. Why? Who can say? Nobody's got a fucking clue. Maybe it's because they, like everybody else in the room, were just fucking terrified of Chappelle and didn't want to mess with him, and decided to help in any way they could. Maybe it's because he's their master and he's the one that summoned them, and somewhere in his instructions was a command. Or maybe those guys who told me they just showed up one day and started knocking guys off for us were right, and this is no different. They just like the work. But if you walk into the kitchen of our soup kitchen, you'll see pots and pans flying everywhere, all over the place. Sand and Bag are, somehow, the best fucking line cooks in the entire goddamn world. Why? How? What? Who can fucking say? But it is just the two of them in there, running around like little goblins, feeding half the city of Chicago. Are they the best chefs? No. Are they good? Well, they make feasts every day. Counts for something, I guess. Me? I'm still scared of them. They still work the assassination jobs we put them to, alongside all the cooking. And I've got no desire to even be in the same room as those two if I can help it. At least we know where they are during the day now. SCP-638, the 1914 Chicago Federal Reserve heist. Level 2, 638 classified. Object class, neutralized. Special containment procedures. All members of SCP-638 are deceased and their remains have been disposed of in accordance with standard protocol. Description: SCP-638 was the Pulaski Crew, an organized crime squad active in the 1910s as part of the larger Chicago Spirit. While Chicago Spirit boss Richard D. Chappelle was not a member, he organized the group and led their only major heist in 1914. The Pulaski Crew was comprised of 5 anomalous individuals, designated SCP-638-A through E. SCP-638-A, Louis Bagel Bernstein, 31, Jewish American Pyromancer. SCP-638-B, Mads Moody, 38, American, Anomalous Strength. SCP-638-C, Giuseppe Permonto Fiori, 34, Italian-American, anomalously persuasive. SCP-638-D and E, Ah Nem and Ah Tom, 41, Chinese, twin thaumaturges. SCP-638, led by Chappelle, used their anomalous abilities to perpetrate the 1914 heist of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. Over the course of 19 minutes, SCP-638 was able to eliminate security, take hostages, and gain access to the vault, which contained 2,000 short tons of gold bullion, as part of a classified government handoff. The Chicago Police Department and embedded Foundation agents stormed the facility and detained SCP-638, finding Richard Chappelle and all of the gold conspicuously absent. Embedded Agent Chad Pick began performing preliminary interviews on the members of SCP-638 to attempt to ascertain the location of the bullion and the whereabouts of Richard D. Chappelle. Addendum 638.1 Interviews. SCP-638-A. Interviewer, Agent Chad Pick. Subject, SCP-638-A. Begin log. Detective, What can I do for you? I think we both know the answer to that question. Refresh my memory. I want to know where the money is. I want to know where the man is. And I want it now. You think I know where Mr. Chappelle is? And even if I did, give me one good reason why I would tell you. I know you know where he is, and I've got 30 reasons that a federal judge is more than happy to give you. You think that scares me? I'm not afraid of a little time behind bars, detective. But at least in jail, I'll be alive. Have you ever met Mr. Chappelle, detective? No, I can't say that I have. Consider yourself lucky. Usually in this business, the closer you work with someone, the less you fear them. For Mr. Chappelle, the opposite is true. I worked with him on one of the biggest robberies ever planned, and I'm just as scared of him as everyone else. Is that right? No. More. I've seen what he does to snitches. I'll take some time over that any day, but of course, this is all moot. And why is that? Because, detective, I don't know where he is. And frankly, the less I talk about him, the better. Fine, okay. But I know you know where the gold is. Another folly, detective. I haven't killed anyone, which means I'm free of capital punishment, and I'm still largely in the prime of my life. Assuming I know where it is, why shouldn't I just serve my time, then come back for it as a free man? And what makes you think you're the only one with that idea? What? You're smart, but it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. The other four are planning the exact same thing. And who's to say they won't get out early for good behavior? I Even if they get released a week before you, it'll be enough. By the time you're walking out of those gates, they'll be halfway across the country with enough money to buy everything in their way. So you can either let the idiots have it, or tell me, and knock a few years off that sentence, come out of Sing Sing a little earlier. Silence. SCP-638-A is sweating profusely. I don't know where it is, but I know what happened to it. What? The twins. I was the can opener, they called me. Usually that means lockpick, but you don't exactly lockpick the Federal Reserve. I burned through the vault door itself. As soon as the police arrived, they ran into the vault and left the three of us standing in the lobby. They went in, did some of their foreign hocus pocus. By the time we were shooting at the buttons, it was all gone. I don't know where it is, which means neither do Fiore or Moody. But the twins do. Hmm, good to know. I, I don't understand. He had a plan. He always has a plan. Who? Mr. Chappelle. He said he had it all planned out, but everything went to shit as soon as the tellers dropped the dime. He wouldn't let something this risky flop. He's planning something. Yeah? With Moody, no doubt. Palooka was worshipping the ground he walked on. He'd take a slug for the boss. They're up to something. I know it. End log. Interviewer, Agent Chad Pick. Subject, SCP-638-B. Begin log. Mr. Moody. Yeah? Care to answer some questions for me? I ain't no rat, Bo. I see. Pity. Your associates didn't have the same incorruptibility. What? I have Bagels singing like a bird in the next cell over. I bet he was the smart one, right? Wise head? Yeah. Then why don't you go on and follow his lead, huh? Don't be such a patsy. Spill the beans. What you want to know? You said it yourself, gumshoe. Bagels and the boss planned it all out. I was just the Bruno. Supposed to keep the bulls off us and the schmucks in line while we emptied the place. Sure, but I want to know how you got in. I already. You got two peepers, don't you? Yeah? Then tell me what they saw. Don't take the fall for their plan falling through. Cooperate, and you'll get out of the can a little early. It was the wop. Parmesan, whatever. Hermonto. Yeah. He knew a Strega, one of them witches the Mafia uses. The boss went over with him to have a chat with her and worked out a deal. What do you know about the deal? Jack shit. Big man keeps his affairs private. Good thing too? I don't want none of that deal with the devil business. But at the end of it, she gave us a few little bottles of this hooch. Said if we drank it, everyone would think we were bank guards till we did something to make them think otherwise, like shooting at them. So you think the Italian knows more than he's letting on? They always do. That's why I never dealt with the outfit. Inky little sharpers, they'll stab you in the back. It sounds like you have something personal against Mr. Fiore. Well, I worked with him before. Didn't go well? Take a fucking guess. We got pinched 2 miles outside the city, and he starts chatting up the bull, all polite like. Before I know it, he's pinned the whole thing on me, the little stool pigeon. So, you don't trust him? Not as far as I can throw him. Actually, I think I could throw him pretty damn far. Don't trust anything come out of his mouth. And Mr. Bernstein? Bagels might not be Italian, but he's a kike. He ain't much better. Kosher Nostra are just as sneaky. They're just quieter about it. He's a coward. Doesn't have the killer instinct you need to bump someone. He kept crowing about how he didn't want it to become a massacre. Noted. One more thing. Do you know anything about the current whereabouts of Richard Chappelle? He was with us when we burned through the vault, and then as soon as the coppers were shooting their way in, gone. Poof, disappeared into thin air. No idea how he lammed off. We was surrounded. And what do you think happened? You want to know what I really think? He was never even there to start with. What? He's one of the most powerful people in the world. Why would he risk his body on a bank hit? Robbing the Federal Reserve is more than just a bank hit, don't you think? Even more reason to send your boys and save your own skin. You know how they say, Chappelle, he's unnatural? Who's to say he can't magic himself someplace he ain't? Well, I'll keep that in mind. And let me guess, you got no idea where the gold is. Afraid not, Gumshoe. But Bagel should. He was the one in the vault with the twins when it vanished. He could have stopped him, but he didn't. Means he was in on it. I see. Thank you for your time. Yeah? Fuck you! End log. Interviewer Agent Chad Pick. Subject SCP-638-C. Begin log. Hello, Mr. Fiore. Hello, Signori. You're very cheery for someone looking at decades in prison. Well, when you are in my business, you learn to look on the bright side of things. Plus, the can is never as bad as people say it is. In, do your time, out. Then I'll make this quick. 3 questions. I can do 3 questions, certainly. What do you know about the deal Mr. Chappelle made with the Strega? So you are in the know, then? I am, and I'd like to know more, which is what you're going to tell me. Okay, certainly I can do that. I don't know about what Signori Chappelle gave the Strega in return. She usually works for the outfit, though, so it must have been generous compensation, or knowing how the Signori works, sufficiently intimidating. But I know that getting her what she required was the difficult part. She needed something from all the people we were disguising ourselves as. So we approached some of the guards and convinced them to part with their hair. Blood. You know, it's a nice change of pace to find someone actually willing to answer the goddamn question. Next, do you know where the twins moved the gold? That I do not know, signori. Come on, help me out here. You've got your whole life ahead of you. You really want to waste your prime years in the big house? I'm sure helping us recover the bullion would lead to a very appreciative if judge. I am I am not a trained thalmic like the twins are. My talents are elemental in nature, but but I have learned the basic principles of magic. At its core, a spell is concentrated energy from the user, directed to affect mass. We were moving, Lord knows how many tons of gold. Even two thalmics are not enough to move that kind of mass large distances. I do not know where it is exactly, but it is somewhere in the city. Probably closer to the reserve than farther. Hmm, I understand. But spells are not just done on a whim. You need to plan, to know, and see where you are sending something. This was pre-planned. You think the twins double-crossed you? No, I think that the twins and Signori Chappelle double-crossed all of us. He is an intelligent man. He probably plans to buy the brothers out of prison and make good on his deal. Then I gather you don't know where he actually is. No, no, I do not. But on the off chance that he has the money, that much money, he could do anything he pleased. But he is not a man I sense would be happy buying an island or never speaking to anyone again. The only thing he loves more than danger and vice is being in the know. And that kind of gold could get him as high in any organization as he wanted. My guess? Marshall, Carter, and Dark are about to get another partner in the business. A bold assumption. You've been more accommodating than your accomplices, I must admit. What can you expect from them? They are lying through their teeth. And you're not? I have no reason to. I've never stayed in the big house for more than a few months. But Signori Bernstein is looking at a murder charge. Is he? He burned through the vault doors without realizing there was a guard station on the other side. Little more than a pile of charred bones now. A tragedy. He seemed adamant that he didn't kill anyone. And why would he tell a detective the truth? You see now why I have no loyalty to any of these buffoons? Touché. And what of Mr. Moody? What of him? Any insights into his honesty? If we are being honest, I do not know too much about Signori Moody. I have never seen him before this job, but he seems a simple button man, too short-sighted to come up with a creative lie to save his skin. Well, thank you for your honesty, Mr. Fiore. End log. Interviewer, Agent Chad Pick. Subject SCP-638-D, SCP-638-E. Begin log. Hello, gents. I'm not a sign language person, so Mr. Tom, you're going to have to interpret for me. Of course. Don't worry. I will do most of the talking. Right, so fellas, let's get right down to brass tacks. Where is it? Where is what? Don't jerk me around. Where's the goddamn gold? I know you two couldn't have moved it far. You seem tense, officer. What are you, my doctor? Perhaps you have a personal stake in finding the bullion? And what kind of stake would that be? Does it matter? Chicago is a big place, officer. You'll never find it without us. And I think you know what we want. Don't test me. I'm not here to make deals. SCP-638-D signs something. We are. Watch that tongue, boy, unless you want yours cut out too. What is it? How did you know my brother's tongue was cut, detective? Bagels told me. SCP-638-D signed something. How considerate. SCP-638-D raises 7 fingers. What does that mean? 7. The number of bottles we were given. Would you like to parley, officer? At this point, Detective Pick ordered the stenographer out of the interrogation room at once. The remainder of this interview remains untranscribed. End log. Addendum 638.2 Abridged Historical Report. The day following the arrest of SCP-638, Embedded Agent Chad Pick failed to clock in at Precinct 17 of the Chicago Police Department. The following day, a concerned coworker investigated his apartment, finding the door blown off its hinges. The interior of the apartment was wrecked, showing signs of a significant struggle. Blood was spattered across the ripped furniture and shredded wallpaper. Detective Pick's corpse was discovered stuffed into a closet and in an advanced state of decomposition, indicating he had been deceased for at least a week prior to the heist. Tufts of hair were missing from his scalp, although he had sustained heavy internal trauma and beating. The cause of death was determined to be exsanguination. After additional officers arrived at the scene, the bodies of SCP-638-D and SCP-638-E were discovered stuffed into a large garbage receptacle in an alley behind the building, wrapped in a canvas. Causes of death were a single gunshot wound to the head apiece. It is unclear how or when either individual escaped the police precinct. Richard Davis Chappelle remains at large. The spoils of the heist have never been recovered. The handle of the Colt jammed against Noah's stomach. He nervously adjusted the ragged derby cap on his head and rustled his hair in the warm June air. Though the noon sun beat down upon his back, Noah Wells Jr. had sweat beading on his forehead for a different reason. Looking around at the bustling crowd, typical to a Saturday on the Magnificent Mile, he grimaced. He had tried to dissuade Chappelle from making a move in such a populated high-risk area, but the boss had deemed the risk worth it. Letting the Sharpers ship another set of Carols out to Boston would be losing out on hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit. So Chappelle has authorized this venture. A dozen men arranged across the busiest shopping district in Chicago, all armed to the teeth. Noah had no doubt that the spirit had set up some sort of roadblock to stop the shipment, but he wasn't quite sure what. For now, he was more than content to lean against the brick exterior of a Sears and Roebuck and watch the traffic go by. He shot a glance at the alley where his own truck was invisible. Perfectly invisible, though not at all due to the location of the alley. Chappelle probably had someone place a spell over it, or some equally bizarre voodoo. People crossed Noah's vision, a few tossing him curious glances, but none sticking around. Most were customers of the surrounding shops, carrying bags weighed down with expensive goods. Magnificent Mile was verily a pickpocket's paradise. But Noah had long since graduated from the brutal school of petty street crime. He was moving up, higher and higher into the innards of the organized crime racket. Since his impromptu introduction to the spirit 7 months ago, he had rapidly become a made man and enforcer. He was good at his duties, which is why he had been chosen for this job. Noah jammed a hand into the pocket of his slightly too short three-piece suit. He extracted it, dragging out a pocket watch on a length of gold chain behind him. 1:23, it read. The convoy would be coming along any minute now. He stood slightly straighter, shooting subtle looks at the score of other spirit members he could see. They all looked similar, a dreadful mixture of fear and anticipation apparent on their faces. More than likely, they were just fresh meat promised good money, pleasant company, and fresh booze. They had absolutely no idea what they were getting themselves into. A small part of him wished that he could run across the street, take them by the shoulder, and shake some sense into them. The other larger part of him knew he would more than likely never risk his own neck for someone else like that. He turned his neck, wiping his drenched brow with his forearm. In the distance, he could see a large black truck, belching out smoke as it lurched forward in traffic. He stiffened and began formulating the fastest way to break into the back. There was no point in sitting around and regretting his decision. The die was cast. The truck sped ahead, crossing in front of Noah. Through the glass he could see two grizzled men in purple and black uniforms. Sharpers. The Sharpers were the second most powerful force in the city. Disregarding the spirit, they had courier routes through the entirety of Chicago and a near monopoly on Carroll transport overland. More importantly, the presence of two powerful anomalous groups in a confined space was a lose-lose situation. No matter what, one would always be inhibiting the other's growth. Currently, the Chicago spirit was the one being inhibited. Chappelle had decided it was time to change that. Noah watched as the back of the truck sped away from him. Worry grew in his chest. Had the roadblock not been set up? Had it been neutralized? Just then, a bright flash dismissed his questions. Ahead of him, he could see the roof of the truck rising and rising. Noah slipped a hand into his belt and whipped out the Colt revolver stashed there, fully loaded. He took off at a sprint, trying to catch up with the truck, shoving aside pedestrians and urchins. All across the mile, he could see other fellows dressed in suits and pinstripes, dashing in the general direction of the truck. He set his jaw and focused on the ruckus coming from ahead of him. Pushing through a crowd of stunned onlookers, he skidded to a stop. A couple of meters away from him, Sharper's truck was hovering 20 feet in the air. the drivers dangling through the door windows. "Get back!" he roared to the gawkers crowing around him. Intimidated, they scuttled back as more and more spirit men began shoving them inside. Above them, the truck floated higher yet. Any second, it would come. Before Noah could finish his thought, the truck spun in the air and took a nosedive straight down. With enough force to crush a normal man, the truck burrowed into the concrete and came to a rest with its rear doors facing up. Shrapnel and concrete flew everywhere, a rather large piece grazing Noah's cheek. He pressed a hand against his face, pulling it back to see blood smeared across it. He wiped it across his vest. Striding forward, he aimed the sights of his pistol down into the center of the truck doors. Squeezing the trigger, his shot led directly into the lock, completely shattering it. He barked an order to the gang members surrounding him. "You, run to the truck and tell them to haul ass over here. Everyone else, help me pull out these crates." The crowd of young men jumped at his command. The scrawniest one sprinted for the alley. Noah knew the truck was in. The rest began extracting crates, loaded down with carols from the back of the truck. Leaning over one another, they worked as a team to toss in two men, who then helped lift out the crates. Noah whipped around as he heard a squeal of tires. A large truck, branded with a Charles and Sons logo, raced towards them, a man in a pinstripe suit hanging onto the rear from a handhold. As it approached, it slowed down. Noah kept his full focus on it. He knew that because of its anti-mimetic nature, losing sight of it would make it much more difficult to find if he focused on something else. His men had been disciplined well, and they barely hesitated before tossing the hijacked crates onto the back of the new truck. "Took you long enough, Russo. I always arrive fashionably late." The troop worked in silence for nearly 2 minutes. All pedestrians had long since abandoned the once bustling street, and abandoned cars littered the asphalt. Noah and Russo had done their jobs like this, and they both knew that any minute now the Paddies would arrive. Neither of them said anything, not wishing to distract the new bloods. The truck was nearly full, just a few more seconds. The shriek of a police siren drew Noah out of his reverie. He once again drew his pistol and popped another bullet into the chamber as Russo reached into the passenger door of the truck and pulled out a Thompson. The new bloods pulled out their pistols and submachine guns with trembling hands as a line of police cars were sped on into the street. The red and blue strobe lights flashed through the otherwise emptied square. The truck was full, and it was time to leave. Noah spun and waved his hand, motioning everyone to toss themselves into the truck. They willingly obliged, hustling in and arranging themselves on the floor of crates. Russo didn't budge and set his jaw. Before Noah could pull rank, a voice bellowed across the street. "This is the police! Put down your weapons and step forward with your hands up." Noah cleared his throat, ready to recite the speech he held ready for these situations. Something along the lines of how he'd rather die than turn himself over to the pigs, and how when Russo howled a laugh as he let loose a volley from his Thompson. "How's that, pigs?" Russo was still laughing as Noah grabbed him and threw him in the truck before leaping in after him. Everyone scuttled back as Russo smashed against the opposite side of the truck and landed in a heap. "When I give you an order, you obey it. Now drive." The truck ratcheted forward, the door still swinging open. The driver, whoever he was, expertly slid and careened between empty autos and potholes. What he couldn't avoid was the large police blockade ahead of them. A dozen officers stood in front of their cars, a spike track spread out across the street. I repeat, put your hands up and exit the vehicle. Noah leaned back inside. He had to do something. Eyeing a particular chest labeled weaponry, he tossed off the cover as everyone in the cab stared at him. Looking down, he grinned. Chicago Police Sergeant Matthias fidgeted with his Smith & Wesson, flicking the cylinder in and out of the revolver. The truck was still ahead of him, facing the blockade with a darkened windshield. It had already been 30 seconds since he had called out the surrender order. He didn't want to open fire, but he was willing to. He ran a hand through his beard. The other officers looked at him quizzically. He had to act soon. Before the words could escape from his lips, the truck's engine screeched and it began moving. It sped forward, faster and faster, heading directly for the blockade. Dive! Matthias screamed as he threw himself over to the side. He lay on the ground waiting for the crushing weight of the truck to overtake him. It never did. He tentatively opened one eye. The truck was completely gone. All the other officers lay on the street, equally as confused as him. Matthias sat up. He was not looking forward to the reports he would have to file. The passengers of the truck shouted as it suddenly bounced back into real space. They were in a warehouse, the vehicle parked dead in the center. Around them was a welter of activity, as dozens smugglers in the employ of the Spirit rapidly moved boxes filled with contraband between several trucks, while 4 men directed their activity with shouts and hollers. Noah stepped out of the truck on shaky legs. New shipment, get unloaded. Paratech attack. In broad daylight. 2 men silently stood before their boss, having returned from a failed delivery of goods. Neither dared to even breathe as the most nightmarish of the company owner's eyes rested upon them. The 2 clenched their fists in fear, their knuckles and faces drained of color as they stared straight ahead. Care to elaborate? Yes, sir. They set up a trap of some sort. It felt like we hit a dog or something, and then the next thing we knew, the truck was floating. The goons came rushing out from all the back streets and robbed us blind. Before we could try doing anything, they disappeared, drove their truck into thin air, sir. I see. Percival Dark's long and decrepit fingertips drummed against the cold steel of the apparatus he was tethered to. His appearance was ghoulish, his sunken and corpse-like facial features accentuated by the darkness of the makeshift office. Though his sense of smell had long gone, Dark could tell that the 2 quivering messes before him were mortified. You are dismissed. Thank you. They stared at each other in disbelief for a moment before deciding it was best not to question their situation. Both men nodded and left faster than Dark's chair could rotate. The machine crawled along on spider-like legs, carrying their master around with unmatched elegance. Coming to a stop before a window, the shell of a man looked down upon his empire. A massive warehouse full of goods, millions of dollars waiting to be made from the crates below. With an array as profitable as his, finding competition was inevitable. It wasn't as if he and his company had gone in unprepared, though. He and his network of rats had spent months collecting information on the Spirit. Who they liked, who they didn't. Dark knew a few of their members were wielders of the library's magic, but he had not expected for them to execute such a bold heist. though this was more than a heist. For too long had he been content to simply pay off the outfit to continue pressuring the spirit. Too long had he been hiding in plain sight, letting the police do his dirty work for him. Too long had he allowed criminal scum to leech money off of his business deals and hard work. Too long had he been passive. But he found himself in a delicate situation. Though he had the liquid assets, weapons, manpower, and influence necessary to blow the entire city of Chicago into a blackened pit of ashes, that would be bad for business. Besides, armies of men outfitted with anomalous technologies and weapons were sure to draw the ire of the Foundation, which would be even worse for business. Friends, on the other hand, were very good for business. Garth thought back to the first time the spirit met his company. A man named Cartwright had shown up at their freshly constructed central operation hub in Chicago. He made outrageous demands, demanding the company paid him and his thug a cut of our profits for protection. Naturally, he was promptly shown that Marshall, Carter, and Dark were more than capable of defending themselves. In hindsight, turning the man inside out in front of his men may have been overkill. Dark had wanted to set a precedent at the time. He wanted the gangs of Chicago to know that they were not to be fucked with. Of course, this had greatly put a hamper on any possible relationship the two groups may have had, and had no doubt led to the hostilities they were experiencing today. Maybe he could try again. Maybe the spirit and his company could be working partners. Their ability to operate under the nose of the Foundation and FBI would be invaluable in assisting with the movement of their goods. They even had their own trucks. All he would have to do is pay some clever pencil pusher, burn the books just right. No one would suspect a thing. The mechanical legs of his device clinked against the tile floor, moving Dark towards his desk. He picked up the ornate rotary dial on his desk and used his decrepit, bony fingers to punch buttons and spin the device. Soft mechanical clicking of the rotor accompanied the muted sounds of Dark's artificial breathing device. "Hello, Marjorie. Please tell Alfred Pines to come down to my office. I have a message I need him to deliver to Richard Chappelle." A full moon shined bright on the docks of Lake Michigan. Members of the Spirit were busy loading an unassuming trolley with moonshine, guns, and other such supplies to be smuggled across Detroit and into Buffalo. The police had been paid to look the other way that night, and the waters were calm. Everything was going according to plan. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of unexpected footsteps alerted a lookout, who produced his piece from the pocket of his coat. He jumped down from the crates he had been resting on and approached the mysterious figure emerging from the fog. It wore a trench coat and fedora, and the lookout couldn't quite make out his features in the darkness. "Fixing for a swim this late at night?" The figure threw his hands up in surrender. "I come with a message for your boss." The lookout raised an eyebrow and lowered his gun. "And who the fuck are you?" "Alfred Pines." "All right, and what's this message?" "I represent the bankers. My superior is interested in carrying out a business deal with your superior. Maybe we can reach an agreement together. The lookout scoffed, putting his gun away. His conversational partner kept his arms up in the air as he further elaborated. If you'd like, I could meet one of your superiors next Thursday at the deli in Rush Street. That is all. Upon concluding his message, Pines began a backwards pace away from the docks and the lookout. He stepped forward, but decided against pursuing. His colleagues needed him to stay behind and keep an eye out for other vagrants such as this one. With that, Pines slipped into the night. After putting a few blocks of distance between himself and the pier, he reached into his trench coat's pocket. He flipped it open, thumbing the pages, until reaching his most recent to-do list. To do: interrogate Pines, already done. Ditch the body, already done. Interrogation information in the next 2 pages. Got carried away, need to get trench coat cleaned. Arrange meeting between self and spirit. He scratched out the latest to do before scribbling in another. Very important date. Thursday at Mickey's Deli. Try French dip Reuben sandwich this time. Heard good things. One step closer to getting his damned hat back. Hair 23. The Cheshire Cat. Agent Christoph, you have been assigned the task of gathering valuable intelligence on the operations of the Chicago Spirit to relay back to headquarters. Your temporary lodgings will be located at the Palmer House, room 114. You will find a package containing our current list of locations, events, and persons of interest regarding this investigation, as well as instructions for contacting us. Godspeed. Vigiles in Noctem, July 27, 1910. The Chicago Tribune, Friday, December 6, 1910. Death on the Docks. Local gang assassinates federal agent in broad daylight. By Thomas Smith, Editor-in-Chief. Chappelle. We lost the newest shipment of moonshine from Indianapolis. We were at the docks taking the goods out of the boat when one of the boys started spluttering and turning purple. I figured he'd probably swallowed his cig and was about to check on him when his skull folded inward. He had barely hit the floor when some fucker dragged himself over the edge of the boat. I pulled my piece and told him to get his ass up and come with me. I don't know what the fuck he did, but the next thing I knew, I was flat on my ass and he was pointing the Colt at me. We looked at each other for a good long minute, then he dropped the gun and bolted. The whole time, muttering about getting his fucking hat back. It was Christoph, the fucking spook you shot. He had that crazy look in his eyes, but I'd recognize that face anywhere. I have no idea how he's alive, but this shit can't be good. Skipka, February 10th, 1911. Hair. Reza definition, hair. Chicago Spirit to refer to anomalous individuals of interest. Hair 23, Cheshire Cat. Who? Joseph Christoph. Big shot agent the spook sent to tail the boss. The feds backed off real quick after Chappelle put a bullet in his brain. We thought that would be the end of it, but it seems the cat doesn't know how to stay dead. What? As far as we can tell, the cat is a jabberwock. Raise a definition, jabberwock. A term used by the Chicago Spirit to refer to anomalous individuals capable of intentionally warping reality, referring to author Lewis Carroll and his poem, Jabberwocky, equivalent to reality bender. Just like Chappelle, we've seen him walk through walls, put an entire building to sleep, collapse a man's skull, and go from New York to Chicago in a day. And that's just the magic shit. He was dangerous before he died, and he's even more dangerous now. There's something about that bastard that makes it damn near impossible to remember him. Skipka was going on and on about how he recognized Kristoff immediately, but an hour later, he couldn't even tell you whether he looked at a broad or a fella. Good thing someone had the sense to write this bit down before that, but it makes keeping tabs on him a real pain in the ass. When we figured the spooks had someone tailing us for a while, we didn't figure they were going to send the Joseph Kristoff. He was the man who crippled the Iralta family in New York, earned himself a target on his back and a king's bounty on his head for it. A little bird told us he was staying at the Palmer House last April. We set up an ambush in his hotel room. Half a dozen of our boys and the boss himself lying in wait for him. By the time he woke up, he was staring down the barrel of a loaded Thompson. Chappelle made an example of him before dumping his body in the river. We watched him die. We watched Chappelle's pet fish shred the body to pieces. We watched his effects burn. What none of us understand is why we're still seeing him walking around like nothing happened. Where? He's got to have some place he's operating out of, but so far we haven't found it. We searched his hotel room, but all we found was a slip of paper with the address of the Sharpers. Raise a definition. Sharpers, a term used by the Chicago Spirit to refer to Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Stronghold downtown, tacked onto the wall. Chappelle doesn't think he's in league with the Sharpers because they don't write like the spooks. But you never know. Some of our inside men have been eavesdropping around the other groups to see if they've got anything on the cat. Seascale, Titans. Raise a definition. Titans, a term used by Chicago Spirit to refer to paratechnological company Prometheus Labs Incorporated. They got nothing on the cat. Portland's does seem like a likely hideout for him, though. Gretzky, the Cheesers. Raise a definition. Cheesers, a term used by Chicago Spirit to refer to the Foundation. It's not like the Cheesers to send hares and carols out into the open like this, so it's probably not one of their guys. I did find a file about a colored man in Georgia who fits the bill, but there's no way in hell that's the cat. Just a coincidence. Vieira, the Shelf Rattlers. Raise a definition. Shelf Rattlers, a term used by the Chicago Spirit to refer to the Serpent's Hand. The caretakers of the library keep giving me different answers. Some have never heard of him. Some say they know someone similar. Some say the cat's a dame, though the stories of what he can do are consistent. No two caretakers describe the same person. I'll send a note if I find something good. Caleb, the Hypes. Raise a definition. Hypes, a term used by the Chicago Spirit to refer to the Anart collective known as Are We Cool Yet? The Hypes know something about the cat, though they call him by a different name. He's definitely the same guy, but they seem to be on good terms with him. We'll have to keep an eye on them to see if he tries to contact them. Beats me who the fuck came up with the name The Critic, though. Why? We don't know. Doesn't seem like he remembers anything from before he crawled out of that boat. He still hates our guts, though, but that could be because we tried to kill him as soon as we crawled aboard. He also seems to have a connection to the Sharpers. We only recently found out the location of the Sharpers' place, and that was with weeks of surveillance. There's no way he found it through conventional means. How? 70 grand. 70 grand is enough to move to Hawaii and never lift a finger in your life again. And all you have to do to get that 70 grand, put a bullet between the cat's eyes. Chappelle doesn't care how you do it, as long as he doesn't come back. What would it look like to the citizens under our care if the people we got rid of for them started coming back? It's not good for business, and we take care of our business. Nobody gets in the way. Most wizards do not like change. They are creatures of habit, their customs perhaps born from the years of isolation and sacrifice it takes to truly master their art. Most wizards spend their entire lives like they spend their childhoods, alone with their thoughts in a mind fortress built from carefully chosen stones. A vast but lonely library of ancient knowledge built on the illusion of stability that conservatism offers. Most wizards find it comforting, the idea that they are safe in their dark, now and forever. They find the idea of changing their ways, of stepping into that awful, dangerous tomorrow, unprepared with the fortifications of their own solitude, almost anathema to their existence. But most wizards are also dead, their legacy of their work forgotten by history. Tiamat Ayin isn't like most wizards. In truth, most find it difficult to believe that he even is one. Even as a Fae, a creature born of magic, he wears no robes and bears no staves. He casts no flames and brews no potions. He barely even uses the art at all, in spite of his upbringing and his people. Still, even in his post-Sixth Occult War day and age, he bears the knowledge that comes with his position, and vast talent all the same, though he utilizes it to do something more important than be an expert in the occult. He uses it to make money, and he's damn good at it. He has no equals this side of the continent. He spends each of his days carefully making sure that remains the case. For most people he considers potential enemies, just showing the true might of his criminal occult empire is more than enough to force them away. Only most. He might be a predator, and a damned good one at that, but even predators have adversaries, and Tiat fears that Richard Chappelle might even be one of them. Him and his spirit, a gang of pitiable humans thinking they can take Chicago and the New World all for themselves, thinking they can just come in and take what is his by right, forgetting the true owners of this profitable market. They think they can somehow outdo the gangs of Estebergian might that came here with the first ships that crossed the ocean more than a century ago. Officially, Tiat would never admit that he considers Chappelle anything but amusement. He has to maintain the facade of an apex hunter, unafraid of anyone and anything, bearing no equals in this part of the magical underworld. His weight class isn't that of a battle mage, but he's battle scarred all right. And this petty little reality bender is nothing but just another fight. Just another parahuman laid low on Tiat's road to greatness. But that's only a masquerade. Deep down he knows that the spirit and its people are a formidable and unbent enemy, even to his own people, prolific in more arts than there are human languages. So tonight, in spite of all public appearances, he is meeting with the only other man he could officially consider a predator equal to Chappelle and himself, Percival Dark, the deathless merchant of London. To get the attention of he who bargains with death for long enough to even appoint a meeting is no easy task. But here he is, right in Tiat's office, eagerly awaiting his arrival, ready to bargain with him too. Tiat hates Dark like almost nobody else. Him and his damn merchants thinking that they could own his world all by themselves. But tonight he has to chain the wolf inside him, silencing its screams to go right for the throat and take what is his by right. He does this because tonight there is a larger gamble to win than just personal vendettas and hurt egos. Tonight, the line ticks over the potential destruction of Chappelle's own up-and-coming empire. Mr. Aying, Dark said, his pronunciation of Tiat's name bordering on proficient. May I finally ask, what is so important that we have to meet in person? His words might point to a different conclusion, but Dark's tone is nothing if not patient and polite. A smaller man would easily be irritated by Tiat's tactics, but he can see that the merchant is nothing if not a worthy player. He resists the urge to smile. Ah, but Percy, is it all right if I call you Percy? A journey across the ocean shouldn't be hard for a fish as big as you, no? Tiat sits down across Dark and flashes him a wolfish grin, trying to see if Dark's calm eyes will give in to the obvious provocation. They do not. Instead, the man behind them just crosses his legs, slowly moving his head to look directly at Tiat. It is about business, then. Tiat snaps his fingers. Just like everything in life, Percy. Just like everything. He knows he's walking a thin line here, provoking someone like Dark in such a crude manner, even if he thinks he could absolutely take him on. But he's also sure by the end of the conversation, his gambit will have paid off. Dark clears his throat. So care to get to the point? Of course. Tiat smiles a polite smile and puts his hands together. As we both know, we both take keen interest in the operations of one Richard Chappelle around these parts. Though on different sides of the I have no idea what you're talking about. Tiat sighs. Like I was saying, as we both know, he likes your money, Percy. You also like his money. It's a good business, isn't it? He tilts his head. Come in, give the man what he needs to get big, then take back what he owes you. He is happy, you are happy, everyone is happy. You're even smart about it. Tiat grins. Using trains made from iron to keep my guys away, making bullets from Irolite, that's brilliant. Genuinely brilliant. Couldn't have thought of it better myself. It's clean, it's efficient, and at the end of the day, it leaves everyone, even that old fool from the factory with his supply chain, big and happy. Dark narrows his eyes. Tiat clicks his tongue. Here's the issue, though. I really, really do not like Chappelle's money. It's dirty, it's annoying, and it gets all over my turf. My turf! He lets his teeth show for a second. It's also hard to drive out, where even possible. It's a pain in my ass. He pauses. But I do like your money. I like your money very much, Mr. Dark, he said, his emphasis on the last two words almost reeking of unrestrained hunger. Dark looks almost surprised, whether at the sheer gall of Tiat's word or their content. The Fae isn't quite sure. What are you even trying to say, Mr. Ayin? I don't care much for elaborate metaphors. I'm a man of business. He moves his whole body closer, leaning more heavily on the desk that separates them both. So give it to me straight. What I'm trying to say is you and me, we have time. A few centuries at least. Our magic makes sure of that, does it not? He grins at the barely noticeable spark of appreciation flying across the ageless merchant's eyes. But Chappelle, sure, he might bend reality to his will, but that's crude, isn't it? Barbaric, almost. He doesn't know how to wield his skills. And besides, he's got little more than that. I give him a few decades, at most. Someone bigger than him doesn't take him out before that, he's got no patience to. Just a short fuse that burns bright for a few years before going out with a bang. He continues. Right now, you are bound to him. With your money and the factory's gear, sure, you will probably snuff me out. Eventually. But Chappelle could never take me on in combat. But he doesn't have to. He has more men and gear. But what gain lies there? Give him a few decades, and Chappelle will forget who put him on his throne. And when he does, he will either die like an old mortal dog or take you out with the gear you gave him. He pauses for a moment. You see what I'm getting at here? Dark considers for a moment. Yes, I think I do. But none of that changes two facts: that I am bound by my word to Chappelle, and that I am bound by my signature to Rolander. Tiat scoffs. Please. The first one only keeps on living because the second one thinks business with you is efficient. And, how do I put it? I've heard rumors from my friends over at the continent that around Rolander's domain, leadership, well, it changed, Mr. Dark. He pauses, looking deep into Dark's eyes, searching for some spark of shock. He finds none, so he continues. The Foundation, they took over. Dark went right in and hanged Rolander by his balls. They control the factory now. It is now Dark who scoffs. They are fools if they think anyone can control the factory. They know nothing of the beast that lurks within. Neither did Rolander, but at least he was good at restraining it for profit. This changes nothing. Sooner or later, the beast below will take over again. And when that happens, I will be waiting, as will Chappelle. Tiat rolls his eyes. Not unless I win first. Without his trains and his weapons, Chappelle is nothing against the magic of my people. And we don't need an outside contractor to provide us with it, Dark. For a second, Dark considers. Perhaps. Chappelle is a child, desperate enough for power that he's willing to try and sit at the table with the adults. He is barely able to contain the rage that flashes inside him now. I don't mean for this meeting to be an insult to you, Dark. I mean for it to be a chance given by me to someone I consider an equal to rectify your mistake. Stop supporting the kid who grapples with the fabric of reality without understanding it, and back your money where it is truly safe. The man who has enough talent and skill to blow this whole room with just a flicker of his hands. For emphasis, Tiat lets a pillar of purple flame dance around his palm for just a second. In response, Dark simply corrects his tie, making sure that Tiat notices the Irolite necklace behind it. I think you'd be surprised to find how ineffective that would be, he says, just a hint of smug satisfaction present in his voice. But I digress. I see your argument. I will consider it. I will consider it very carefully, he says and stands up. Tiat does not. Oh, and before you leave, Mr. Dark, Tiat says, noticing the merchant's hand on the handle of his doors. If you choose to stay in your decision, today, consider one last thing. Is it really not worth losing a piece to win the game? The veil falls down the second Dark leaves the room. Where before there stood just Tiat, now stand 5 different figures. The outlines of his inner circle, now no longer obscured by spells. Still, for just a moment, they wait for Tiat's approval, a word it's safe to officially join him in his office. Seeing their hesitation, he nods, and the 4 step forward, their eyes focused only on their boss. For a few infinitely long seconds, all that fills the room is a tense hunger without direction. The feeling radiating from each of the 5 people in the general direction of everything that isn't immediately theirs. You think he bought it? The first one asks, looking at her long jade-colored nails. She would never admit it, but Tiat sees her posture betray her uncertainty. Maybe, maybe not. Only time will tell. Tiat pauses for a moment to consider, then turns to face the rest of his henchmen. He was sure you were there, though. That much I'm certain. He's a fool, but he's a fool that comes prepared. That's irrelevant, second figure retorts, its hands hidden behind its immaculately groomed silver suit. Dark knew that he was coming into our lair when he agreed upon a meeting. He was never expecting anything but danger the moment he stepped through those doors. What we gave him was mercy. He should be thankful. Oh, don't be petty, the third one says, their voice bordering on amusement. He wouldn't go down without a fight. A messy one, at that. Let's just be glad the negotiations went this well. We can't afford any unnecessary risks. Not with how many of our people have marched out against the factory. The fourth one scoffs. Negotiations? That wasn't a negotiation. That was us telling him how things will be from now on. He never had the right to choose a different outcome. If he wanted to walk through those doors alive, Z turns to face Tiat, their sharp features still visible despite their age. I do believe we got him. Yes, quite well in fact. As usual, the fifth figure doesn't say anything. He just nods and crosses his steam-powered arms, similarly staring at the man that owns him. So, Tiat says, putting his hands together and eyeing his men, what is our next step? The factory has fallen, that much is certain. He looks at his first advisor, the unasked question hanging in the air between them. When she nods to confirm, he continues. Without Rolander's support, Dark has too little confidence that business will go as smoothly as before. And that's not good enough. Not for him. He pauses for a moment to consider. I give him 2 weeks to give in, at the very maximum. You might not like the fact he has to change sides, but he'll eventually come around. He takes a deep breath and stands up, turning his back to his men. He's looking at the doors now, his hands put behind his back, but can still feel the hunger and anticipation oozing from their postures. He resists the urge to smile and turns back to face them once more. But before that happens, we lay low and wait for his support to strike. And then, my friends, we go for the kill. Chappelle will not last long enough for history to remember him. He grins, and the four join him, even the fifth member, so usually stoic. For a few seconds they speak no words and exchange no gestures. They just stand there, eyeing each other in smug satisfaction, knowing that was what was always meant to be theirs by right will finally come into their grasp. His men are silent, but Tiat needs no speeches to know that they are almost bursting with anticipation. The hunger inside them burning with such a terrible need to get what it wants that it almost renders them unable to think. He doesn't need speeches because he sees it in their eyes, that awful, almost sexual desire for Chappelle's turf and Dark's money, reflected right from their souls onto their irises. And he knows that they can see it in his eyes too. He takes a moment to take it all in. The satisfaction almost. Tiat narrows his eyes. Something suddenly starts to buzz at the edge of his comprehension, ever so slightly irking at the strings of his soul. With his sixth sense, he can feel pressure building up in his ears and his heart. A terrible sensation like he's never felt before. He blinks once, and the feeling doubles, as if it's somehow come closer. He can sense it now, almost as if he was seeing it with his very own eyes. A wave of darkness approaching from the east towards him and his people, a vastness bordering on incomprehensibility. Could it be something Dark sent? An assassin, perhaps, meant to take him out. A cruel mockery of the laws of hospitality. He suddenly knows what it is. His heart rate triples. He freezes in place, unable to move. He can barely believe it, but he realizes that what he is sensing is magic. A wave of awful, inhuman dark magic on a scale that he has never seen before. It is not the work of Dark. No mortal could ever unleash something so boundless, and it is coming straight for him and all his people. The realization knocks the wind out of his lungs. He tries to speak to his men, to try and warn them, but for them it is already too late. They were never on his level of pure atomic muscle, and that gap is what renders the reaction to be ever so slightly slower. When he already knows what is about to transpire, they only begin to catch a glimpse of their inevitable fate. The realization reflected in their eyes, now no longer that of a predator, but of prey, terrified for its life for the first time in decades. And he swallows as he sees his men freeze, but decides he can no longer afford such luxuries. He knows he has 3 seconds at most, so he reaches to the deepest part of his brain, those that are concerned with magic and the arcane and the sigils and the runes. Instead of business, he tries to grab onto something, anything that might help him. Any words and any spells that protect him. When he finds the little that still remains there, he takes it He throws it, and it is not enough. Not nearly enough to shield himself against what is coming. A sudden howling wind blows right through his office, one that breaks the windows, shattering the glass right upon his carpeted floor, an echo of the terrible laughter running right past it. And where before stood 5 of his advisors, now nothing remains. It's only ash and lost names, a mockery of his people. He feels the wave crash through his shield. It's oppressive, incomprehensible mass, breaking every bone and muscle of his soul. It's burning torture, wanting to find his own being, his own name, and take it all for itself. And, with all of his might, he tries to push back, using every part of his laughably small arsenal against this impossible enemy. And he partially succeeds, pushing just enough away for it to not take him whole, but he can still feel its cold claws dig right into his body, and his mind, and his soul, and everything he ever thought was his. And then there's darkness. He awakes to blackness so vast it is almost incomprehensible. It takes him a few seconds to realize he is simply dead. He tries to slowly stand up, but finds that he has no longer any legs, or any body for that matter, to call his own. No, that's impossible. That's impossible, he tries to say to himself. But he realizes that it's the truth. It's the terrible, living truth that he has to face. For the first time since he was born, he has nothing. His body and mind, his empire and his business, his men and his power, all stripped from him, as if it was never there. No, that isn't true. He still has something left. He knows it before he can form thoughts with a brain that isn't there. Despite the death of his body and mind, the being that had once been Tiat Ain still has its name and soul intact, both stuck in some state of semi-death right between worlds. He breathes an irreal sigh of relief. At least that much remained. That little, he can never afford to lose it. The second the realization dawns on him, the void before him starts to move. His whole being irks with the need to have it. It is subtle at first, but with each second he continues lingering on the ripples in non-existence, spin ever so faster and ever so closer, the movement almost hypnotic in its terrifying beauty. Without hesitation, he reaches for the only thing he can possibly still own. The magic all around him, the scattered energy of his talent left there as ambiance the second the wave hit him. It touches Tiat's very soul. It is an ugly, scared, deeply hungry thing of a being left inside this nonsensical state. So the magic fills in the missing blanks. Tiat has no memory of how he used to look, no longer having access to any remembrance, so the energy takes the only emotions still left inside him, unfiltered greed and fear, a desperate need to retain what little of him still remains, and molds him into a form most adequate. When the process is finished, Tiat stretches his far too many fingers. The magic is gone now, its essence molded into what has become of Tiat. He hates losing it, losing something that was his, so much that words can barely describe it. But he knows that he hasn't lost everything. His name, it's still in him, buried deep inside his new form. He realizes that this is all he has left, in a once mighty soul now reformed to be little more than a spirit unraveling at its ends. He also realizes he fears nothing more than losing it. The only thing still his in the whole wide world. He'll bend heaven and earth to keep what little he still has left. He disappears into the vast darkness around him. Just one thought lingering inside his mind. Keep, keep, keep. Carol 22, The Last Stand. Raise a file, group of interest, defunct. Group of interest 001, Chicago Spirit. File created circa 1933. File last revised by GOI, July 1933. File recovered, July 1933. Text reproduced below. Raise a notice, edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Carol 22, The Last Stand. Where it is, wherever the gray guns are, which nowadays means wherever the fuck I am. Raise a notice, in the case of this sentence and the entire file, all instances of the pronoun I and its appropriate derivatives refer to Richard Chappell, the then leader of the Chicago Spirit. I'd say wherever the fuck we are, but ever since they got Mickey, it's been maybe 20 of us, 30 tops, all barricaded up in the manor, no contact with the outside whatsoever. Whenever the hills light up aflame, this is where you should be looking for it. It'll show up sooner or later, of that you can be certain. After the show clears, it'll be gone, but wait long enough for the guns to come back out again, and it'll sure as hell be there to tear them a new one. Who knows about it? Us and the gray guns, mostly. I'm sure that some of the people of Chicago have noticed it. It's hard not to. But most of them don't go anywhere near the manor. We made it clear we don't want any visitors years ago. First time in my life, I'm starting to rethink that decision. How we got it. Honestly, I've no fucking clue. If I were a godly man, I'd say it's some sign from up there. Don't think the word got is right either. It's more like it got us. Picture the year of our Lord 1933. Ever since the Graycoats, raise a notice, Graycoats, a term used by the Chicago Spirit to refer to the Foundation at large, took over the factory and threw Rolander back to hell back in '08, things have been tough. Real tough. They looked up in the factory files and saw everything they needed on us. Names, addresses, deals, you name it. And the Coats don't like us. Not one bit. Our business means trouble to their precious veil, but without our business, we are nothing. So we don't bend the knee and keep on fighting. The Coats don't like that neither. Decade after decade, they get more of our boys than we could ever hope to recruit back into the fold. We're smart, and we're fast. But with Dark's treacherous ass no longer supporting us ever since the factory, we can't fight on forever. The Coats know all of our hideouts, and they know all of our secrets. They somehow figure them out even when we try moving things around, too. For years, things aren't looking good for us, but we somehow manage. And then 1933 comes, and everything goes to shit. The Coats decide they're sick and tired of our guerrilla ops, so they send in the heavy hitters, the fast fucks they like to call the Red Right Hand. Not to say I like the rest of the Coats, but the guns are something special. You know me, I'm not a clean man, but fascists? Fuck 'em. Don't want to hear 'em, don't want to see 'em, anywhere else than in the grave, that is. And those little shits are just that. All guns and armor. They don't just do their job, they live for it. They don't even want the money either. They just enjoy the kill. So, when they're sent after us, we fall in just months. Until the manor and the people in it are all that's left. Myself included. We think we're fucked for good. The day the guns come for the manor proper, we've not enough guys and we've not enough weapons. And ever since my confrontation with that old fairy fucking 29, my own powers and eyes haven't been the same. So like I said, we think we're done until it comes around. 7 feet tall, easily 500 pounds of living weight, all hair with a fedora on its head and a fag between its lips. It mauls through those fucks like butter through a knife. I call it and not he because I've seen men fight all my life. And the way that thing used its hands and legs to tear the guns apart is unlike anything I've ever seen. It moves faster than bullets, too. You can barely see it blur around until it's gone. Rips them all apart until all of them are either dead or have escaped. The guys also don't really know what to call it anything else but a thing either. In the few moments you can look at it right, it looks like one of those night walkers we keep hearing about. That and your eyes get weird when you get near it. You no longer see any colors, it's all black and white, just like the pictures, until you get far enough away to get normal again. Before we can ask it any questions, though, it disappears. Ever since, it's been showing up whenever the guns decide it's time to try and launch another assault. That is to say, pretty damn frequently. Every time is the exact same. Guns come, the thing appears, rips them all apart, and walks right into the mist. The guns tried many things on it too. Flamethrowers, grenade launchers, guns, you name it. It resisted all of them. It just keeps on coming, ever so eager to kill a few more fascists. What we use it for. Again, don't think the word use is correct. We can't control it. Don't think anyone can. Still, whenever the guns come around hoping to take us out, it also comes around. It kills fascists, is what it does, and not one thing beyond it. Like I said, we tried talking to it over and over, hoping we could get its hand on our deck, but, well, it don't look like it has any interest in brewing moonshine or smuggling goods. But hey, not that I'm complaining. As long as it keeps on doing its job, I'm more than satisfied with the job. Especially since it doesn't seem to want no money for it either. File Appendix, Conversation Transcripts. Update created July 1933. Update recovered July 1933. Text reproduced below. Transcript of a telephone conversation between Richard Chappell and an unknown recipient on July 4th, 1933, from 7:24 p.m. GMT5 to 7:27 p.m. GMT5. Raise a notice. Conversation intercepted approximately 20 minutes after the failure of the third MTF Alpha 1 attempt at breaching the Chappelle Manor and arresting Richard Chappelle. Yeah? Who's this? For a second, silence on the recording. For 3 seconds, distant sounds similar to growling can be heard. Oh sure, very fucking funny. Piss off, not in the mood for... The sounds coalesce together to form a deep, rough-sounding male voice with a British accent. Raise a notice, all Foundation efforts to track the other end of the line were so far entirely unsuccessful. And hello to you too, Richard. That's Mr. Chappelle to you, bastard. What is this about? A quiet chuckle can be heard, alongside the sound of matches striking fire. The name wouldn't tell you much. Either way, what this is about? Some bloody gratitude for starters. Don't think you'd still be here talking to me without my help. Ah, so it's you then. Aye. Good to finally meet the man himself. Been looking forward to it for quite some time. Well then, what is it you want? What are you doing? Why, in the long run, nothing you can ever provide, I'm afraid. In the short term, though, well, it seems you've been a magnet for fascists recently, it seems. And I don't particularly like them, in case you haven't already noticed. You might be a bastard, but you're a tight git, Chappelle, sticking it up to the cops. I like that in people. Let's just say that we share some goals, I suppose. I'm willing to help you, as long as it helps me. 3 second silence on the recording. Chappelle chuckles. Seems we've got more in common than I thought. Anything I can really do for you? 'Cause I won't lie, there's a few things I think you could do for me. Yeah? What's that? Get us out of here. Me and my people. 16 guys. All we need is out of the question. I can take on the Reds in the field when they're open, but to take you out into their city? Impossible. Listen, I can get you literally anything you want. You name it. Just help us. I already told you. I can't do it. You ever been up against Foundation-made sniper rifles? They'd gun us down the second I stopped moving. So, what the hell am I supposed to do? Right now, just keep on being the anglerfish. Transcript of a telephone conversation between Richard Chappelle and an unknown recipient on July 7th, 1933, from 2:46 p.m. GMT5 to 2:53 a.m. GMT5. Raise a notice. Conversation intercepted approximately 12 minutes after the failure of the fourth MTF Alpha 1 attempt at breaching the Chappelle Manor and arresting Richard Chappelle. Yeah? You know, there's something I've been pondering. Why do you do all this? The hell do you mean? The Foundation can't be enjoying the show either. I'm sure that at any point you could have reached out to them, talked it through, and managed an outcome where you walk free and they get what they want. So, why keep on keeping on? Fuck that. Oh? If I bent the knee, what kind of fucking leader would I be? The one who dishonors the work and sacrifices of his people for his own good? The one who shows the finger to all those who came before him, just so he can sit on his ass and do nothing until death comes knocking? The one that leads more than 16 people, I imagine. Eat my dick, smartass. You know what I mean. I'm not leaving my goddamn people. They'd do the same for me. Would they, though? That, and I'm not kneeling to no goddamn fascists. Fuck 'em. I can respect that. I didn't ask for no reason, you know. I wanted to see what kind of man I could peg you for. So what kind am I then? The one that satisfies the insufferable types? No, the one that instills genuine fear into the Foundation. That's why they're doing it. Eh? You never wondered why they labeled you GOI 001? Out of all the others, you're number one, and you never wondered why. The fuck's a GOI? Ah, right. Well, my point is, you scare them, Chappelle. They fought demons and came back from hell. But you're an element, uncontrollable and unpredictable. You just keep on going against all odds. So they want you gone, so they don't have to deal with you when you inevitably decide they're a good game. Hell, you'd ally with the devil if it meant your people could keep on going. Heh, Dark came pretty close as far as devils go. Aye, he did. Like I said, you're not just a man. You're like fire. Fire they fear could stand up and face and burn them if they don't deal with it in time. I shouldn't be doing this, but you know what? Fuck it. I like you, Chappelle. I really do. I know I said I can't help you, but I'll try to figure something out. I'll keep you in the loop. Just give me some time to make a few calls. What the hell should I do in the meantime? Don't let them put you out. Transcript of a telephone conversation between Richard Chappelle and an unknown recipient on July 9th, 1933, from 11:45 p.m. GMT5 to 11:46 p.m. GMT5. Raise a notice. Conversation intercepted approximately 2 minutes after the failure of the fifth MTF Alpha 1 attempt at breaching the Chappelle Manor and arresting Richard Chappelle. Yet tomorrow. What? This line isn't safe. The Foundation's bugged it. My people are certain. Bastards. Like I said, tomorrow. Be ready. As ready as you can be. And what the fuck's tomorrow? Only tomorrow will tell, won't it? Transcript of a telephone conversation between Richard Chappelle and an unknown recipient on July 10th, 1933, from 10:12 a.m. GMT5 to 10:16 a.m. GMT5. Reason notice, conversation intercepted approximately 3 minutes before the dispatchment of the 6th MTF Alpha 1 attempt at breaching the Chappelle Manor. What took you so? Listen, I don't have much time. Take everything you need and nothing more. Just you. In 3 minutes before the manor, I made some calls. I can manage to get out of here. Just you. But for Christ's sake, we don't have time for this. Hurry, the Foundation's coming and they're coming big. I can't handle them in the field this time. They got tanks. Tanks. This is your only chance. Remember, outside the manor, just you. The hell you mean just me? What, you think teleporting in and out of a Foundation-controlled area is easy? Even the two of us is stretching my guy skills thin. Anything more is undoable. Fuck that. Excuse me? I can't go. Not without the other. For God's. You can die here, Chappelle. And if you won't, they'll stick you in some cell to rot until you eventually do. You want a way out? This is what I can give you. You won't get another chance. I am physically incapable of giving you one. I won't leave my guys to fascists. Fuck this. If we go down together. Guns blazing. I'll take all of them bastards to the grave with me, if need be. Are you certain? As certain as I can be. Better to die standing than live knowing you left your own people to get gutted. I see. Well, well, I can't force you, even if I wanted to. I'm not the Foundation, and thank God for that. So I suppose this is it then. Probably. Been good knowing you. I won't forget what you did for us. Good to hear that. I won't forget you too. Best of luck in the hunts to come. If you make it out, do give me a call. I'd love to help, but, well, I'm afraid I draw the line at artillery shells. Call you? I don't even know where you're calling from, or your goddamn name. I already told you. I'm just a nobody. File appendix letter to Richard Chappell. Date created July 1933. Date recovered July 1933. Access letter. Transcript of letter recovered on July 11th, 1933. Following a successful raid on Chappell Manor and arrest of Richard Chappell, now classified as SCP-46 ARC, see file for further information. Richard, I'm afraid this is a goodbye. A shame, really. Me and my folk could really use some of your talents, but I respect and understand your decision. There really are few better gambles to take on than those that might end up with dead fascists. Still, if you change your mind and somehow get out, I'm bound for Portland next. Raise a notice. Further information possessed by the Foundation in regards to the entity referred to by Richard Chappell as Carol 22 suggests it was not referring to Portland, Oregon, but rather to Free Portlands, which was at the time undergoing massive anti-fascist riots. And I'm sure you can still catch up with me if you decide to execute our plan. No matter which choice you make, though, I doubt our paths will ever cross again. But if you do make it out alive and still want to talk to me, like I said, call Hans or Ivan. You know my name. Say I sent you, they'll put me through in their own ways. They may not look like much of phone operators, but trust me, they'll manage. With all of that said, all I'm left with is to wish you good hunting. Stick it up to those bastards, Chappelle. Make them pay for what they are. Nobody. P.S. If I happen to fall in Portland and you still want to talk to me, reach out to whoever takes up the moniker after me. I'm sure they'll be fine folk. We don't get bastards like 19 more than once in a millennium. P.S. While I greatly appreciate the compliment, I'm actually not one of the Uren. I'm sure my fur, height, and your eyesight might have made a different impression than I intended, but I assure you, I'm something else entirely. But then again, I'm sure that you would have come blindingly apparent should you actually reach out to my SCP-6380, a fair problem. Level 2, 6380, classified. Object class, neutralized. Special Containment Procedures. Case closed in 1940 with the dissolution of GOI-001. Remains and associated evidence safely disposed of. Description: the anomaly is the collective designation for 43 hominoid remains discovered in various locations in Chicago, United States of America, through the winter of 1925. 41 corpses were of the same species of before, while the remaining 2 were of an elderly human man and woman. The corpses suffer from a unique nomenclature anomaly restricting the terms and names to which they can be referred, including in this written documentation. In addition, none of the corpses can be identified. They do not lack identifiable traits, but none of these traits can be used to differentiate any of the corpses from the others, or to assign any a particular or unique identity. The exact nature and bounds of this anomaly are currently under investigation, but are consistent with other nomenclatural hazards and anomalies associated with the Good Forest folk. Interviewer: Agent Solomon Shelby. Subject: Birkin Bloodhound Nowakowski, former associate of GOI-001, Chicago Spirit. Begin excerpt. You're not getting fucking nothing out of me. You don't even know what we want. Whatever it is, copper. Fuck that. Nothing. Come now. You know what happens when you don't cooperate. Nah, 'cause it's you don't fucking understand, do you? I can't. Chappelle got his own magic. You know when someone rats to the cops, somehow, and he takes care of him. He's in fucking jail, Burke. He can't get to nobody anymore. And not no Sing Sing either. I'm not a copper. We've locked him good and deep and thrown away the key. He might as well be dead. But so will you if you don't answer the fucking questions. What the grinning fuck do you even want to know about? About 13 years ago, 1925, there was a string of gangland executions across the winter in the city. We found bodies that you and I both know aren't human. We're not coppers, but we want to know what happened and how they got there. Ah, fuck. That was ugly business, copper. Very ugly. And if you know what they were, you know you're better off not investigating. Start talking. Smoke? Feel free. Where are you from? Chicago. Born and bred. Yeah, whatever that means. This city was built on immigrants, you know. We paved the streets you walk on. You've never done an honest day's work in your life. And we didn't just build the city. We did all the dirty jobs nobody else wanted. And for it, we got thrown pittances. Sent to live in tin shacks by the river and wallow in our own filth. Shame. And we built the culture too. Me, I'm Polish on me dad's side. We brought our culture here in boats and in carriages and held it in tenements. Not exactly many options, seeing as what gone on in Europe prior. That's the thing, though. I might be a Pole from my dad, but I'm Irish from me mums. That's why Chappelle had me doing the work, and I'm no pussy, but Chappelle is fucking terrifying. Ruthless fucker, and I barely knew him. The kind of guy who makes everyone stand as soon as he walks in. He looked me in the eyes, knees shaking and my guts screaming at me to fucking run away from this devil man, and told me he needed a man with Irish blood. Irish blood? To do what? Poles saved our culture from the war by bringing it to America. But the Irish, they brought something else entirely. End excerpt. The cadavers resemble bipedal humanoids with 6 limbs, a dominant pair of arms above a smaller secondary pair, accompanied by 2 digitigrade legs. All were dressed in suits and dresses appropriate to the era, modified to fit their unique physical structures. Skin was furred and soft to the touch, while the face contained 6 eyes in an equidistant arch. An elongated facial structure and large bone spurs on the back completed the largest external differences from baseline humans. Internal skeleton and organ structures were significantly different, such as several unique organs. Interviewer: Agent Solomon Shelby. Subject: Cillian O'Malley, member of Chicago's North Side Gang, the largest Irish-American criminal organization in the country. Begin excerpt. What, just because I'm Irish I'm a drunkard? That's what it is? Relax, I'm not a copper. Yeah, ain't that what the coppers say before they break down the door to your fucking speakeasy? I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck if you're brewing moonshine in your bathtub or running rackets. That's not what I'm here for. Then what the fuck do you want? Tell me why you came to America, O'Malley. What? You heard me. You served in the war, didn't you? Yeah, Royal Irish Regiment. Then I got shot and they told me to fuck off back home. Which you did, naturally. But then you got into some trouble. Trouble? Fuck trouble. Standing up with my fucking countrymen, that's what. Englishman has been fucking us since as long as they can remember, and then they want to. I get it. You were big during Easter and took up arms with the IRA. Fenian through and through. How the fuck do you know all that? You got some help, didn't you? During the revolution? The Germans, you mean? No. An older, more natural people. I know about bodies, O'Malley. And High Brazil has floated past the cliffs of Moher every 7 years for the better part of 3 centuries. The Emerald Tribes are inextricably tied with Ireland. So, how did they get to Chicago? Be honest with me. We made a deal with them. A group of them, not the main ones on the island. Seditionists. They don't like humans at the best of times, but the war was hard on them too. Lots died. They wanted to leave, and they gave us the magic we needed. We didn't win the war because of no fucking charms, mind you. They didn't swing it one way or the other. It just let me and other good men survive where we otherwise would have bled out in the mud. Saved our lives. And then you chose the wrong side after the treaty was offered. Yeah, they were going to have me shot, but I have friends on the docks, and we snuck into a boat to New York Harbor. Right there on the docks, the fuckers appeared out of thin air, said it was time for me to pay, so there we set out, 100-odd men and 20 honorable creatures of the hills, hiding below deck. Okay, New York then. How do you get to Chicago with 40 people of the mound that can't touch iron? I have cousins that settled there right after the Great War ended. Cowards, but they knew when to get out. Called in a few favors, had 'em packed into crates like fish, and taken by boat over the St. Lawrence and the lakes to Chicago. What year was that? 1924. Must have been. Right. And after they arrived in Chicago? After that? I don't fucking know. Just brought them here. I didn't proper join the Northsiders until 3 years after that. And that business was long since over by then. Good fucking thing, too. Why's that? There's a reason the outfit refuses to deal with magic shit like the Spirit did. I mean, look at what happened to Chappelle, yeah? You ever met Chappelle? No, but I'm familiar with him. I did. Once. He had a meeting with Dugan, discussing whiskey bootlegging or something. He walked in and, in this business, everybody who's anybody has a little blood on their hands. This guy walked in, filled the door frame, and he wasn't carrying a piece. He wasn't smiling. Nothing. But I could tell this guy had done some heinous shit. This guy didn't have the blood of some men on his hands. This guy was drenched in cities worth of blood. and he'd do it again in an instant. You just know it by looking at him. He won our little war, and look what still happened to him. The wild business is cursed business. End excerpt. In the winter, prior to the discovery of the bodies across Chicago, a minor turf war had broken out between the Chicago Spirit and the Northside Gang for control of the Chicago docks. As the Irish-American majority of the Northside Gang had roots reaching back to Ireland, it is theorized that the Wild Ones had been in their association, offering their unique magical services in return for work and protection from the authorities. Interviewer: Agent Solomon Shelby. Subject: SCP-032 ARC. Charles Derringer, former lieutenant of GOI 001. Chicago Spirit. Begin excerpt. The war with the Northside Gang, eh? That was over a decade ago. Why do you care now? No reason important to you, shitheel, and I'm the one asking the questions here. Sure, but just remember, I'm the guy who can break your bones from the inside. Yeah, and I'm the guy who tells the warden how many hours of sunlight you deserve. Right now, that number is 0. I like you. So the war, well, I say war, it was more like a massacre. They instigated it. Remember that. Spirit never attacked nobody who didn't have it coming. Yeah, sure, honor among thieves or whatever. So what did they do? The mix? Oh, that was just business. They were holding up our trucks and lifting our whiskey at the docks. We couldn't exactly go to the cops. The outfit still controlled the police back then. So we sent a couple guys over with street sweepers and, well, took care of the problem. You couldn't have expected that not to result in a revenge killing. We didn't. That's how these things work. They were testing us, probing Chappelle for weakness. Chappelle's never been weak in his goddamn life, and he made sure they knew that by whacking a couple of their guys to send a message. A message? Don't fuck with the spirit. And spirit messages are nothing you've ever seen. I handled that one personally. Let's just say that the funeral for those patties was cheap. No need for a coffin when you can't fit what's left of them into a pickle jar. Jesus. So, what was the problem? We didn't know they'd been working with the fucking ones of the brush. I mean, we'd heard of them, but we'd never seen one before, and we didn't exactly look before we started shooting. So we found 5 dead men and one of those things. We didn't know what to make of it. Did the Northsiders back down? Oh yeah, like I said, it's business to them. It's how the game is played. For the creatures from a mythical fucking fantasy land where honor is supreme, it was the start of a blood feud. They don't understand how we do business, and we sure as hell don't understand how they did war. Wasn't long before we found the first body on our doorstep. You're no strangers to revenge killings, though. What was different about this one? We didn't know who it was. A stranger? No, one of our boys. Just none of us could say who. They took his fucking name. All you have in this business is your life, your gun, and your name. They took his name and then took his life with his own gun. After that, what do you have? Nothing. That's right. Nothing at all. There were 2 more bodies like that before Chappelle called a meeting with the other lieutenants. Who else was there? Me, Wheels, Sawteeth, Fitz, his oldest men. We'd all been working with him since we were kids, and we were fucking terrified of him. I thought you respected him. I did. I do. But that doesn't stop me from fearing him. If you can sit down next to a man who can destroy you utterly from the inside out, like Richard Davis, Chappelle can, without pissing yourself at least a little bit, you're either the bravest man alive or the craziest. The meeting, Charles. Right. Well, it was clear we needed to be done. We needed to solve the Gaelic problem once and for all. End excerpt. Corpses were discovered in various locations around Chicago, particularly concentrated into the north side of the city near the waterfront. The full list of discovery locations is available here, but in general, most were locations that were hidden enough not to alarm civilians or attract police attention, but would invariably be discovered by the destitute poor and the local criminal element. 3 were found impaled through flagpoles, and 1 was crucified. Several were found in meat freezers and ice boxes in butcher shops associated with the North Side Gang. Upon autopsy, it has been determined most died from internal injuries sustained as a result of their placements, but they had been left to die on display. The method of execution is consistent with several past instances of the Chicago Spirit using corpse placement to send a message to their enemies. Interviewer: Agent Solomon Shelby. Subject: Mother Alicia Ricci, Arabian witch residing in Chicago. Begin excerpt. This is neutral ground. I do not ascribe myself to the squabbles of any of the street criminals. But you do take jobs from them. Yes, hexes, rituals, charms. They say you can steal souls, sell them to the devil. You mustn't believe in rumors, jailer. What? I am a witch. What were you expecting? Fair enough. I thought witches operated in covens. That's a tradition of the mother country, but as you very well know, things are different in America. Whores walk in the streets, children work in the factories, and witches do not have covens. Okay, well, I wanted to ask you about a series of rituals you performed many years ago in the service of Mr. Chappelle of the Chicago Spirit. Itana Tahotsva. Now that is a devil I have had dealings with. What did he do? I do not know. I do not read people's sins, but I can see souls, and his is twisted, gnarled black like the root of a rotting tree, all contained in a well-dressed, tall, and shaven package. The dissonance is frightening when you realize there is truly nothing behind those black eyes. He hired you for that winter. For what exactly? Lifting the magic of the Fae folk. Wait, you can. Yes, I can speak their name. If I were not capable of lifting the charm for myself, I could not do it for others. But Mother Aradia, did it take some doing? I'm not too familiar with the mechanics of magic, so if you'll spare me the details. Of course. The long and short of it is that I worked for weeks to find a counter charm for the name magic that runs through the blood of every single Fae. Something that would allow them to be identified, targeted. It seems you did. Yes, in an old Tuscan grimoire from the 15th century, written by a monk who traveled to Ireland, then to a floating island, that only appears once every decade. High Brazil. Indeed, he discovered ancient predating man, Fey folk, even the children, secrets on how to defend against the Fae, returned from his journey with his name intact. So, how did you apply it exactly? I had spent weeks building materials for a strong enough ritual to cast over the main area of downtown. But things changed at the last minute. How? One of Signore Chappelle's capo regimes burst through the door, whispering something into his ear. His face was utterly impassive, but then he walked over to me and told me that the plan had changed. By chance, they had all collected themselves into one building. I needed only cast the ritual over that building to strip them of their abilities, their powers, their identities. End excerpt. The two human corpses suffer from the same nomenclature anomaly as the rest of the corpses, but are entirely human. Both are white and in their late 70s, one male and one female. Unlike the others, they were not displayed after execution. Their bodies were simply sent to the morgue after reports of machine gun fire at a tenement apartment in northern Chicago prompted a police response. Discovering the pair shot dead in a ruined apartment riddled with bullet holes. Interviewer: Agent Solomon Shelby. Subject: SCP-46-ARC. Richard Davis Chappelle, founder and former boss of the Chicago Spirit. Begin excerpt. So I've gotten the rest of the story from the others, Mr. Chappelle. There's one thing nagging at me. Do tell. Why would the enchanted ones of the woods suddenly collect themselves in one spot, ripe for the taking? Well, Charlie told you, didn't he? How did you? I might not be able to take action, Agent Shelby, but I still know when I'm being discussed. Anyway, it was because it was tactically advantageous for them. Or so they thought. Morons. How would taking a random elderly couple hostage be advantageous? If they weren't random. Who then? Someone you knew? Those ones from Emerald Isle, the Fenian fucks, care an awful lot about honor and family and clan. Well, they banked on that. They thought that if they couldn't get to me, they'd get to the next best thing. What are you saying, Chappelle? I'm saying that even though they were stripped of their personhood, just like the Fae, I can still tell you the names of the humans. Who? Arthur and Elizabeth Chappelle. Are you? Yes, Agent Shelby. Deadly. They tried to use my old man and woman. They didn't know who they were dealing with. Richard Chappelle has no fucking weaknesses. You're a monster. No, Sarah Macaulay Barham. I'm much worse than that. I'm a human. You fucking fairy scum. how how did you Was your big fucking plan? Steal some agent's name, take on his appearance, figure out what happened to your fucking pattiekin, take your revenge on me, unarmed in jail? I, I, stupid fucking animal. I take your name, Saris Macaulay Barham, and I damn you to hell. Don't ever fuck with Richard Chappelle. Chicago, October 31st, 1931. The Chicago spirit loved Halloween. They had picked up on the holiday when it first came to America and raised it as their own. It had struck a chord with the spirit on a very base level. The Chicago spirit, which turned themselves into monsters and extorted the city, was simply enamored by the idea of children pretending to do the same. It didn't take much to help the holiday get its start, and now the spirit had a favorite holiday. In any case, the spirit liked to be involved in the community. Putting in a little bit of charity and goodwill went a long way. The last people you want to be against you are the citizens of where you're operating, the people who can rat you out to the coppers. Get them on your good side, and you'll keep yourself safer. This year, a small number of spirit members were having a poker night. Just about 5 of them. A casual affair. A shipment was meant to come in the morning. Fresh moonshine to be smuggled throughout the city. The spirit didn't have anything better to do with the time, and somebody had to work the door at the safe house. The Chicago spirit loved Halloween, after all. The youngest of the group, Tommy, was still working the door late into the night. At this hour, not many kids were showing up anymore. He was bored, and, to make things worse, his superiors had put him up in a silly ghost costume. He didn't like that, but it was nothing compared to the worst of what the spirit did to people. They could be far worse. 20 minutes after the last geysers had visited the door, Tommy looked at the plate of cookies next to him. They had bought them from a bakery earlier in the night. Still, a few were left. Not seeing any more need, he reached up and took one. Another 20 minutes later, when the cookies were almost out, Tommy shouted back to the rest of the spirit that were hiding out in the house. "The kids ain't coming round no more. Can I come back?" "You sure?" "Course." There was a second pause. They were talking the matter over between themselves. "Fine, but you gotta keep the ghost costume on." Tommy sighed and marched up the stairs. The 4 other members of the spirit upstairs always bossed him around, but he needed to put up with all of it if he wanted to advance any further. In order of rank, there was Robinson, Bones, Flanagan, and Schultz. Robinson was the brains, Bones the mage, Flanagan the muscle, and Schultz was the boss. He had been in the spirit for decades, before the turn of the century. "Welcome, welcome, kid. We were just talking about the legend of old Leggy, the fastest the spirit's ever seen." "Leggy?" "Old Talltail, bootlegger that's nothing but legs. They say he is the fastest runner the spirit has ever seen, that he can outrun cars. He doesn't exist." "Not really." Bones hissed and tutted. "Gringo, that is where you are wrong. I have seen Leggy with my own 2 eyes. Do you take my eyes to be liars?" The 4 that had already been sitting burst out into laughter as Tommy pulled into his seat. This was clearly based off some other joke they were familiar with. Robinson leaned forward. "The night ain't either, for that matter." The laughter stopped all around. Schultz put his cigar down. "Mr. Knight is real. Very real." "Okay, sure, Mr. Knight is the name that Chappelle, Sawteeth, or Derringer use when they don't want it to trace back to them, but it's just that." Flanagan glared back. "That's a lie, son. The bosses of the spirit aren't cowards. They don't need the cover. They just act how they want. But they value secrecy more than anything else. Then what does the name Mr. Knight accomplish? Just tell everyone it was one of 3, 4 people who did something? Real secret right there." Tommy piped up from underneath the ghost sheet. "Who the fuck is Mr. Knight?" This brought the attention of all senior members of the spirit to look at Tommy, with expressions ranging from mild interest to total shock. Schultz broke the silence. "Mr. Knight is one of the top men of the spirit. He's an old friend of Richard Chappell and has been in the business with him even longer than I have. Back when Chicago Spirit was the name of a bar, even. Before too, I think. Flanagan chuckled. Old friend? No. He's Chappell's alter ego. Not a real man, just Chappelle when he goes crazy. Bones tutted again. Mr. Knight may not be flesh and blood like you and I, but he is as real as any of us. He is a spirit, not born of this world. He is full of wisdom and power, beyond anyone else in the spirit. What? Is he the Chicago Spirit? Are you trying to say that the whole gang is named after Mr. Knight, but they keep his identity secret? Tommy looked around. His voice had a hint of fear in it, almost trembling. Are you serious? There's some boogeyman that nobody knows anything about at the top of the Spirit? Robinson took a sip of his moonshine. If you listen to these superstitious old dogs, yes. I'm a bit more rational. I don't accept these ghost stories as gospel. This isn't some Halloween joke. A little bit of ghost story for the new guy. Bones snapped. Do not joke about Knight. You should not even speak of him. Why not? They say if you speak of him, he will kill you. Painfully. But I know many who have spoken of him, and some are even still alive. Bones laughed at his own joke. That's ridiculous. You speak of him once and you're on a death list? The four others shrugged. Robinson flipped through his notebook. If Mr. Knight is real, which I doubt, then he's one elusive bastard. I've been trying to figure out if he's real for years, and all that's turned up are rumors and ghost stories. You can't tell the truth from the lie, so I just assume it's all a lie. Sure, something might be true, but Schultz rubbed on his mustache. If you want to think of your boss as not existing, fine by me. Many in the spirit do. I'm not alone. Bones piped in, trying to move the conversation to the next of his many tales. You ever hear what they say about Knight and Sawteeth? Flanagan chuckled. Of course you'd be the one to bring that up, Bones. Uh, I've hardly heard anything about Knight. What's this one? Sawteeth is a reckless man, you see. They said he is immortal, no? The story goes that Sawteeth has died many, many times. Every time it happens, Knight brings him back 3 days later, like Jesus from the crypt. Robinson rolled his eyes. The number of theories people have about Knight are crazy. Some say that Chappelle can't even do any tricks and just piggybacks off Knight's powers. Flanagan nodded. I've heard that. If Knight is real, it's right. Really? Yeah, Chappelle's shy about his powers, and he always tries to do it in front of as few people as possible. The only people I know who have seen him do something say he always has some tool or something with him. Wands and stuff. Please, what about Ruby Benson, the boy he killed when he was 11? A guy I know says he once saw Chappelle do the same thing to somebody else. With a little whistle. Sucked all of their blood right out. Just like Benson. Schultz shook his head. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't work. I've been in the spirit for over 30 years, and I've seen... Schultz cut off mid-sentence, realizing that he had never, in fact, seen Chappelle do anything strange himself. Bones leaned in. You've never seen Chappelle pull a trick, have you? No, I have not. And neither has anyone who's worked with Chappelle or done anything with him. All we have is his word that he's the one who makes the wands and the carols, and that the tricks he pulls behind closed doors are actually his. But how would he have gotten started in the first place? How would he have gotten into the world of magic if he wasn't born a part of it? Weren't you listening? Knight's been with him from the beginning, since Ruby Benson, the dawn of the spirit. But then, why does Knight want to work with Chappelle? Who knows? Maybe he's fucking Chicago walking and Chappelle embodies the city. I did not say he was the spirit of Chicago, just a spirit of some time. So, he could be something else, incarnate.
You're on to something there.
The voice came from underneath Tommy's sheet. It was not Tommy. Too deep, too low, too calm. Nothing at all what Tommy sounded like. The four slowly turned to face the ghost, each drawing their guns and pointing them at the ghost. What'd you do with Tommy?
Tommy was about to run to the Foundation, the Greycoats to you, and tell them everything. I disposed of him in Bubbly Creek, just like I did to Ruby Benson all those years ago. Took his face before, of course.
Mr. Chappelle, I'm so sorry.
Schultz, you know Richard. Does he sound anything like me?
Oh, he doesn't. Oh no. With a single motion, the ghost kicked the chair back, stood tall, and whipped the sheet off, flinging it across the room. The figure still looked like Tommy, but he stood with an air that Tommy never would have used. There was a faint line around his neck, the skin almost seeming to peel off. Mr. Knight, let me rephrase the apology. Oh God, he's going to kill us. We talked about the boogeyman, and here he is.
Only half of that. I wasn't lying when I said that rumor was ridiculous. How would any of you have heard of it if that was true?
Half? You're still going to kill us.
Yes, that's true. You figured out Chappelle's secret, and we do try to keep that between us. We weren't sure which of this group had figured it out. One of you sent a letter saying as much a few days ago, but didn't sign it. So I came here to investigate.
Kill Flanagan then. Spare us.
He told you we can't have anyone find out. Not the Foundation, not anyone.
Knight reached into the pocket of Tommy's jacket, and there were 4 gunshots, each fired in quick succession. Flanagan was the first, with Bones following immediately after. Robinson fired next, with Schultz taking a split second to hesitate before he joined the rest. Betraying the Chicago spirit wasn't easy, but they were out of time and low on options. Knight pulled a cigarette and a lighter out of the jacket pocket. He took a few long drags as he looked around the room, now filled with 4 dead bodies, each dead from their own bullets. It wasn't hard to make someone think they were suicidal. The Chicago spirit cleaners wouldn't question it in the morning.
I do love it when situations resolve themselves.
The man cleared his throat and mumbled to himself. You always forget to stop it with the voice, don't you? 5 children were the last of the geysers out that night. Most of the lights had gone off, and nobody was answering the doorbell when they rang anymore. They were out by themselves and reveling in their freedom. However, that freedom was the root of their poor decision to go out later than the norm, and they were not reveling in that. I told you we should have gone out earlier. Nobody's going to give us candy anymore. Look, that light still has a light on. Let's try that. The 5, seeing that it was their best choice, walked to the house and rang the doorbell. They stood there for what seemed to be too long, but it wasn't like they had anything else to do that night. After a minute or more, the door slowly creaked open. A mustached man stood in the doorframe, chuckling to himself and holding a scarce plate of cookies. For a split second, the children thought there was something wrong with the man's face, before that part of their brain was quickly told to,
Be quiet.
"You're rather late, I must say. Go on with it. Trick or treat! There have been too many tricks tonight. Let's SCP-298, the blood organ. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-298 is to remain disassembled at all times when experimentation is not being performed. As per standard protocol, each piece of SCP-298 has been stamped with an individualized serial number and radio transmitter. Due to SCP-298's effect on replacement parts, requests to replace original components of SCP-298 must receive special approval. Description: SCP-298 is a chamber organ of indeterminate manufacture. It is believed to have been created sometime in the 1400s in the then Holy Roman Empire. As per all pipe organs created before 1450, it has no stop controls. It is unknown if SCP-298 has possessed the unexplained physical effects from playing it for the duration of its existence, or if an unknown event altered it at some time in the past. When played, SCP-298 induces the blood within human subjects to slowly expel itself from the subjects' bodies, while simultaneously assuming the consistency of fibrous matter, such as cellulose. SCP-298 has not been observed to affect the blood of subjects standing within a semicircular arc of 30 degrees within a radius of 2 meters behind the keyboard of the organ. While this effect is taking place, surviving subjects report being paralyzed by a tremendous physical force. The effect of SCP-298 only lasts when the organ is being played. These effects prove fatal in most cases, correlated closely with the duration that SCP-298 is played. Those affected by SCP-298 show symptoms of shock consistent with blood loss or hypertension. It has been determined that the mechanism of effect of SCP-298 is purely sonic in nature. Though in physical proximity to SCP-298 while it is being played, subjects placed within a soundproof chamber were completely unaffected by the device. Experimentation with active noise control has not yet been able to completely neutralize the effect of SCP-298. The most advanced noise control systems have reduced the effects to limited hypertension, as well as feelings of intense pain and pressure, as reported by experimental subjects. High-fidelity recordings of the tones emitted by SCP-298 do not replicate the effects of SCP-298. It appears there is an additional sonic component of the SCP which has not yet been discovered, which provides for the physical transformation of the blood. Examination of the physical, chemical, and elemental composition of the altered blood has yielded some data. The blood expelled from the body retains the ability to absorb oxygen. In an oxygen-deprived environment, the blood assumes a dark brown color. In a vacuum environment, the hemoglobin deoxygenates and assumes a purple color. Upon introduction of sufficient oxygen, the color change to bright red is nearly instantaneous. These effects are entirely consistent with the chemical properties of normal blood. Further analytic chemistry has, for the most part, been able to determine that the altered blood is identical to regular blood in terms of its chemistry. In terms of physical properties, however, blood affected by SCP-298 is a completely different material. It possesses extraordinary elastic properties. Stress experiments to date have not yet reached the yield limit. None of the observed deformations of the altered blood material displayed any degree of inelasticity. It has required an extraordinary amount of force to cause the tendrils of altered blood material to break. The greatest success in this area have been achieved by the actions altering the chemical composition of the blood, e.g., such as burning. Blood affected by SCP-298 will remain at a temperature of near 38 degrees centigrade, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, for the duration of the phenomena. Further changes to physical properties are inconsistent and appear to be somewhat related to the specific audible tones emitted by SCP-298. The changes are not permanent. If the organ has not been played for 47 seconds, any altered blood returns to a liquid state. The appearance that the altered blood takes once it expels itself from the body has been likened to leafless trees. Placing components of SCP-298 in other organs such that they become a working piece of the other organ will cause this organ to generate effects related to SCP-298. Though not as dramatic a physical transformation, affected organs have been able to generate spontaneous bleeding in test subjects, as well as increased viscosity in blood. This generally includes the player as well. Over time, some of the original components of SCP-298 have required maintenance and replacement. Replacement of individual components with suitable replications do not seem to affect the functioning of the mechanism as a whole, though this effect is not immediately observed in the replacement parts. Over time, these parts acquire the ability to generate effects when played in organs otherwise unrelated to SCP-298. SCP-298 will affect blood drawn from humans before they are exposed to its effects, so long as such blood is near human body temperature. As such, further research with human subjects is to be suspended. Further tests into the physical properties of the altered blood can be continued with blood harvested from volunteers. Addenda 298-A. The pieces of SCP-298 are not to be destroyed. Further research into the extra-physical mechanism behind the sudden change in the physical properties of the blood of humans must be undertaken. The benefit of being able to replicate the mechanism of the transformation of the physical properties of common substances could revolutionize industry and construction. 298-B. No. The pending request to use the Foundation's sensitive interferometer on research with 298 has been denied. While I do not wish to denigrate the research wing of our group, I really think you guys need to glance at the bottom line of some of the things you request. 298 is just not important enough to warrant the expense. 05. Para-Universal Ramifications of Human Greed. Unified Thaumatology Quarterly, Volume 43, Number 4, October 1956, pages 24 through 38. The International Center for the Study of Unified Thaumatology, London Campus. By D. Calazan, N. Bolus, and J. Long. Abstract. It has been conclusively established the nature of sapience is closely linked to that anomalous, and that, on the whole, the emotions of humanity as a whole have ontokinetic properties. Given that collective emotion has corresponding effects on reality, one must hypothesize that want and need, the strongest of human emotions, must have drastic effects on reality. This further becomes complicated by the personification of such concepts which will result in unknown effects. References: Lloyd D. and Zartion C., 1920, Does the Black Moon Howl on the Origins of Humanity? Fieldwork and Foundation Interior Publishing. Salvia A., 1951, Tablets of the Gods, The Collective Nature of Man, Theography, Foundation Interior Publishing. And Emotion, Categorized by Objective Power, A. Scott, H. Jordan, et al., Unified Thaumatology Quarterly, Volume 12, Number 2, April 1925, pages 63 through 68. Are We Cool Yet? Project Proposal 1994-043. Name: Fat Piggy. Abstract: Fat Piggy is a piggy bank, normal model, as cheap as possible, painted with a monocle, mustache, and the MC&D logo. Every hour, the piggy bank will actualize a small amount of conceptual wealth, that is, money which is not represented in a physical form, into the shape of a small gold coin, which will be reproduced within the piggy bank. When somewhere between 85 and 90 coins have been produced, the piggy bank will crack open and explode, spraying coins everywhere. After that, the piggy bank will start reforming to start the cycle again. Intent: To the oil magnate, to the harsh dictator, to the kings and queens and the lords and ladies, the common people are specks of dirt. To Marshall, Carter, and Dark, the rich are onto ants. The Honorable Misters Marshall, Carter, and Dark are so rich that if they were to lose all but 10% of their wealth, they would still be among the richest men in the world. The amount of money Fat Piggy skims off the top of their ledgers is almost nothing at all. They will not even notice that it is gone, but it is more than enough to support a modest life for a half a dozen men and women. Eat the Rich, part of a complete breakfast. Horizon Initiative, verifying Horizon Initiative credentials, accessing universal text, displaying Q Gospel. They came to the city of Jericho, having walked for 5 days. And when they entered the city, immediately they heard of a man with an unclean spirit. The man who had once been humble and observant of God was held by terrible greed. Jesus led his disciples to the house of that man and called upon him to meet them outside. The demoniac came outside and ordered them to leave him and his household alone, to never return again. Jesus saw at once the spirit had made him greedy and desiring of gold, and went up to speak to him. Jesus said to the man, "Your greed has blinded you to the truth of God." To which the man said, "Be quiet, I have no need for your truth. I am great on my own." Jesus raised his hands and blessed the man. So the unclean spirit left the man and left this world. Jesus turned and spoke to his disciples. Know that it is easier for the rich to pass through the eye of a needle than through the gates of heaven and the kingdom of God. For ordinary men, this is impossible, but through God all things are possible. From the Notebook of Nobody. Summary: Small collection of entities originating from outside of material realm. Unclear connection to certain human concepts, such as greed, wealth, desire, money, and ambition. All have vested interest in gaining prior concepts and maintaining status. Appears to be primary goal. Relation to one another, unknown. 4 currently identified. 5th suspected. 3 are confirmed leaders, or influential, within large anomalous business entities. 4th is rarely seen. Potential 5th does not appear to share the same goals of the others, but has limited contact. Outlier may warrant further investigation. Does not currently appear threatening. Goals of each vary, but are generally consistent. One sells objects of luxury to rich. Second sells objects of need to the desperate. Objectives of third unclear, contaminated by a malignant fundamental constant associated with industry, production, rust, mechanization. Observation of 4th has not proved fruitful in establishing motives. 5th only suspected. List of confirmed members: Mr. Dark of Marshall and Carter, the investor of the factory, Mr. Knight of the Chicago Spirit. Knight's Collection, Lot C3S81. Initial report: Author Ottaviano de' Medici. Date July 4th, 1933. Interest high. Identifier items sold by Mr. Knight. I was approached by a former member of the Chicago Spirit yesterday who offered to sell me a collection of items from his time within the Spirit that he no longer had use for. He claimed to have left recently, only a few months ago. He said his name was Mr. Knight. Given that the Spirit is crumbling, I had no reason to be suspicious of his intentions. The Foundation and the unit will contain them all soon enough. As an aside, it may be of use to take control of the remnants of the Spirit. He claimed to be a former operative in the Spirit, one of their more important artificers. Not important enough for me to have heard of him before, mind you. He presented several items to me to prove this, all of which seemed exceptionally useful. With one minor exception, I do not see any difficulty in finding potential buyers for this collection. The rest shall prove profitable. I purchased the entire lot from him for 50,000 US dollars, which we will easily be able to recoup. I've typed up descriptions for each below. I had some comments he wanted included, so I have left those for as well. File opened under Lot CS3S81, Marshall Carter and Dark, LLP. Status sold. Demand high. Value 17,500 US dollars. Availability unique. Identifier Pneumophage spider. Description Item is a small obsidian statue of a spider with small rubies for eyes. A user may use the item to erase all memories of certain concepts, individuals, or objects by holding it before a victim and having them look into the eyes of the statue. All memories affected in this way will be replaced by the memory of a swarm of spiders, and new memories of the affected concept will be associated with spiders. Notes: I found this is a not terribly efficient way of destroying memories. Rather, it is more useful for intimidation. Make note of that as you will. Mr. Knight. Status sold. Demand high. Value 20,000 US dollars. Availability unique. Identifier Height-lipped Tommy. Description Item is a Thompson submachine gun which cannot produce noise. This effect is primarily observed in the lack of gunshots fired, but it also makes no sound when loaded, dropped, or similar. Other than the lack of produced noise, the item is identical to a normal Thompson submachine gun model. Notes: A mob boss without a gun is like a king without a crown. But a crown is superficial, and if you are not a king, unnecessary. Mr. Knight. Status sold. Demand high. Value 12,500 US dollars. Availability unique. Identifier a hat for all occasions. Description Item is a fedora that causes the wearer to become accepted wherever they go, as long as wearing a fedora would be. All individuals are still able to see and interact with the wearer, but consistently view the wearer's presence as normal for the situation. The effect of the item does not allow the user to act out of line, that is, in violation of normal social norms and expectations will be responded to as normal. Notes: These will be out of style by the time I'm back. Won't do much then. Mr. Knight. Status renting. Demand medium. Value 20,000 US dollars. Availability unique. Identifier moon in your pocket. Description Item is a hip flask with a volume exceeding exterior dimensions. Over the course of a full lunar period, it will fill with clear and unaged whiskey, similar to commonly distributed moonshine. When full, the item contains a high but limited amount of whiskey, preventing typical concerns involving unlimited liquid containers. Notes: I don't drink much, but if I do, I will drink something good, not something like this. Tragically, the spirit had poor taste in spirits. Mr. Knight. Status: selling. Demand: low. Value: 1,000 US dollars each. Availability: current inventory 8. Identical items exist. Total supply of such items is 204. Identifier: skeleton keys. Description: 8 copies of item 093NA 70KSA YUW1S. For reference, item is a key capable of opening any lock. Notes: a dime a dozen. How many do I need? Mr. Knight. Status: sold. Demand: medium. Value: 15,000 US dollars. Availability: unique. Identifier: Egyptian purity scarabs. Description: item is a small cask which contains a large number of beetles, more than outside volume would allow. Item can only be opened in the middle of a large amount of viscera, blood, or other cadaverous material. If such is done, the beetles will emerge and clean all viscera, cadavers, and potential evidence. Bringing everything into the barrel, no materials brought into the barrel have been recovered. Notes: I have more restraint than the spirit. My murders are nowhere near as messy. That was always one of my problems with them. Mr. Knight. Status: in reserve. Demand: none. Value: none. Availability: unique. Identifier: ring of secrets. Description: item is a ring that disguises the true nature of a small, extremely specific group of non-human entities, allowing them to pass as human under most magical and conceptual identification methods. Notably, no entities capable of benefiting from the effects of the item are in need of it. No known buyers exist or are projected to exist. Note: please send this item to Mr. Dark. He will find it interesting. At least. Mr. Knight. Error. You do not have permission to access this file. Permission accepted. Hello, Mr. Dark. Letter. Lot C3S81. Sender: Mr. Dark. To recipient: Mr. Knight. It is a shame that you have decided to leave the industry and go home, but you have my sympathy and best regards. While I enjoyed working with you over the years, I do understand how one can grow weary of the world and wish to return home. I hope that you are aware that in your absence, I will be making sure that the organization you had placed yourself at the head of will be absorbed into the collection of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. There is no ill will in this endeavor. It is only the best business practice. I know that you will be able to understand. We are driven by the very same impulses. I will be sure to take care of those last members of your inner circle that remain. We cannot allow your Chappelle to remain a free man for long. I think that the Foundation might benefit from an anonymous tip in the near future. I trust you would do the same for the latest of my Marshalls or Carters, should anything happen to me. Take care along the way. Your absence from the world will be missed, especially as I find myself rather alone. I eagerly await your return and truly hope it will come soon. And if you are going all the way back to where we came from, please do tell our parents I say hello. It has been a long time since I went home myself, and I know that they miss me. With the greatest of regards, Unusual Incidents Unit File 1941-016, Chicago Revenant. Electronic copy below as per Federal Records Act. Initial report. Summary: a series of murders, currently numbering 6, of victims associated with the anomalous criminal organization Chicago Spirit. Each death was reported to the Federal Bureau of Investigations via an anonymous tip by an individual identifying as Mr. Knight. These tips were investigated by the Unusual Incidents Unit as a result of their usage of certain phrases. Evidence suggests that all murders were committed by this same, currently unidentified individual. The current relation of this individual to the Chicago Spirit is unknown, but they are believed to have been a member in some capacity. Suspect. Name: Mr. Knight. Irregularity cross-reference: human, gangster, Chicago Spirit, fugitive. Physical description: sex, male, height, unknown, weight and build, unknown, slender, race, Polish, hair, black, eyes, unknown. Identifying features: frequently described as disheveled or unwashed. Note: identification of Mr. Knight as Polish comes from a remark assigning him a Polish accent. Capabilities: suspect possesses numerous unidentified anomalous abilities. As the suspect has never been directly observed, and only the aftermath of actions, exact description of its capabilities is not possible. The suspect has been responsible for the anomalous murder of 5 victims, in addition to the non-anomalous murder of 1 more victim. The nature of these murders has varied between each victim, with each being obviously anomalous. A full record of the nature of these methods may be found under the evidence associated with the case file. Purpose and motive: based on the limited evidence available to the Unusual Incidents Unit, it appears that the suspect is attempting to obscure all information concerning the Chicago Spirit. It appears that the suspect is prioritizing individuals who are closely involved with the anomalous aspects of the crime syndicate. Modus operandi: the suspect is completing its agenda by eliminating all remaining individuals with a connection to the Chicago Spirit and murdering them in varying ways. After finishing each murder, the suspect has evidently delivered an anonymous tip to the local FBI department, reporting the most recent murder. The suspect has evidently warned 1 victim prior to murdering them. It is unknown if any of the others were given an advance indication. Behavior: suspect has not been directly observed while eliminating former members of the Chicago Spirit, and has apparently taken care to prevent any trace of his involvement with the deaths. The suspect has varied the nature of all anomalous murders committed for a currently unknown reason. The suspect appears to be unafraid of being captured by the Unusual Incidents Unit, indicated by its self-reporting of the murders. Evidence. Evidence A: Riley O'Callahan. On October 12, 1941, Riley O'Callahan was discovered dismembered in his personal residence in Chicago. Each of the victim's bones had been removed and neatly arranged next to the rest of his body. Riley O'Callahan had previously worked as the manager of the largest speakeasy controlled by the Chicago Spirit. Evidence suggests that Riley O'Callahan had been highly involved with the upper management of the Chicago Spirit. Evidence B: Julius Sawteeth McGallen. On October 31st, 1941, Julius McGallen was discovered in a state of advanced mummification. Forensic evidence suggested that the victim had been deceased for an extended period of time. likely 10 years or more. However, the victim had been seen entering his residence 2 hours earlier. The only unidentified individual in the area was a dirty Pole, probably a drunkard, seen in the area approximately 6 hours before the murder by a neighbor of Julius Magellan. Julius Magellan had been a member of the primary leadership of the Chicago Spirit, having joined the outfit in 1899 after being discovered by the founder, Richard Chappell. Julius Magellan had avoided being apprehended by the UIU following the dissolution of the group, as had all leaders. For more information, see the UIU file on the Chicago Spirit. Evidence C. Al Seward. On November 20th, 1941, Al Seward was discovered in a hotel having all bodily organs anomalously inverted. Crime scene analysis suggests that Al Seward may have remained alive in this state for as long as 20 minutes following this event. Al Seward had been employed as a bodyguard of Richard Chappell, the leader of the Chicago Spirit. Mr. Seward was also suspected of having orchestrated several assassinations on the behalf of Mr. Chappell. Evidence D. Vasily Sokolov. On December 24th, 1941, Vasily Sokolov entered Trinity Hospital, Aramaic, Florida. At the time, Vasily displayed symptoms of hypothermia despite outside temperatures measuring approximately 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Hospital staff were unprepared to treat hypothermia, and Vasily died later that day. Vasily Sokolov had previously acted as an intermediate between the Chicago Spirit and the Russian Mafia. Evidence E. Jack Pilston. On January 8, 1942, the body of Jack Pilston was discovered in his personal residence. Cause of death was anomalous, having been shot once between the eyes. Jack Pilston had worked as an accountant within the Chicago Spirit prior to its dissolution in 1938. One unidentified individual was recorded as having entered the apartment building in which Jack Pilston lived and exiting 5 minutes later. The suspect was described as acting oddly, which led the doorman to believe they were a drug addict. Jack, I just want you to know that you were always one of my favorites from those days back in the Spirit. Did what you were told, didn't ask too many questions. Exactly what I look for in my subordinates. Almost makes me wish I could give you a second chance. But I've set my mind. I'm just doing some cleaning with regard to the Spirit. You're smart enough to get what I mean by that. I thought I'd give you some time to get your things in order before the end. I liked you, kid. Not enough for me to leave you off the list, but enough for a little kindness before the end. I'll be around in 2 days, so do whatever you gotta do before then. For you, I promise, it will be quick. Mr. Knight. Evidence G. Anthony Dorfman. On February 14th, 1942, Anthony Dorfman, a high-ranking Chicago Spirit bootlegger, disappeared from UIU custody. An unidentified dead body was discovered within his holding cell. No cause of death could be determined for the body. No individuals were observed leaving or entering the holding cell prior to the disappearance of Anthony Dorfman, although one guard reported seeing somebody who looked like he should have been under our jurisdiction outside the building 10 minutes earlier. Bureau record. Current status: the identity of Mr. Knight is currently under active investigation, including his civilian identity and any connection he possesses to the Chicago Spirit. Crimes: 6 counts of murder in the first degree. Sentencing: death penalty, if found and apprehended. History of UIU action: October 17th, 1941, the FBI receives the following tip, informing them of the current location of Riley O'Callahan, leading to the UIU to the discovery of the body of Riley O'Callahan, documented under Evidence A. 1080 Wolf Street, Chicago, apartment 2B. There might be something there you'll find interesting. Where's your Chicago spirit, Mr. Knight? October 31st, 1941. The FBI receives another anonymous tip, leading to the UIU to discover the body of Julius McGowan, documented under Evidence B. 922 Evelyn Drive, Chicago. Check out the basement. Sawteeth was a good partner, but his time came up. Surprised he managed to remain free for so long. But the past catches back up all of us. Mr. Knight. November 1st, 1941, the FBI opens a file concerning Mr. Knight and their possible involvement with the murders occurring. November 20th, 1941. Another tip is received, leading to the discovery of the body of Hal Seward. Redacted Hotel, room 317. My brother told me this was a mistake, but there are just some things you have to do, Mr. Knight. 12/24/1941. A fourth anonymous tip is received. UIU agents travel to Trinity Hospital and discover Vasily Sokolov shortly before he dies. Sokolov is unable to communicate with the agents or explain his hypothermia. Evidence D. Trinity Hospital, near Florida. I remember how that Russian bastard used to boast that he was never bothered by the Chicago winters. I always hated how smug he was about it. Mr. Knight. January 8th, 1942. A fifth anonymous tip is received, leading to the discovery of Jack Pilston, Evidence E, as well as a letter signed by Mr. Knight, Evidence F. O2, redacted location, Illinois. I was sorry about this one. Jack was a good kid, but he knew too much. Shame, really. January 28th, 1942. 4 remaining Chicago Spirit members voluntarily turned themselves over into UIU custody, citing rumors concerning the previous murders committed. These individuals enter a plea deal, agreeing to cooperate with the UIU in exchange for protection. February 14th, 1942. Anthony Dorfman, one of the 4 Chicago Spirit members who entered UIU custody on January 28th, 1942, disappears from UIU custody and is replaced by a dead body. Evidence G. A tip is received from Mr. Knight, which is included below. You should already know something happened to Dorfman. The UIU isn't that useless, after all. Sorry for the mess this is causing you folks, but I've got to wrap up some loose ends. If you're still going to try and find me, well, good luck with that. Chappelle tried his best and never did. Mr. Knight. SCP-4450. Sometimes things break. Object Class Header. Special Containment Procedures. Appearances of SCP-4450-Alpha and/or SCP-4450-Beta are to be immediately reported to the Site Director alongside any on-site O5 Council members. SCP-4450-Alpha and Beta are to be asked to await their arrival. Any request for readily available sums of money made by SCP-4450-Alpha or SCP-4450-Beta during this time are to be granted. Once the Site Director or any member of the O5 Council arrives at the location of SCP-4450-Alpha or Beta, they are to be considered the point of contact until SCP-4450-Alpha or Beta demanifests. All personnel are to divert any further requests to the point of contact. Investigation into method of accessing SCP-4450-1 is to continue until entry is successfully achieved. Description: SCP-4450-Alpha and Beta are Caucasian males, always observed wearing black and gray suits, respectively. SCP-4450-Alpha and Beta refer to one another as brothers, often address each other by name, with SCP-4450-Alpha being called Chris and SCP-4450-Beta being called Beryl. Both SCP-4450-Alpha and Beta both speak in a very informal style, often couched in thinly veiled threats. These threats often revolve around property damage, and the scale of threats increases on the number of missed payments. The only known member of preventing this destructive behavior is through the offer of sufficient payment of physical currency or goods of roughly equivalent value, after which SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta behave significantly more cordially for a time, approximately 6 months. SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta claim to be the agents of an unspecified employer and express desire to collect payment for property damage suffered by their employer. When questioned on the nature of property damage, SCP-4450 Alpha described a nuclear attack upon a structure resembling an extraplanar or pocket dimension designated SCP-4450-1. Further details regarding the nature of SCP-4450-1, as well as methods of accessing SCP-4450-1, are still being investigated. SCP-4450-Alpha and Beta have displayed a number of anomalous properties, including see Addendum 2, Incident 4261990-4450 for more information regarding the anomalous properties of SCP-4450. They include the anomalous properties of capability of spontaneously manifesting in any location. All known primary manifestations since April 26, 1990 have occurred within Foundation facilities. Capability of spontaneously demanifesting from any location. Strength, speed, and durability far beyond human maxima. Prolonged high-speed flight. Addendum 1. Point of Contact, Act 4450 Documentation. Point of Contact Login. Points of contact are authorized to withdraw up to 95% of on-site currency reserves in order to pay SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta. In the event that this sum is deemed insufficient, no attempts to bargain are to be made. They are to be asked until funds and assets are consolidated from other Foundation facilities. Once SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta express satisfaction with the offered payment, they, along with the offered physical payment, will simultaneously vanish. Addendum 2, Incident 42-61-1990, 4450. Incident Report. Video log transcript. Date 4/26/1990. Response Team, Mobile Task Force Omega-7, Pandora's Box. Team Lead, Omega-7 Wilbur. Subject, SCP-4450-Alpha and Beta. Team members, Omega-7 Lucy, Omega-7 Dandelion, Omega-7 Hayes, SCP-76-2. Subject Able. Forward. MTF Omega-7 responded to subdued destructive entities at 37.524 and negative 89.386. Global Occult Coalition Compound 0531. Begin log. Feed shows Omega-7, Wilbur, Lucy, Dandelion, Hayes, and Subject Able sitting within Omega-7 Task Force dropship. Subject Able is motionless with his eyes closed and head bowed. We're landing. Stand by to move out. What do we know about the anomaly? Practically fuck all. All the GOC sent with their SOS that there are 2 of them, and they blew away most of their compound. Subject Able shows signs of unrest. Dropship interior shakes and rear exit hatch opens. Field of view moves with Omega-7 Wilbur. Let's move, people. Keep your eyes peeled for hostiles. Jesus fuck. They really did a number on the building. View shifts to show up on an extensive field of concrete and metal rubble. 4 crashed assault helicopters and 13 dead Global Occult Coalition personnel are visible within the debris. Subject Able. Why are you hiding up there? Just cowards! Camera moves to take in Subject Able, who is looking towards the sky. View upward show SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta levitating roughly 30 meters above the ground. Several seconds pass, during which Subject Able can be heard growling, before SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta vanish and reappear on the ground roughly 20 meters from Omega-7 Wilbur. Careful, looks like they can teleport. That wasn't teleport. Fast movement. Stay back, this will be fun for me. SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta begin walking towards Subject Able. Oi, are you the lads here to pay for the damages? They said they were sending for someone, but we got tired of waiting. You lads should know how it is. Accidents happen. Subject Able leaps forward, manifesting a 2-meter-long sword and swinging it down towards SCP-4450 Alpha. SCP-4450 Alpha's left arm repositions between frames and intercepts Subject Able's attack. Despite fully halting the swing, SCP-4450 Alpha displays no signs of physical exertion. You lads trying to start something while we're just trying to collect an honest debt here? Now, that's just a shame, innit, Chris? Terrible shame, Beryl. Trying to get out of pain like that. SCP-4450 Alpha clenches its fist, shattering Subject Able's weapon. Subject Able manifests a pair of 1-meter-long swords towards SCP-4450 Alpha. SCP-4450 Alpha similarly repositions both of its arms to intercept the attacks. You'd best watch out, mate. My brother gets upset when people try dodging their debt. Things tend to break when people get upset. Don't they, Chris? That's right, Beryl. That's right. Shame how people never learn their lesson. SCP-4450 Alpha's left hand strikes through Subject Able's left arm, severing the extremity above the elbow. Subject Able stabs towards SCP-4450 Alpha with a blade in its right hand. SCP-4450 Alpha's right hand punches the blade, shattering the weapon and crushing Subject Able's right arm. Able, withdraw. Omega-7, give him some covering fire. Wilbur, Lucy, Dandelion, and Hayes open fire on SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta. No damage is present on either SCP. What the hell? Why aren't they going down? SCP-4450 Alpha delivers a blow through Subject Abel's midsection, then kicks it aside. Subject Abel collapses and attempts to rise, displaying symptoms of acute shock. SCP-4450 Beta walks towards Omega-7 Wilbur. Well, this is a lovely little group you've got here, Captain. Surely you'd be very troubled if something happened to it. SCP-4450 Alpha disappears from frame. Omega-7 Lucy screams briefly. Camera turns to show Omega-7 Lucy lying on the ground and bleeding from a wound to the lower back. Well, looks like my brother's being clumsy, Captain. You might want to figure out where to get us our money, Captain. Omega-7 Wilbur faces SCP-4450 Beta. Look, if it's money you're after, I'm certain my employers can offer the funds you need. Just let us get in contact with them. Omega-7 Dandelion screams, falling forward in the frame. Stop! God damn it! We're tired of waiting, Captain. Our employer sent us here to get his money, so we ain't gonna stop till we've got it. But we don't have any with us. Look, take our dropship. It's worth a few $100 million. Easy. SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta exchange quizzical glances. SCP-4450 Beta shrugs and nods. It's a little light, but I guess it'll do for now. Hurry on back to your bosses. We'll be back soon. SCP-4450 Alpha walks back towards the collapsed subject Abel, who is still attempting to stand, and withdraws a photograph from within its suit, dropping it on subject Abel. Here's something to remember us by, soldier. Come see us when we get back, if you've managed to get yourself pulled back together. SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta, or dropship Omega-7. SCP-4450 Alpha can be seen uttering something. SCP-4450 Alpha, Beta, and dropship dematerialize. End log. Addendum 3. Further information. Reza collation of relevant information is still ongoing. Reza Terminal 481. Login request accepted. Selected database search. Reza database search. Connected. Search tag or phrase. Please input to the tag streams. Separate tags with a comma. Gambling, teleportation, humanoid. One result found for gambling, teleportation, humanoid. 2.4 seconds. SCP-4450. 4 additional results for gambling, teleportation, humanoid. Global Occult Coalition, UTE 059 Flint Parallax. Marshall Cordo and Dark, The Void Result. Chicago Spirit, Carol 2. Serpent's Hand, Nexus of Ways. 1 additional result, Overseer Clearance required. Foundation GOC, Termination Order, SCP-4450. Reza Search Metadata, Reza File, Group of Interest, GOI 011. Global Occult Coalition. File created circa 1938. File last revised by GOI April 1990. Text reproduced below. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Current item UTE 0591 Flint Parallax Casino Builder. Threat Entity Database Entry. Authorized Response Level 0. Threat Indeterminate. Description. UTE 0591 is an entity or entities inferred to exist within the locked employee door located on the first floor of Extraspatial Location 0161. Initial para-threat information was recovered from captured agent of the Chicago Spirit and suggests the potential of a high-level type green entity capable of creating and maintaining a potentially infinite space. Once the entry method was recovered, Strike Team Broken Dagger was deployed to clear remaining Chicago Spirit and Marshall, Carter, and Dark assets from the location. Observation and attempted destruction of the locked door remains primary point of concern regarding Extraspatial Location 0161. Quartermaster's Division AOD. Item 1. Designation Alt-Gen TEBC. Title: Thaumatologically Enhanced Breaching Charges. Quantity: 2. Note: Thaumatological means utilized to maximize destructive potential of explosives. Charges were affixed to the doorway and detonated. Negligible structural damage to doorway. Item 2. +2 Gen PBC. Concentrated plasma breaching charges. Quantity: 2. Notes: Charges utilize ultra-high temperature plasma in order to rapidly destroy barriers. Charges were affixed to the doorway and detonated. Negligible structural damage to the doorway. Item 3. Alt-Gen ATBC. Anti-thaumatological breaching charges. Note: Despite near baseline levels of EVE and Akiva radiation, suspected undetectable use of reality-altering mechanisms resulted in testing with anti-thaumatological measures. Charges were affixed to the doorway and detonated. Slight structural damage to the doorway. Item 4. Protogen ATS NBC. Anti-thaumatological shaped nuclear breaching charge. Notes: Due to partial success of anti-thaumatological charges, development of a method of combining anti-thaumatological properties to tactical nuclear device are underway. Ptolemy Division Weapons Research Correspondence. Sender: Sebastian Stryker. Recipient: Chris Gamble. Date: April 20th, 1990. Subject: Protogen ATS NBC. Development is complete on Protogen ATS NBC's 001. I don't care how tight you say that door is shut, this son of a bitch will crack it. Of course, it might also crack the entire dimensional structure, so I recommend removing all non-essential persons from the premises. Just make sure you put a few dozen doors between you and the charge before you set it off. Ptolemy Division Weapons Research Correspondence. Sender: Chris Gamble to recipient Sebastian Stryker. Date: April 23rd, 1990. Subject: Protogens ATS NBC. This thing is a lot bigger than I pictured. My brother and I are going to remain behind while the charge goes off. Everyone else is busy getting the place cleared out, though between you and me, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this bad boy takes out not just the door, but whatever's behind it too. Raise a search metadata. Raise a file group of interest. GOI 121, Marshall, Carter, and Dark. File created circa 1925. File last revised by group of interest March 1938. Text reproduced below. Raise a notice. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. KF939JH39S4ECS8. Status: acquirable. Demand: high. Value: $1,250 or 960 pounds per night. Availability: service, 20 single bed, 15 double bed. Identifier: The Void Resort. Casino internally. Description: Embark on the voyage of a lifetime in the Void Resort, an establishment drifting through the depths of the cosmos. Services include catering, gambling, entertainment, and legal advice. Initial report, author Richard Blackwood, date October 12th, 1925, interest Phi, identifier Void Casino. Agents of the Chicago Spirit first alerted us to the presence of the casino alongside requesting funds to perform an armed takeover of the location from its original owners. A contract guaranteeing us exclusive rights to access the establishment were quickly drafted, and the terms were accepted by the Chicago Spirit representative. File opened under KF 939 JH39S 4ZCS8. Memo 1. Sender Richard Blackwood. Recipient Rupert Carter. Even with the inconveniences of running the world's most exclusive casino, our turnaround has been surprisingly high. While the Chicago Spirit keeps a tight lock on the upper floors they think they've got hidden from us, there are enough suites on our floor that we can accommodate enough customers to turn a tidy profit. Though none of the guests are very fond of being blindfolded and let out by spirit goons when it's time for them to leave. Can't say I'm very fond of having to do it either. Still, not sure why the entire casino floor was shut down and abandoned when the place was taken from its previous owners. Only thing out of the ordinary we could find is that the door to its employees only area can't be opened. And trust me, I've tried. I'm requesting a 30% increase to the entertainment budget. The longer we can keep the rooms filled, the higher the exclusivity will drive our profits. Room rental record April 1st to August 1st, 1927. Name Muhammad Amir. Date April 3rd, 1927. Period 14 days. Comments 3 guests. Total $8,100 in betting losses. Name John Rockefeller. Date June 21st, 1927. Period 21 days. 1 guest. Total $131,500 in betting losses. Name Vincent Astor. Date June 22nd, 1927. Period 21 days. No guess. Total $55,100 in betting losses. Name Thomas Ryan. Date July 24th, 1927. Period 36 days. Comments 1 guest. Total $109,000 in betting losses. Name Wu Jiayin. Date July 29th, 1927. Period 4 days. Comments no guess. Total $257,000 in betting losses. Name Arthur James. Date August 1st, 1927. Period 15 days. Comments 6 guess. Total $35,300 in betting losses. Raise a search metadata. Raise a file. Group of interest. Defunct. Group of interest 001. Chicago Spirit. File created circa 1925. File last revised by GOI January 1938. Text reproduced below. Raise a notice. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Carol 2. The Casino. Where it is. We ain't too sure where exactly. It ain't Chicago, wherever it is. You look outside the window, and there's nothing there but inky black. We have had all sorts of folks come in here and try to give us a straight answer, but all of their fancy tools told them squat. In short, we don't know where the casino is. But what we do know is how to get to it. See, it ain't like other places. Usually you'd go in through the front and back out again once you're done. Not our casino. All you have to do is say the passphrase out loud, and you'll find yourself standing dead in the middle of our establishment. If the big shots aren't feeling paranoid, that is. The passphrase isn't always a phrase. They can make it anything they want. Either way, if you need to get into the casino, ask the bosses. They'll tell you how. Who knows about it? The Sharpers. Raise a notice. Sharper, a term used by Chicago Spirit to refer to members of Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. But they're paying top dollar for the passphrase. We let them walk around on the ground floor and the wine cellars. But you do whatever you can to keep those folks from poking their noses upstairs. That secret stays with the spirit. The only other people we've heard who knew about it are the shelf rattlers. Raise a definition: shelf rattler, a term used by the Chicago Spirit to refer to the members of the Serpent's Hand. But we're fairly sure they've given up hope of coming back to reclaim it. As far as we know, the only way in is with the passcode, and they know they aren't going to find it. Now, we found it. We got tipped off by some rattlers who spilled after a couple of drinks. Those guys think they're all smart with their intellectual talk, but they ain't all that. No loyalty to each other, those guys. Once the spirit found out the passcode, it was ours right quick. We ain't happy about what we did, but sometimes you gotta get your hands dirty. God knows the Chicago Spirit wasn't built without a little business strategy. Anyway, the place was a real sorry sight after the dust settled. Place looked a mess, bullet holes in the walls, furniture burned and broken. It was a real shame, but we were able to give the place a nice makeover since our sharper friends decided to co-own the place with us. While it would have been nice to have the place to ourselves, they gave us an offer we couldn't refuse. How we use it. The casino is the gift that keeps on giving. Downstairs, it's a place where our folks can hide until the heat cools off, and not somewhere the feds can just come batter down the doors. The Sharpers pay us top dollar to run the place as a high-class vacation resort for folks with enough green. It's a nice business on the side, but that's not what brings in the money. If you ask the bartender for an oak frame on the rocks, he'll lead you to the upstairs room. Be discreet when you go, though. The Sharpers can't catch a wind of the upstairs rooms. We sort of neglected to mention it in our co-ownership contract. You'll see lots of folks rushing around there with cigarettes, liquor, and carols. If you look closely enough, you'll see they only go into the rooms. Just like how you can get to the casino from anywhere, the casino lets you leave just about anywhere you like to. Behind each door in those hallways is a one-way trip to another place, and it's every businessman's wet dream. Reza search metadata. Reza file group of interest. GOI Alpha 19, Serpent's Hand. File created, unknown. File last revised by group of interest, unknown. Text reproduced below. Raise a notice. Edits have been made for spelling, grammar, and general formatting. Nexus of Ways, also known as the Den of Betters, the Oasis in the Void, or Rome. While this name is at first deceiving, truth can be found in the phrase, all roads lead to Rome. AR. Conspectus. The space between universes seldom contains anything of interest. Many an intrepid explorer has departed from the safe and plush fabric of their own reality in search of grand marvels nesting within the vast nothingness. Most will find it empty. lamenting their futile attempts to discover great treasures in the unknown. However, few will find an oasis of normalcy in the otherwise blinding, monotonous desert of the nothingness. They will find a house of gambling, set adrift from the chains that bound it to earth in its time. Within its doors, they will find a treasure above all other treasures, a bounty of ways connected to each door frame that stands to this day, but exclusively in the direction of departure from the Nexus. It is fortunate in cases such as these that one doesn't need to become a prospector of the nothingness to find or return to the Nexus, for the long dead constructors of the building designed a malleable system of entry. Speak the words and find yourself standing beneath the roof of the den. The custodian has made the latest passphrase thus: "The hand that gives me entry to the Nexus of Ways." Passcode didn't work. EJ. My passcode didn't work either. Maybe the admins changed the code? Anonymous. Fucking bullshit online codes. EJ. Knowledge. Traits. The Nexus of Ways is a venue so potently infused with thaumic energy it can only exist in the nothingness. In the nothingness, there is no medium for the thaumic energies to disperse into. Be thankful for any other location and the energies would spill into our reality like ink on paper. The Nexus provides two key traits that were imbued by persons unknown: the knock without a way, or alternatively, an omnipresent way sealed within a knock, AR, and unidirectional ways, a one-way way, no way, EJ. It is important to note that while the transportational properties of the Nexus are analogous to ways, they are not identical to the ones that the Wanderer's Library utilizes. Different practices of arcane rituals were used to manifest them, and therefore it is not known how to adjust who it allows access to. It is, for this reason, it must be kept secure under the watchful eyes of the custodian. Nature. The Nexus of Ways has no set loyalty, and it will activate for any person who speaks the passphrase that has been set. However, due to the minute probability of the uninitiated uttering such a phrase without the knowledge being passed down by members of the Serpent's Hand, the Nexus can be said to align with the hand, in a manner of speaking. History and associated parties. As stated before, the Nexus was devised and then abandoned. No documents can be found that tie the Nexus to a location nor a period. Speculation points to the early 1900s, but no definitive proof has been found. Approach. Adrift in the nothingness, the only safe approach to the Nexus is through its knock. When traversing through the omnipresent way into the Nexus in this manner, a visitor will find themselves within the lowest level. Upon this level lie the betting halls, which are of little true interest or value. All the same, the hand has proclaimed the betting halls to be forbidden, and that nothing is to be taken from it. Though this is of no great concern, after all, the truest treasures of the Nexus lie in the approach to the floors above. Or perhaps a better way to phrase it would be, in its truest sense, the Nexus is itself an approach to wherever a traveler may be bound. Observations and stories. There has been so far been discovered within the Nexus a single door that cannot be opened. Located deep within the betting halls lies the portal, called simply the doorway to the back room. This wooden barrier bears a sign repeating, "Boys only." It has thus proven resistant to our most potent unsealing techniques. We have beaten on that door loud and often. The message is clear. Whatever shut that door that tightly could stay in there. Doubt. Little doubt exists regarding the Nexus or its functions, though there do remain yet two unanswered questions. Firstly, the number and end destinations of each way within the Nexus. While the hand has expended great effort to fully chart the corridors, newfound hallways replete with doors abound hidden among doors indistinguishable from their way-guarding brethren. Secondly, the identity and nature of the original architect of the Nexus. While it is suspected that whoever or whatever created the Nexus now resides beyond the doorway to the back room, it is impossible to know with certainty. Morning, overseers. It's nice to have all the big shots in one place. I hope you don't mind if we smoke. Me and my brother are gagging for a cig. You can smoke. That's awful kind of you, overseer. Smart move. Keep your business partners happy. I suppose that's smartness. Why you call the shots in this here foundation? I think... Hey, I don't recognize any of you. I hoped I'd see some familiar faces up on that board. We think it's important to employ a dynamic hierarchical structure to promote a mobile work environment for all of our employees. It helps with morale. Yeah, that's what I figured. So, are you willing to do business with us? What's your demand? Now, overseers. I think you've got a misunderstanding with us. This ain't a demand. This is us collecting our debt. You ought to know better, but now we're just businessmen. Businessmen that submerge islands when their debts aren't paid? Oi, islands sink. Everything breaks after a time, don't they, Chris? Yeah, everything breaks sometime or another. And if you want to keep it that way, I think a little cash can go a long way. How much? Well, seeing it like you numbskulls keep trying to paint us like crooks, I think 25 Bs are in order. You're going easy on 'em, Beryl. What can I say? I'm a lover, not a fighter. On the desk of O5 Council, notice from O51. Ladies and gentlemen, attached to this note is a list of SCP-4550 Alpha and Beta demands over time and the result of our decisions. The demands from these assholes are getting ludicrous. Our position is untenable. We can't keep dispensing 95% of each site's reserves every half year. We're going to bankrupt ourselves by agreeing with them. Something has to be done. 051. Demanifestation period, non-applicable. 1 for citing. Demand, billion US dollars. 0.4, approximately. Approval, approved. Consequences, trade of dropship Omega-7 accepted. SCP-4450 instances demanifested. Demanifestation period, 1 month. Demand, 0.2 billion US dollars, approximately. Approval status, approved. Consequences, remainder owed according to SCP-4450 instances. Demanifestation period, 6 months. Demand, $0.8 billion. Approval, approved. Consequences, payment accepted. Demanifestation period, 5 months. Demand, $1 billion US dollars. Approval, denied. Consequences, barter attempted to reduce amount to $800 million. Barter refused. SCP-4450 instances demanifested. 4 days after negotiations, SCP-4450 instances were cited, destroying areas of rural Canada. Demanifestation period, 7 days. Demand, $1 billion US dollars. Approval, approved. Consequences, Payment accepted. Demanifestation period 10 months. Demand 1.4 billion US dollars. Approval approved. Consequences payment accepted. Demanifestation period 4 months. Demand 1.5 billion US dollars. Approval approved. Consequences payment accepted. Demanifestation period 6 months. Demand 2 billion US dollars. Approval denied. Consequences point of contact refused to pay. 17 days after negotiations, SCP-4450 instances were sighted submerging small islands in the Atlantic Ocean. The manifestation period 27 days. Demand 2 billion US dollars. Approval denied. Consequences point of contact refused to pay. 1 month after negotiations, SCP-4450 instances were sighted, targeting large city centers worldwide. The manifestation period 2 months. Demand 14 billion US dollars. Approval accepted. Consequences payment accepted. The manifestation period 6 months. Demand 19 billion US dollars. Approval accepted. Consequences payment accepted. And if we refuse your and if we say no, well, Overseer, where are you from? That's classified. Oh, come on, Overseer. We're all friends here. I'll ask you again. What country you from? I'm from France. The France in Europe? What a lovely continent. Would be a real shame if it were to break, eh, Beryl? That it would be, Chris. That it would be. Are you seriously? Are you threatening to destroy Europe? No, 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 no. There you go, misunderstanding us again, Overseer. It's not like that at all. It's just that when Brother and I don't get our money, we get awfully clumsy. Very clumsy, yes. We can hardly control ourselves. I'm sure you know what it's like when we get clumsy. It would be a shame if we broke something important, wouldn't it? You'll get your money, but first we would like to ask a few questions. Audio log regarding incident April 26, 1990. Begin recording. Irrelevant data redacted. Did you complete the analysis of the video snippet I sent you? Ah, yes. We managed to figure out what you asked. We figured out what SCP-4450 Alpha said before he dematerialized. And what did you find? Well, that's the thing. I can't say it out loud. Saying it seems to relocate people to some pocket dimension. We think it's what these SCPs are using to dematerialize. I did a little digging in the Razor archive and Jesus, better you than me. And well, the documents seem to say we can change the passcode. Get to work on documenting it. I want the SCP report done before these guys come asking for more money. You what, Overseer? Oh, Overseer. It wouldn't be right. We're not here for some old chit-chat, are we, Chris? Come on, Beryl. They've been pretty good clients of ours, haven't they? We should give them something. Oh, go on then. What's your question, Overseer? Are you two human? Are we human? He says. What a laugh. We look like little green men, do ya? Just 'cause we made a deal with a friend of ours. No shame, you Foundation types. No shame. What did your deal entail? Ah, not too much. We act faster, zip around the place. Basically hard as nails. Right, Beryl? Hard as bedrock. Nothing can take us down. Not even that magic ninja fella that you guys sicked on us. An email from 0512's computer. Quartermaster's Division, AOD. Item 1. Designation ProGen ATS NBC. Title: Anti-Thaumatological Shaped Nuclear Breaching Charge. Notes: Good men were in that facility. Give those assholes hell. Now, you've had your questions answered. Here's ours. Where's our money? Yeah, what's the holdup, pal? You don't want to keep me and my brother waiting. You know what happens then? Your funds are being transferred right now, I assure you. But what do you mean transferred, Overseer? Digital transfer of the agreed upon budget is being transferred to your account as we speak. No, 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 Overseer. We never use You know what, Chris? I don't think these guys are the real deal. Nah, me neither. These guys never had 25 Bs in their life. Well, sorry, Overseers. I'm feeling real clumsy all of a sudden. See you soon. Wait, something's going wrong. Why can't I? Explosion. Operation Sensible Budget. Operation begins with Mobile Task Force Row 0, no resistance, discreetly entering the pocket dimension by utilizing the passphrase currently used by SCP-4450 instances. MTF Row 0 will remain hidden within this pocket dimension until prompted by the O5 Council to continue. 13D class are to be trained to assume the identities of each O5 member and drilled with actors assuming roles of SCP-4450 Alpha and Beta. When both SCP-4450 instances are accounted for, the 13 trained D-Class are to establish a point of contact in a pre-designated meeting room. At this point, the off-site being fed visuals via hidden camera, O5 Council are to prompt MTF Row 0 with the code AMBER, alerting the MTF to continue Operation Sensible Budget. This code designates the point of no return for the operation. MTF Row 0 are to change the phrase of SCP-4450-1 entry, covertly removing anomalous methods of exit from the meeting room. Simultaneously, the thermonuclear device received from the Global Occult Coalition is to be armed beneath the meeting room. Upon completion of each of these tasks, a code, green, is to be sent to the O5 Council. Both messages are required to continue the operation. The D-Class are to distract both SCP-4450 instances by any means necessary until the process is complete. Detonation of the thermonuclear device will act as a surprise attack on SCP-4450 instances, rendering them vulnerable and potentially terminating them. MTF Row 0's report. 4:52 p.m. Received code AMBER. Exiting covert infiltration, proceeding with operation. 5:01 p.m. Thaumic divining probe activated. Malleable type blue pseudo-way invocations detected. Beginning analysis. 5:06 Analysis complete. Passcode successfully altered from What Frapchiste Kalu Calais to Correct Horse 4450 Battery Staple. Sent code green. 5:08 p.m. Rear entrance to employees only section opened. 2 humanoid corpses appear on the casino floor. Investigation ongoing. Automated message. Connection lost. 8:44 p.m. Request $25 billion. Cash. Reason. Item number 6706. Warehouse. Level 1 unrestricted. Containment class neutralized. Special containment procedures. Recordings of SCP-6706 are held within Foundation archives. Foundation web crawlers are to monitor the Internet for any mention of SCP-6706. In the event an individual possesses information regarding SCP-6706, they are to be Third, Class C amnestics. Description: SCP-6706 refers to a series of radio transmissions broadcasted from the first cell phone tower, Chicago Test Cellular Network, located in Chicago, Illinois between 1983 and 1985. Attempts at tracing the origins have remained inconclusive. Messages emitted from this frequency are pre-recorded and theorized to have been created during the early 20th century. Each individual message is continuously broadcasted on loop for 37 hours. Attempts at intercepting the signal have failed. An individual identified as Marie is suggested to be responsible for the broadcasts. The individual is believed to be affiliated with GOI 001, the Chicago Spirit. Addendum: the following excerpt transcribes 6706 broadcasted messages. Notes: first broadcast recorded. Hey, Dave, you plan on pulling us out anytime soon? It's been a good few hours, and me and the guys are getting a little nervous. Hey, Marie, on the other side of town. Gonna have to wait a few. I mean, I get that. It's just been a while. You know more than anyone how restless these guys can get. You'll be lucky if you come out of this with your ass unscathed. Aha. Just be patient. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Sounds good. Notes: a repetitive thudding noise is audible throughout the recording's entirety. Hello? Hello? Dave? We've been here for 12 goddamn hours. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry for the wait. Do your fucking job and open the gateway. If you don't open it in the next hour, we're gonna start eating the contraband. Never cared much for zebra, but I'll make exception. Dumbasses are trying to break out by hitting the walls. Don't waste y'all's energy. Only David can pull us out. You're just giving up? Come on, these vents gotta lead somewhere, right? Marie, make yourself useful and grab something. Stop breaking shit. Listen, you'll have to wait a little longer. Not sure how things will play out. For me, I'm being tailed like crazy. You'll have to... David? David? Notes. Message is audibly distorted. A man identified as Kent is audibly distressed throughout the recording. Hello? Piece of shit work. Why is this thing so hard to work? David? Anyone? Whoever this reaches? This is Marie with the Chicago Spirit Contraband Storage. We've been here for what seems like weeks. We've resorted to eating the contraband. We'll take the heat and get us out. There's only so much supply. And Kent is losing his damn mind. He fucking killed us. This was a setup from the start. We'll rot in here. Erased from society. We'll be forgotten. Pin him down. Pin him down. He's not breaking one more fucking thing. Get yourself together, man. Why'd you get in this business if you're this easy to crack? Making us all look bad. Jesus Christ. Now's a good time as ever to pull us out. Kent's out cold. We need medical assistance ASAP. Kent, come on, man. Fight it. You can do this. Notes: message is audibly distorted. Vomiting from several sources is prominent throughout the recording. I think I got it working again. Hello? It's been 4, maybe 5 days since our last message. Kent had a stroke a few days ago and kicked the bucket. God rest his soul. It fucking reeks since we got no way of disposing the body. Drugs can only numb the stench so much. Please, we beg you, get us out of this cesspit. We only have so much food. God, why would our only form of communication be on some janky ass radio? Real good job making the frequency so high it can only contact you, Dave. So fucking smart. Maybe we're using this thing wrong. I can't think of any other reason we're not coming through. Notes: a loud ringing is prominent throughout the recording. Marie's voice is notably raspy. David, buddy, think about this logically. What'll the other members do when they realize some of their best men have gone missing? It all circles back to you. We won't say a goddamn word. You just pull us out now. Honest. Courteous of you. We're running out of supply and had to make some tough calls. We're rationing the food, but it's not enough. Greedy bastards hogging all of the supplies. Says you, of all people. Playing that card. Really? I was so thirsty, I resorted to drinking my own piss yesterday. You know what? This is hell. What do you want? Money? Power? Why are you doing this, you selfish asshole? Is this your attempt at whacking us? Well, I got news for you. You're not getting us that easily. Watch. When I get out of here, you're dead meat. Dead meat. Scuffling, followed by multiple individuals yelling aggressively. Notes: non applicable. To anyone this reaches, only 5 of us remain. 4 of our men starved, no matter how much they begged for food, water, anything. We shut them out. God, I can still hear them. A few of us made the difficult but necessary decision to eat our fallen brothers. We got no way of preparing the meat properly, and words cannot describe the taste. Please understand, we got no other option. 2 of us ain't got the heart for such a thing and are choosing to starve themselves. Despite all that's happened, we still have a shred of hope left. Please, David, we have lives we need to get back to. We want to see our families again. Notes: the last broadcast emitted from SCP-6706. Following message seems to come from an unidentified individual or individuals operating under the name Quebec. Hello, Marie. It's Quebec. Terribly sorry for the wait. We've tried everything, worked tirelessly to bring you guys home. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. We've invested time and thousands of dollars in an attempt to free you all. Due to the limited amount of funding, we've got to discontinue our efforts. May God be merciful in the next. Where's David? I'm not allowed to say. Sorry. Fuck off. Ending communication. May God be merciful in the next life. History. In 1920, the Chicago Spirit utilized spatial anomalies in an attempt to hide exotic animal meats and other contraband from authorities. While effective in this task, documents recovered indicate that these spaces were highly unstable, which resulted in regular casualties. A main contributor to these spaces was a Class 1 reality bender named David Matthew, a Manhattan politician. Documents recovered suggest that David had been affiliated with multiple crime organizations, including the Chicago Spirit, for years. Reports indicate the rooms being spacious, able to house thousands of military-grade narcotics. The exact dimensions of these spaces are unknown. Individuals operating inside these spaces communicated with David using highly modified crystal radios. Analysis of the devices indicate they produce a frequency much higher than the average radio from that time. It is theorized that the construction of the Chicago Test cellular network led to these messages successfully transmitting onto the populace. On July 9, 1923, David Matthews sustained irreversible brain damage during a car accident, incapacitating him. This was theorized to be the work of a rival organization. Due to these spaces becoming inaccessible, the Chicago Spirit lost an estimated $340 million in revenue and an undisclosed amount of workers. As of June 8, 1985, no further messages have been emitted from the tower, pending neutralized. The Great Shucks of the Unnamed Lords, also known as Barghest, Shadowhounds, and Big Bad Wolves. Conspectus. The Great Shucks of the Unnamed Lords are a pedigree of black shucks that have been selectively bred. Just bred, I think it takes a little more than animal husbandry to create something like a Great Shuck, Ms. Nexus, for specific traits. Most notably, loyalty to a particular family name. It's been said that if lost or abandoned, they will heed the commands of whoever they perceive as their new master, but their loyalty to the bloodline that bred them is absolute. The threat posed by a great shuck is utterly dependent on the disposition of their master. Knowledge. Traits. Like common black shucks, great shucks resemble large, wolf-like dogs with shaggy, dark fur. In addition to supernatural strength and speed, they have the ability to move silently and appear or disappear when not directly observed. Their eyes are typically either red or gold and will glow brightly in the dark or when the dog is agitated. They definitely live longer than ordinary dogs and may even be immortal. Most unsettling of all is their howl. It's loud enough to carry for miles and has an eerie quality to it that can only be described as someone walking over your grave. What distinguishes great shucks from black shucks is that, despite their lupine qualities, their behavior is undeniably dog-like. They're intelligent and affectionate and highly trainable. They're extremely effective guard dogs, as they will attack any threat to their master with a savage ferocity that can be truly horrifying to watch. They tend to go for either the throat or the head, sometimes resulting in a full decapitation in one bite. Dismemberment of limbs is also common. Nature. It's important to note that great shucks aren't just tamed, they're domesticated. Someone, likely someone with extensive occult knowledge and abilities, not to mention cash, Ukraine, selectively bred black shucks for multiple generations to make these things. Wait, how do we know this? Go scale. Genome sequencing from fur samples has proven them to be a distinct subspecies of black shuck, along with several hallmarks of domestications. Fee Fi Fo, cryptozoology professor at Deer College. Though they are no doubt vanishingly rare, the fact that they are a breed means that at one point, at least, there was more than one of them, and quite possibly still are. As mentioned above, the ultimate loyalty of a great shuck is said to lie with the family that created the breed. Clairvoyants who have encountered great shucks have observed that their auras indicate they are inherently primed to imprint on individuals with a specific true name. However, no method to date, thaumatological or otherwise, has been able to reveal what this name is. Those who breed the great shucks must therefore have true names that have somehow been concealed. This is why we've taken to calling them the Unnamed Lords. History and associated parties. Tales of mysterious noblemen accompanied by supernaturally ferocious, yet loyal black dogs go back centuries. The beast, or beasts of Gévaudan, which terrified the French region of Gévaudan from 1764 to 1767, has often been claimed as a great shock. The most recently confirmed great shock specimen, known as Old Shock, was found by Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, who fostered the animal for 2 years at their shelter in 3 Portlands. Its pedigree was confirmed by at least 2 outside consultants. In May of 2012, the animal was reclaimed by Mr. Knight, leader of the Chicago Spectre Crime Syndicate. Very little is known about Mr. Knight, but he was seen to possess an instant bond with and command over the creature. While this may be a result of Mr. Knight's unknown occult abilities, some have claimed that it's proof that Mr. Knight is an unnamed lord. Trust me, Old Shock's reaction to Mr. Knight was not typical of how most animals at the shelter react around the guy. Birds stop singing, cats hiss, and most normal dogs run away with their tails between their legs. Mr. Knight may be a lot of things, but he's no beastmaster. That bond between him and Old Shock is something else. Harp. Unlike regular black shucks, a stray great shuck is unlikely to harm you, if unprovoked. They appear to have a strong desire to serve and will bond with the first person they can. If, however, they already have a master, they will not hesitate to kill on command or in their master's defense. While great shucks do possess corporeal bodies, they are also spectral in nature, and it's unlikely a physical attack could do serious harm to them. The French hunter Jean Chatel allegedly killed one with only a silver bullet on June 19, 1767. This bullet was self-made, however, and it's possible he imbued it with other thaumaturgical properties and chose to keep this a secret out of fear of persecution. Fee, fi, fo. Defensive measures should primarily consist of anti-spectral wards and charms, but only as a last resort. Great shucks are incredibly dangerous, so it would be best to avoid antagonizing their master whenever possible. While the care of a great shuck is not very different from that of any other large dog, adoption is not recommended, as it's possible an unnamed lord may try to reclaim it. They may not be as grateful as Mr. Knight was to Wilson's. Other detail. Up until the incident with Mr. Knight, speculation on who the unnamed lords might be ran rampant, with no single theory rising above the others. It's now widely believed that Mr. Knight of the Chicago Spectre is an unnamed lord, which would imply that any familial relations of his are as well. During his reclaiming of Old Shock, Mr. Knight specifically mentioned that the dog was a family pet who had previously been under the care of a brother. Those who have had contact with Mr. Knight have claimed that he often mentions having an extended family, but so far there's no clear indication on who these might be. It is known that the unnamed lords possess powerful nominative magic, which narrows down the list of candidates. Dark, of Marshall, Carter, and Dark, is known to be highly skilled at nominative magic, and there's additional evidence that he... Isn't Dark a woman? Evie Fly. How dare you assume someone's gender? The Vandertramp. Vandertramp, you've been warned about trolling. If you can't make constructive comments... Hence, you'll have your editing privileges revoked, Firebrand. And Mr. Knight shares some kind of familial relationship, though that is outside the scope of this entry. Observations and stories. We kept Old Shock in the 3 Portland shelter for about 2 years, and for the most part just treated him like he was a normal dog. We fostered him out a few times, but it never worked out. Once we confirmed he was a black shuck, we even considered sending him somewhere better equipped to take care of him, maybe even study him, since he clearly wasn't even a regular black shuck. That's when Mr. Knight showed up and claimed Old Shock as his own. At the time, I didn't really question any of it, which in hindsight is definitely weird. Most adoptions are nowhere near that quick. Whenever anyone sees Mr. Knight around 3 Ports, that shuck is almost always with him. There are all sorts of rumors about what Knight has that dog do to people behind closed doors. I tried not to think about that. Selena, from Wilson's Wildlife Solutions. Have any of you heard of white shucks? Now we're whitewashing black shucks, and Hollywood likes to think they're so fucking liberal. Seriously, this is your last warning, Firebrand. The jailers have a spectral white dog contained, and it acts like a black shuck. It's fiercely loyal to its master, becomes incorporeal if you try to hurt it, and there doesn't seem to be a way to kill the damn thing. Maybe domestic breeds of shucks are more common than we think? XOXO. My family's passed down the legend of my great to the umpteenth times grandfather encounter with the beast of Gevadon. He was walking down the street on a foggy night, and there in the mist was a large dog standing at the crossroads. It howled, and he knew at once it was a shuck. He thought for sure that he would either die right then, or in a year from the curse of the thing. But then a human figure revealed itself from the fog. My great-grandfather couldn't make out much in the horrible visibility, but he could tell that the man was very thin and tall. He began to pet the dog's head, soothing it to silence. He said to my grandfather, "Fret not, for we are not hunting men this eve. Mind yourself, though, in the future, for we are both rather fond of the sport." Basically admitting that he and the dog hunted the ultimate game. So messed up. Anonymous Duck. Doubt. With the exception of Old Shock, confirmed encounters with great shucks are extremely rare and vastly outnumbered by unsubstantiated sightings and attacks. This, along with the exceptional ferocity of the breed, has made opportunities for study hard to come by. Most accounts of great shucks or shucks of any kind are mere hearsay. Sadly, little is known about them or the nameless lords they serve for certain. Well, if you ask me, this all sounds like one big shaggy dog story. Who gives a shuck? That's what I want to know. The Vandertramp. Vandertramp's editing privileges have been revoked. Firebrand. Hi, my name's Old Shuck. I'm looking for a kind and loving home in the 3 Portlands area. Preferably one with lots of room to run and be free. Outside of 3 Portlands is okay, as long as I can run around but not be seen. The folks at Wilson's aren't sure what kind of beast I am, but I know I'm a very good boy. They think I'm a wolf dog or a tamed wolf of some kind. I sure act like a dog. I'm pretty different from most. I've got all sorts of special abilities you don't see in normal canines. I tend to turn up all the time out of nowhere, for one thing. I'm also a lot stronger and faster than a dog, which can be pretty different to handle. My paws never make a noise, even when they should clack on the tile. My eyes glow in the dark. Some people say they are like lanterns. I can also howl a lot louder than I have any right to. Sorry, neighbors. Important facts about me. I am a very big boy, a little over 100 pounds, 45 kilograms for you Brits. I tend to eat a lot, about 3 pounds of raw meat or 4 pounds of kibble a day. Not much more than a normal for a dog my size, mind you. I stand about a 2.5 feet at the shoulder, and I'm 6 feet long from the tip of my nose to the end of my tail, 76 centimeters and 183 centimeters, respectively. I know all sorts of tricks from whoever trained me. Fetch, sit, roll over. I tend to not listen much, though. I've been with Wilson's Wildlife for a couple of years and haven't aged that much. The docs think I've got a longer life ahead of me than normal. I'll be your best friend for life. My favorite thing to do is run around outside. I'll need a big backyard or space to do that to be happy. One of my old owners gave me some guard dog training. I do it pretty well, if you want me to do that. I always know who my owners are. I'm a very good boy. The best. Comments from my foster parents. Well behaved and trained. Although he's got a mind of his own, he rarely listens to any of my commands, except when he wants to. At least he's not as bad as some dogs I've fostered. Never really misbehaves. Never goes in the bathroom in the house, and I rarely have to let him outside to do it. He just sort of works his way there. I've got no idea how he does it, but I'll see him lying down one minute and then outside peeing on a tree the next. I'll check all the doors, but nothing. Just Shock at the door, waiting to be let back in. Shock's a pretty quiet dog. Wolf, for the most part. He doesn't even whine a lot of the time, just sit there and stare at you with those big eyes. He doesn't tend to do much, just lays around the house most of the day. A very chill and quiet wolf, which was rather nice, to be all honest. But one night, I heard him howling, and I knew he really was a wolf. There was something different in that howl, something I've never heard in any dog, mind you. I've heard plenty of wolves howl, and it wasn't anything like that. It was sorrowful, mourning, something. Sent chills right down my spine throughout my body, and the worst thing is, he didn't stop for nearly an hour. I'm sorry, but I can't take care of a wolf that howls like that as much as I would like to. I was looking for a bit of a quiet dog who'd take care of himself, and Shock seemed to fit the bill. But the homeowners association came over the next morning to yell at me. I just can't have a wolf like that. Sorry, Wilsons. Almost worked out. I've hosted a lot of dogs over the years, all sorts of breeds. There's rarely been a dog I haven't gotten along with. As for old Shock, well, we haven't so much not gotten along, but just not clicked. Very much not clicked in the slightest. I don't think it's just the wolf thing. He's a weird one. Good, but very weird. Stares outside of the windows a lot. Looks pretty sad all the time. I think he misses his old owner. I wish I could help him, but he could just be a little off sometimes. I don't adopt, of course, but I think there's a home for him somewhere. We, my spouse and I, love this dog. Our kids, not so much. Our house was robbed the other day. Attempted robbery, at least. I wasn't home at the time, just my spouse and kids. They were upstairs with the kids downstairs, and old Shock was sleeping at the time. Nice, quiet day. Then some fucker tried to break into the house. My spouse heard the kids screaming, and then they rushed downstairs not to find them in any danger, but Shock having ripped the robber's arm off, calmly gnawing on it. The kids were horrified and shocked, but safe. Both of us would like to keep him. He saved our family. The kids will not be in the same room as Shock. They were, they were always a bit wary of him before, and this made it worse. Excellent guard wolf. For more information or adoption, address 31st North Deerway Avenue, 3 Portlands. Phone 503-555-0187. Email Wilson's Wildlife Solutions at 3portlands.com. Void Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, not Wilson's Wildlife. Sent by Anders Wilson, recipient Selena Anderson. Date 5/11/2012. Dear Selena, Old Shock is a black shuck. I've brought in a couple of consultants, even an expert from High Brazil. I'll confirm this. Even if somebody somehow domesticated a black shuck, the chances of anyone else being so dumb to think a hellhound makes for a good pet are tiny. Lightning isn't going to strike twice here. We managed to get a couple of people to foster him, and he's never lasted more than a week with any of them. Don't you think that might be a sign that he's not meant to have a permanent home? Just because he's been trained doesn't mean he's right as a family pet. There are only so many people that are looking for a magic wolf and can actually adopt one. I know he's always sad, and he probably has some abandonment issues from a past owner. I know that you want to get him the best home possible. I know there might be a chance we can find him something. Believe me, Selena, I do too. I really do. It's just, I don't think we're going to be able to find a home for Shock. I think it's time we started to look into other alternatives for him, potentially relocating him to Boring or bringing in the supervisors to help deal with the problem. I know those options aren't great, but we can't afford to keep old Shock up for adoption. Please get back to me as soon as you can. I'm not looking forward to having to do this. Shock's a good boy. Regards, Anders Wilson. Sent from Selena Anderson. Recipient, Anders Wilson. Date 5/17/2012. Anders, a man came into the 3 Portlands Wildlife Shelter today with one of Old Shock's adoption posters. He came to the front desk and said he found it earlier when he was visiting from the Isle of Portland. He said he thought he might recognize the Old Shock and wanted to see him. We took the man, who called himself Mr. Knight, over to the enclosure, and as soon as we did, Old Shock started jumping up and down and howling. Knight asked us if he could enter the enclosure, and we said he could. Which is weird. We wouldn't normally do that. I'm not sure why we did. I suppose we were moved by Shock's reaction? Knight walked into the enclosure, and as soon as he did, Old Shock had tackled him to the ground and was all over his face. We were a bit worried for a second before Knight started laughing, and we realized Shock was just licking the man's face. He's never done that before to anyone else. The two played for a couple minutes. I've never seen Shock happier. He was running around and jumping up and down, flopping onto his belly and rolling around. I couldn't believe it was the same dog we've been working with all these years. Knight came into the office to formalize the adoption. He said that Old Shock used to be the family pet, and one of his brothers was supposed to take care of him, but something had happened to that brother a few years back, and Shock must have gotten lost. He recognized Shock instantly from the poster and came to see if it was really him, not thinking it would be. I'll say, nothing's better than reuniting a pet with their owner. We all gathered around to watch Knight leave with his old friend. Didn't even need a leash, just the two walking next to each other. And you didn't believe Shock could get a happy ending. That's not what we believe in here. Selena. Sent by Gary Harp. Recipient Tim Wilson. Date 6/20/2012. I'm sure you've heard of what happened a few days ago to the 3 Portland shelter on Deerway. That Chicago specter coming around running a protection racket. We really didn't have any choice but to accept, since the cops in three ports aren't great. Well, no need to ask the supervisor for help about that the next meeting. In fact, it's probably best if we didn't mention it to them at all. Today, the Chicago Spectre came by again. There was a finely dressed man in a black pinstripe suit, three-piece, with a fedora. He looked like he was out of a gangster movie, and walking right beside him was Old Shock. And sulking behind the two, with his head held low in shame, was the ringleader of the gang that came by the other day. The guy in the suit asked to speak with whoever was in charge, and since I dealt with the Spectre the other night, it was decided it'd be me to deal with them. I invited the two, in shock, into my office, and the guy in the suit immediately launched into an apology. He explained he was the leader of the Spectre, and when he heard that his boys had come by and pulled the protection racket on us, he was outraged immediately. He wanted to come by sooner, but the time wasn't right. After all, he said, we had been so kind as to take care of his dog for the past couple of years and reunite them. The ringleader from the other night put a briefcase of money on the table and apologized. Knight said that this was all the money from the other night. I counted, and it's actually a little more, and that we wouldn't need to worry about paying for protection anymore. It was the least we could do for services rendered on behalf of the Chicago Spectre. The two then left, with Shock right behind them. The guy in the suit gave me his business card and told me to give him a call if we ever had any trouble with another gang. Mr. Wilson, we accidentally made friends with the mob boss. Unknown Threat Entity 1919. Disco Father. Psyche Records. The following report was submitted to the Council of 108 on June 25, 2012, by the British Occult Service. Also known as MI666, the British Occult Service is the primary paranormal agency of the United Kingdom and a member of the Council of 108. Detailing to rise the prominence of a new paracrime group in Europe and several paranormal free ports in the surrounding areas, such as Urtec, High Brazil, and Three Portlands. The Royal Occult Service, MI666. Intelligence briefing on the Chicago Spectre. Europe is being terrorized by a new occult crime agency with greater reach than any previously observed by any member of the Council of 108. Evidence suggests that this group refers to themselves as the Chicago Spectre and is purported revival of the long-defunct American occult organized crime syndicate, the Chicago Spirit. The exact connections between the two are unclear, as the Chicago Spirit has not been active for approximately 75 years. Any individuals who were involved in the Chicago Spirit are unlikely to still be involved in criminal activities, especially as life-extending methods were outside of the reach of the Chicago Spirit, evidenced by multiple unsuccessful attempts to acquire such. Therefore, it is likely that the Spectre are merely using the name and identity of the spirit. The resurgent Chicago Spectre has an unclear scope. They either have multiple branches within multiple cities throughout Europe, each of small size, or are able to easily travel between cities. Incidents have occurred within minutes of each other in cities hundreds of kilometers apart. The Chicago Spectre should be considered and treated as armed and dangerous at all times. The group evidently has access to multiple sources of occult weaponry, from sources such as the Factory, the Scarlet Hammer, and the Chaos Insurgency. The Spectre has been observed using high-power lasers, ghost emulsifiers, and futuristic advanced weaponry. While the Spectre is active throughout Europe, they have not acted in violation of the Veil Protocol, The majority of their actions outside of occult freeports do not constitute a threat to the second mission, concealment concerns, only breaking civilian laws. Their actions in occult free ports are more bold, likely resulting from the low law enforcement presence in such jurisdictions. Evidence suggests that a Mr. Knight is either the leader or a high ranking member of the Chicago Spectre. This comes from multiple occasions in which notes signed by Mr. Knight have been discovered at the scene of the crime, taking credit for the acts in question. The Chicago Spectre has been assigned the phrase disco. Based on the information given in this report, the Council of 108 has made the decision to classify the Mr. Knight, alluded to within as UTE 1919, Disco Father, and begin action against him along with the rest of the Chicago Spectre. Psyche Records. On 14/7/2012, the Chicago Spectre successfully robbed a bank in Northern Ireland. Strike Team 0638, the Untouchables, was deployed in response and destroyed one vehicle as it was fleeing the scene. One individual, a Type Yellow entity parathreat, designated Parathreat Entity 0781 Disco Yellow, named Donald O'Sullivan, was captured. ETE 0781 Disco Yellow possessed the ability to transmute his body mass into a paranatural black crystal, giving him enhanced durability and physical strength. This allowed him to survive the munitions used by the Global Occult Coalition against the vehicle he was within, but did not impede capture. Recorded interrogation log. Date the 17th of July 2012. Interviewer Hawthorne. Interviewed PTE 0781 Disco Yellow. Preamble. PTE 0781 Disco Yellow was questioned again by Agent Hawthorne of the Global Occult Coalition. This specific interview was to ascertain information regarding UTE 1919 Disco Father. Further information may be requested from the Records Management General. Hello, Connell. We wanted to speak about your employer in this meeting. The boss? No can do, buddy. There's too much about that one. You know, we've been working on new blades. We always are here at the Coalition. From what you've told us, the Spectre is the same way with their gadgets and whatnot. Is this going somewhere? This is one of those blades. Hawthorne is referring to HSA 3368, Haliburn. Look at it. It's got runes scribed all over it. Runes for killing and cutting. It's supposed to be able to liquidate anything. The boys in the lab tell me it could even cut something that's practically indestructible. That's what they say you are, right? Listen, I want to work with you, but the boss. There are rules about the boss. It's like Fey law, and I know something about that myself. What, is he unnameable? Just avoid a name then. Not quite as otherly as those esteemed and gracious folk for whom the title should be avoided. Really trying to avoid the wrath, huh? I've spoken about the victims of a not-so-ancient genocide a bit too much to be as safe as I would like. Well, there's one person in particular you haven't spoken enough about if you want to be safe. Look, the boss is something of a boogeyman. You give up his name, and, well, bad things happen. I see. Well, if he tried to get you, he'd have to go through us, and that's not to reassure you so much as to point out we do want to kill him, and we've killed worse. Huh. That's fair. He wouldn't be able to get me here. Open up then. Tell us what you know about the boss. The boss is something of a weird type compared to the rest of us. The Spectre is a high-tech outfit, right? All the lasers, rather flashy, all things considered. We did assign you the name Disco. Huh, yeah. All our gizmos look like a disco. You ever get a chance to look inside one of our vans? I have not, but that isn't relevant. Back to Mr. Knight. Right. The boss doesn't deal with the same stuff as we do. His dog's this massive beast, and his magic is different from anything the rest of us have ever seen. Interesting. He's older, correct? Oh, for sure. He's been in the business for a long time, since the American Prohibition, I think. He's alluded to it and talked about that a lot. Has he ever talked about the Chicago spirit? He's mentioned that a few times. His old gang, I think. That's interesting. He's a weird one. Obviously, he's been in the business for quite some time, but everything I've heard leads me to think the Chicago Spirit wasn't exactly his first outfit. I think he's been around longer than that. Much longer. Not human, I take it? Absolutely not. I ain't got a clue in hell what he is. Any more you can tell us? Hmm. Well, one thing I can tell you is that he has friends in high places and just about everywhere. He always comes in with gifts from friends, stuff from the craziest of places. Marshall and Carter, the factory, the Scarlet Hammer, even the insurgency once. Gifts? That's what he'd call them, at least. Not sure how accurate that is. Oh, and the other thing is he seemed to have friends in other places, such as other places, other worlds, places where High Brazil was destroyed by a kraken in the 80s, worlds where the veil is up, even one where he ain't even in the Spectre. Still talks to the man in charge, of course. Sounds like he's well connected. You have no idea. 2 weeks after the conclusion of this interview, PTE 0781 Disco Yellow choked on a piece of his daily dinner. In the middle of choking, PTE 0781 Disco Yellow's capabilities partially and involuntarily activated, preventing application of the Heimlich maneuver and leading to his death, as his lungs converted to indestructible crystal incapable of respiration. Guards report that prior to his death, PTE 0781 Disco Yellow was heard to have been talking to himself within his cell for upwards of 1 hour. Based on the limited time that PTE 0781 Disco Yellow was in Coalition custody, this was highly atypical behavior. Psych records. Following the tentative identification of UTE 1919 Disco Father, a review of Global Coalition archives was conducted in order to find any potential matches. One match was found within the records of the U.S. FBI UIU, made accessible to the coalition by the USA Pentagram, the paramilitary branch of the U.S. Department of Defense, and a member of the Council of 108. The Unusual Incidents Unit had prior interactions with UTE 1919 Disco Father and produced the following report for the Department of Diplomacy covering the individual. Additionally, the UIU has offered to assist the coalition with the tracking of UTE 1919 Disco Father, as he remains a wanted criminal under the jurisdiction. This offer has been turned down outside of 3 Portlands, which remains under UIU jurisdiction. Unusual Incidents Unit, Case File Summary, 1941-016, Chicago Revenant. The so-called Mr. Knight first came to the attention of the Unusual Incidents Unit in 1941, following a series of murders associated with the defunct crime outfit, the Chicago Spirit. In these murders, Mr. Knight sent tips to the FBI, indicating his own involvement in case. All victims were previously involved with the Chicago Spirit leadership. Mr. Knight appears to have targeted specific individuals who knew some specific detail concerning the Chicago Spirit, which was only privy to the leadership. In one notable instance, Mr. Knight refrained from killing former members of the Chicago Spirit, despite an easy opportunity. The UIU does not know the exact nature of the information Mr. Knight was trying to conceal. In response, the UIU attempted to find other members of the Chicago Spirit who would be able to provide information concerning the identity of Mr. Knight and the nature of the secret he was trying to conceal. This was complicated by the position Mr. Knight had held in the Chicago Spirit, being regarded as a mythological figure of unknown truth. The UIU was unable to find any individuals who had meaningfully interacted with Mr. Knight. Following these initial incidents in 1941, the UIU has had limited evidence that Mr. Knight has remained active at a low level. A brief summary of these incidents follows. Documents recovered from Marshall, Carter, and Dart Auction House implicate Mr. Knight in the acquiring of several items that were later sold. Some of these items were sold by Mr. Knight in 1933, while a second set was acquired by Mr. Knight upon request by Mr. Dark in 1956. An entity entered Pentagram offices under the name of Mr. Knight for a period of 3 hours on June 17, 1972. While this entity signed in as Mr. Knight at the front desk, no other records of this event exist. A UIU embed within the Wanderers Library reported that for a brief period in 1984, security for the Wanderers Library was provided by Mr. Knight and a small resurgence of the Chicago Spirit. This group was not active outside of the Wanderers Library during this time. In 1996, the hard copies of UIU files concerning the Chicago Spirit spontaneously vanished. A note reading, "Thank you for holding on to these. After all these years, Mr. Knight," was found in the place of the documents. Digital documentation was unaffected. In 2001, the security of a pentagram weapons development project was breached. A single prototype weapon was found to be missing, with no other items or data misplaced. Login information for the security vault was found to be glitched, only reading Mr. Knight for the credentials entered. Mr. Knight A failed 2006 terrorist attack perpetrated by a Chaos Insurgency cell was prevented by a lone civilian shooting the Chaos Insurgent holding the Eigen weapon payload. This civilian cooperated with UIU investigators who arrived on the scene, identifying himself as Mr. Knight. The investigator who interviewed Mr. Knight during this time was unaware of the history of Mr. Knight. Due to the prior history of Mr. Knight in the Chicago Spirit, it is believed he may be planning similar criminal ventures in the future. Mr. Knight is believed to be armed and dangerous at all times, and has occupied a position on the UIU 13 Most Wanted Fugitive lists since its inception in 1950. Threat Entity Database Entry Threat ID UTE 1919. Disco Father, Mr. Knight. Authorized Response Level 2. Sub-Moderate Threat. Description: UTE 1919 Disco Father is a humanoid parathreat, believed to be the founder of both the Chicago Spirit and the Chicago Spectre. Currently, UTE 1919 Disco Father is in control of the majority of Chicago Spectre operations. UTE 1919 Disco Father is believed to possess reality affecting capabilities of some variety, but this has not been confirmed. Getting an ARAD reading of UTE 1919 Disco Father is currently a high priority for Coalition agents. It is not believed that the parathreat is either a current or former human entity. The exact nature of the origin of the entity is unknown, although Professors Kelzan, Bolus, and the Long of the International Center for the Study of Unified Thaumatology have put forth the hypothesis that UTE 1919 Disco Father is an incarnation of an unknown human emotion. The proper name of the parathreat is speculated to be a nomenclative hazard by certain factions of the Global Occult Coalition, most notably Physics Division strike teams assigned to the Chicago Spectre. If these concerns are accurate, the name of the parathreat leads to increased fatality rates and parathreat gaining awareness of the speaker. This is not confirmed, but suspected to be likely. High levels of misfortune are present concerning UTE 1919 Disco Father, a considerable amount which appears to be circulated by the Chicago Spirit and the UTE 1919 Disco Father himself. As such, little verified information concerning UTE 1919 Disco Father exists to the Coalition. The parathreat has, as of now, been able to avoid capture and proper identification by the Coalition. All pictures taken by the Coalition are immediately destroyed by localized data corruption on his face and identifying features. While brought into custody several times, he has managed to escape on all occasions. Rules of engagement. As the name of the parathreat is a nomenclative hazard, agents are to solely refer to the parathreat as UTE 1919 Disco Father. UTE 1919 Disco Father and the rest of the Chicago Spectre are to be under constant surveillance by the Global Occult Coalition forces. Should any credible evidence be discovered concerning the location of UTE 1919 Disco Father, a strike team should be dispatched to deal with the threat. Currently, Strike Team 0638, the Untouchables, is handling UTE 1919 Disco Father and the Chicago Spectre. Currently, capture is preferred over immediate termination for UTE 1919 Disco Father. This is primarily so he can be brought to trial for his crimes against third mission concerns, so that the other elements of the Chicago Spectre may likewise be dealt with. Psych Records. UTE 1919 Disco Father has been observed at a small number of Chicago Spectre operations thwarted by Global Occult Coalition forces. In all of these incidents, UTE 1919 Disco Father was able to avoid long-term capture by the Global Occult Coalition. A brief summary of each incident follows. For more details on any, consult the appropriate listed file. File A7U81082. On 22/8/2012, the Chicago Spectre robbed Sparta Bank in Dusseldorf, Germany. Upon arriving at the scene, Strike Team 06838 operatives disguised as plainclothes police officers were able to control the Hume and Eve levels to counteract the effects of any reality bending and move to arrest the Chicago Spectre. All Spectre members inside were unusually cooperative with Coalition agents and were placed into armored transport vehicles. One of these Spectre members was UTE 1919 Disco Father, was placed into a vehicle by himself. As the vans were driving away from the scene, an entity collided with the vehicle carrying UTE 1919 Disco Father at high speeds, measuring as upwards of 250 kilometers per hour. Security footage of this entity is unclear, but appears to be a pair of human legs with no visible torso or body above the waist. The entity proceeded to collide with all other transports, allowing the Chicago Spectre and UTE 1919 Disco Father to escape. The parathreat has been designated UTE 7311 Disco Beige. Little money was stolen from Sparta Bank during this time, but several specific safe deposit boxes were broken into and emptied. 2 of these boxes were registered to Allison Chow, PTE 0008, regnant black. The contents of either are unknown. Evidence suggests that UTE 1919 Disco Father targeted several specific boxes during this robbery rather than acting indiscriminately. How he acquired knowledge of which to target is likewise unknown. File T3P 53024. On the 31st of October 2012, Global Occult Coalition reconnaissance teams discovered a Chicago Spectre drug smuggling operation in Seville, Spain. Strike Team 0638 was deployed to stop the operation and apprehend the Chicago Spectre. A raid conducted on the 2nd of November 2012 was initially successful, with several members of the Chicago Spectre apprehended by the Physics Strike Team, including UTE 1919 Disco Father. However, a manifestation event of PTE 1227 Con, the Golden Horde, occurred within Seville at the same time, close to the building the Chicago Spectre was operating out of. This resulted in widespread panic in the city. As the strike team was the only major coalition agency in the city at the time, and PTE 1227 Con is a response level 5 parathreat that threatens second mission, concealment, concerns, as opposed to the response level 2 Chicago Spectre, which threatens third mission, protection, concerns. The strike team was reassigned to respond to PTE 1227 Con. While the situation involving PTE 1227 Con was quickly resolved, by the time the strike team was able to return to the location of the Chicago Spectre, all evidence of the smuggling operation had vanished. File H0Y380631. On the 11th of November 2012, the Chicago Spectre staged a heist upon the High Brazil. High Brazil is a member of the Council of 108. It is a small kingdom primarily composed of paranatural human subspecies, the Homo sapiens tumuli, with natural type green and type blue capabilities. It has gained prominence as an influential city-state exempt from second mission concerns. Royal Palace, during the middle of a gala being held by High Queen Mor Riogun II of High Brazil and the Four Cities. During the raid, UTE 1919 Disco Father entered the throne room of the High Brazil Palace by himself, while other members of the Chicago Spectre attempted to break into the royal vault. The High Brazil Royal Guard was mobilized to defend High Queen Mor Riogun, prevent the break-in into the vault, and to kill UTE 1919 Disco Father. No attempts on the life or safety of High Queen Mor Riogun were made that night. The High Brazil vault was not breached. Thaumatological wards on the vault activated within seconds of the attempted beginning, killing all members of the Chicago Spectre attempting to break into the vault, and binding their souls to defend the vault eternally. The Royal Guard refreshed the runes and cleaned the vault. UTE 1919 Disco Father was confronted in the throne room by the Royal Guard. During this time, the Royal Guards attempted to kill UTE 1919 Disco Father, but were faced with a sudden failure of their type green and blue abilities. UTE 1919 Disco Father proceeded to non-fatally incapacitate the guards and disappeared from the palace without a trace. Nothing was recorded as missing or stolen from the High Brazil Palace. Physics record on the 30th of November 2012, a safe house in Three Portlands, believed to be a major operating hub for the Chicago Spectre, was discovered. Furthermore, it was determined that UTE 1919 Disco Father would be at the safe house for a period of 3 days, between the 18th of December 2012 and the 21st of December 2012. A raid was conducted. Recorded transcript log. Date 20th of December 2012. Strike Team ST-0638. Agent Storm Breath. Preamble. Strike Team 0638, the Untouchables, were deployed to liquidate UTE 1919 Disco and to attack the Chicago Spectre, following the discovery of the Chicago Spectre base of operations. A transcript of this follows, recovered from the ocular and auditory implants of Storm Breath, the only member of the strike team to encounter UTE 1919 Disco Father. At midnight, ocular and auditory implants activate. Storm Breath is sitting in the back of a coalition van alongside other members of Strike Team 0638. 1 minute later, Strike Team 0638 enters the van and enters a tactical position around the building. 10 minutes after midnight, 2 members of Strike Team 638 use a battering ram to break down the door. Members of Strike Team 0638 begin to enter with their weapons raised. 14 minutes after midnight, Storm Breath enters the building. 2 members of the Chicago Spectre are in the antechamber. One is holding a heavily rested gun. The other has a cybernetic arm with a gun attachment. 15 minutes after midnight. Shit, it's the gun fuck. 16 minutes after midnight, Strike Team 638 opens fire on the 2 members of the Chicago Spectre, killing both. 20 minutes after midnight, Storm Breath, alongside 3 other members of Strike Team 638, enter a secondary hallway away from the antechamber, with their weapons at the ready. 40 minutes after midnight, 4 members of Strike Team 638 reach a door in the hallway. One shoots the lock off the door. At 12:45 a.m., the members of Strike Team 638 enter the room and search it. No members of the Chicago Spectre are found, although copious evidence, paracriminal supplies, and weapons are in the room. At 1:27 a.m., Strike Team 638 exits the room and continues down the hallway. At 1:36 a.m., UTE 7311 Disco Beige crashes through a door later down in the hallway and lands in the middle. It turns to Strike Team 638. Leggy isn't a joke. At 1:44 a.m., UTE 7311 Disco Beige charges towards Storm Breath and the other members of Strike Team 638. At 1:45 a.m., Storm Breath is knocked to the ground by UTE 7311 Disco Beige, which continues down the hallway. At 1:49 a.m., Storm Breath rolls onto his belly and assumes a tactical position, with his rifle propped on his arm. At 1:50 a.m., UTE 7311 Disco Beige is visible for 3 frames before rounding the corner. Storm Breath fires at UTE 7311 Disco Beige, but is not able to hit it. At 1:54 a.m., the 4 members of Strike Team proceed down the hallway, continuing to search for more members of the Chicago Spectre. No members are found. At 4:48 a.m., after entering a new room, a single member, now known as LTE 4286 Disco Purple, of the Chicago Spectre is found trying to pack money into a bag. Put your hands under the air. Put your hands in the air. Under pressure. And a large, nude, gold-skinned humanoid, LTE 4269 Disco Purple Child, manifests in the air behind LTE 4268 Disco Purple, hovering slightly above the ground. The gravity in the room significantly increases. At 4:53 a.m., Hawthorne fires from the ground at LTE 4268 Disco Purple. All bullets fall to the ground mid-air after being observed by LTE 4269 Disco Purple Child. At 4:58 a.m., Stormbreath manages to stand and jumps across the room, removing HSA 3668 Caliburn from his belt. At 5:03 a.m., LTE 4269 Disco Purple Child raises a hand towards Stormbreath, causing the gravity to increase further. Stormbreath quickly falls, crashing through the floor. At 5:37 a.m., after lying on the floor on the level directly below for 30 seconds, Stormbreath rises. He appears to be limping and clutching his side. At 5:40 a.m., Stormbreath leans down and grabs HSA 3668 Caliburn from the floor. At 5:45 a.m., a door opens behind Stormbreath. UTE 1919 Disco Father enters the room with UTE 1947 Disco Fiji beside him, also known as Old Shock. At 5:47 a.m., UTE 1919 Disco Father. Oh, hello. 5:50 a.m., Stormbreath attacks UTE 1919 Disco with HSA 3668 Caliburn, stabbing him in the shoulder. HSA 3668 Caliburn is embedded to the hilt. UTE 1919 Disco Father falls to the ground. At 5:57 a.m., Command, target has been liquidated. Requesting extract. At 6 a.m., UTE 1919 Disco Father. Too much ambition in that, I'm afraid. You'll never get far with that. 6:04 a.m., UTE 1919 Disco Father removes HSA 3668 Caliburn from his shoulder and stands up. At 6:06 a.m., UTE 1947 Disco Fiji lunges towards Stormbreath and forces him to the ground, standing on his chest. At 6:08 a.m., UTE 1919 Disco Father brings HSA 3668 Caliburn to the ocular implant of Stormbreath. At 6:10 a.m., the ocular implant, being damaged, deactivates. The auditory implant deactivates as well. Conclusion: Agent Stormbreath was found to be missing in action after this operation. All other members of Strike Team 0638 survived. 6 members of the Chicago Spectre were killed in the operation, and 12 were captured. A further 10, including UTE 1919 Disco Father and UTE 7311 Disco Beige, remain at large. A small wrapped box was discovered in front of Global Occult Coalition Embassy 5 days later, with the following note attached to the side. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of Chicago. Merry Christmas, Mr. Knight. The box contained a large amount of confetti, classified documents from multiple Coalition member organizations, and the dismembered body of Agent Stormbreath. All documents destroyed, ocular and auditory implants removed, and logs extracted. Agent Stormbreath humanely euthanized. SCP-4901. Remember Rudy Benson. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4901 is currently uncontained and is located in Bubbly Creek, Chicago. Until the time when SCP-4901 can be successfully and fully contained, special containment procedures are to focus on the minimization of sporadic sightings and the concealment of SCP-4901's existence. Any witnesses to SCP-4901 are to be administered a Class C amnestic to remove all memory of SCP-4901, and any recorded evidence is to be confiscated or destroyed. News media in Chicago is to be monitored for mentions of SCP-4901 or Rudy Benson for information. Mentions of Rudy Benson should be recorded. Containment of SCP-4901 has been hampered by the need of a mobile containment unit capable of both entrapting and holding SCP-4901. However, no easily transportable and concealable MCU exists, meaning that SCP-4901 at present cannot be contained. Research into the development of an appropriate containment unit is ongoing. Description: SCP-4901 is an amorphous entity composed of sewage, bovine, porcine remains, and human blood, currently located in Bubbly Creek, the South Fork of the South Branch of the Chicago River, noted for being the location where butcher shops would dispose of animal remains. Accumulated methanes from such remains lead to the formation of bubbles, causing the name Chicago. The blood comprising SCP-4901 is fibrous and semi-solid, while the sewage and bovine porcine remains mixed into the mass of this fibrous blood matter. SCP-4901 is able to manipulate the viscosity of this fibrous blood matter to temporarily become fluid. SCP-4901 is known to have been created from a human being, and it is currently theorized that the initial mental state of SCP-4901 was inherited from this human. It is suspected that shortly after creation, SCP-4901 was at least partially cognizant and able to communicate, but its mental state has deteriorated as a result of its physical condition. SCP-4901 is generally reclusive and tends to primarily spend time on the riverbed or otherwise obscured. SCP-4901 has an amorphous body shape, but is capable of altering its form. It tends to take the form of an amorphous quadruped, but occasionally takes on a more humanoid body shape during moments of lucidity. SCP-4901 was unintentionally created in 1882 by SCP-046-ARC, commonly known as Richard Chappell, the founder of GOI-001, during the anomalous murder of a rival paperboy. SCP-46-ARC has claimed the death of this rival was accidental, but no evidence exists to support these allegations. For more information, consult Interview Log 46-4901. Currently, the preliminary and unspecific knowledge of SCP-4901 is circulated throughout Chicago as part of the legacy rumors surrounding the Chicago Spirit. While several details of SCP-4901 cannot be confirmed as true or false, others have been determined to be entirely false. As such, it has been decided that these rumors do not represent a threat to normalcy. Addendum 4901, SCP-46-ARC Interviewer. Interview Log Transcript. Interviewer, Dr. Thatcher. Interviewee, 46-ARC. Date, March 12, 1946. Hello, Mr. Chappell. How are you today? What kind of question is that? Fair enough. I was hoping... Listen, I'm not telling you shit. The spirit is still out there in some form, and I'm not hurting my boys for when they come to bust me out. Mr. Chappell, the Chicago Spirit has not existed for 10 years, and was not capable of breaking you out of a Foundation facility even before your containment. I don't believe you. Very well. I'd like to talk to you about one of the earliest anomalies of your career. It was night. I keep telling you, it was night. Always night. We have no witnesses to corroborate the existence of this alleged Mr. Knight. In any case, we would like to talk about Rudy Benson. Shit. That was me, for the most part. So, you admit that you do have anomalous capabilities in some capacity. No, I can't pull tricks. Only Knight could. That was with a little gift Knight gave to me. As always. Why don't I take it from the top, okay? I was a newsie in my youth before all of the crime and everything. I had this little corner on Lakeshore Drive, and I was the best newsie in the city. Sold the most papers, everything. Even got some of the adults to acknowledge. I was going to go far in that business, become a journalist. Of course, I never did become a journalist. I think that ended up being better for me in the end. But I sure as hell wouldn't be sitting here today if I was a muckraker. Anyway, I was working as a newsie. All the others are getting jealous of me. Remember, in that business, everybody who knew everybody else was. And well, we both know I'm not the quiet and reserved type. Am I? So everybody knows me, knows I'm the best there is, starts to get a little jealous of old Dickie Chappelle, wants to knock him down a few pigs. Enter Rudy fucking Benson. He comes along, decides he wants my corner, but I'm not going to give it up, am I? Can't do that. I'm Richard Chappelle. This is my turf. He and his boys come along and grab me. I'm fighting and screaming like hell, and they drag me all the way to Bubbly Creek and throw me in. Back then, I ain't got any idea on how to swim. Do now, because of the story. Back then, I'm drowning. I would have died if this man hadn't jumped into the river and pulled me out. There was something off about him. I could tell just from a single glance. If I'd been a coward as a kid, I would have been scared. That was Mr. Knight. The first time I ever met him. No evidence to verify the existence of this Mr. Knight has been found. None. Fuck you want me to do about that? Anyway, Knight gives me this little whistle, tells me to go up to Rudy and blow it. Do it by Bubbly, and everything would go swimmingly for me. Not so swimmingly for Ruby Benson, was the implication, right? So I do it. I confront Rudy on the banks. I blow the whistle, and it's different. It's shrill. It hurts to hear, but that's not all that's happening. Rudy's bleeding from everywhere. Eyes, mouth, nose, skin's breaking up, and blood is just coming out of this kid. His gang scatters. They're afraid of me now. I'm Richard Davis Chappelle. Nobody fucks with me. Is that the end of the story? Sure is. Nowadays, the only thing people remember about Ruby E. Benson is that I killed him. And we made sure that everybody knows about him in the spirit. Gotta keep the memory of little Rudy alive, don't we? I see. So, what is this about? You aren't cleared for that information. What? You tell me right now what the hell this is about. Why the fuck do you care about this? What happened to Rudy Benson? We're done here. Addendum 4901.2 Parawatch Post. In 2009, the following post was made to the forum of the Minor Group of Interest 1109, the Parawatch, detailing SCP-4901. Due to the conflation of both true and false information in the post, as well as general InfoSec policy involving Parawatch, this was not considered a containment breach. Spicy Ghost, January 15th, 2009, Thursday, 1850-04. Deep in the heart of Chicago, there lives a terrible swamp thing, closely linked to the chicanerous Bixby gangsters, the Chicago Spirit. It is formed from the detritus of every lost soul the Spirit ever killed and dumped into Bubbly Creek. As you are all likely aware, the Chicago Spirit was one of the largest criminal outfits in Chicago during the Prohibition era and shortly before. What sets them apart from others is their close association with the occult. Richard Chappell, the founder, was rumored to constantly be on the hunt for new grimoires. Sawteeth, a lieutenant, was said to have come back to life at least a dozen times. Wheels was often said placed in two different places at the same time. Derringer was a legitimate wizard. Leggy is said to be nothing more than a pair of legs, capable of outrunning a car. First, some crucial background is necessary. First on Bubbly Creek, then on Richard Chappell's personal connection to it. Bubbly Creek is brought to national infamy in Upton Sinclair in his magnum opus, The Jungle, who described it as, "Bubbly Creek is an arm of the Chicago River. All the drainage of the square mile of packing houses empty into it, so that it is really a great open sewer 100 or 2 feet wide. The grease and chemicals that are poured into it undergo all sorts of strange transformation, which are the cause of its name. It is constantly in motion as if huge fish were feeding in it. A very charming image. It's worth noting Bubbly Creek still occasionally bubbles. Of course, the problems that Upton Sinclair is describing here have been the case for several decades before he described them in The Jungle. Indeed, they existed around the time that Richard Chappell was getting his start in the industry, even when he was just a child. When a fellow paperboy by the name of Rudy Benson tried to take Richard's street corner, Richard was quick to take disproportionate revenge. He led Rudy Benson to the Bubbly Creek and used his magical powers to suck all the blood right out of his rival. The blood slopped right down the side of the riverbank and joined with all of the other pig and cow bones, blood, fat, and hair in the river. As Chappell grew up, he decided he wanted everyone to remember his past, to remember what he did to Benson, and make an example to anyone else who wanted to challenge him. The spirit would regularly lead their enemies to the creek, bleed them dry, then dump the corpses into the river. It was a good place to dispose of the bodies. All the remains in the river meant nobody thought twice about the smell of rot. The first sighting of the Swamp Thing of Bubbly Creek was in late 1920, soon after the start of Prohibition, when the Chicago Spirit was at the height of its power. The Swamp Thing of Bubbly Creek was almost humanoid at this point and was spotted by a butcher dumping some remains into the creek. He was terrified by the thing and even quit the business as a result. The spirit responded to this incident by playing up the tale of Rudy Benson and the Swamp Thing, making it clear what would happen to anyone who dared stand against them. The spirit never forgot about either, and neither did Chicago. At least while the Chicago Spirit lasted. When they toppled in 1933, done in by the death of Richard Chappell in a FBI raid of the Chicago Spirit Bar, the Spirit stopped talking about anything they had done in Bubbly Creek. The Swamp Thing of Bubbly Creek stopped appearing as frequently, and even when it did, it was normally four-legged or even totally amorphous. Sightings have continued to the current day, normally around the early morning when Ruby Benson was killed, most typically close to the mentions of the Chicago Spirit in the newspapers, history books, or the like, especially those that mention either Ruby Benson or the Swamp Thing. Most likely, these are just cases of pareidolia, but what if it's still out there? This post was widely commented and viewed on Parawatch, becoming the hottest thread of the Parawatch forums, January 2009. This had the side effect of exposing the largest number of civilians to information concerning SCP-4901 in the history of containment. Following this post, sightings of SCP-4901 significantly increased in frequency. Additionally, SCP-4901 took on its most humanoid appearance to date during this period. Further analysis of historical media mentions of SCP-4901, cross-reference to confirmed sightings of SCP-4901, indicated a statistically significant link. It was hypothesized that there existed a strong connection between knowledge of SCP-4901 and its ability to regain humanoid shape, as per the aforementioned correlation. Addendum 4901.3 Bubbly Creek Exploration. To test hypothesis developed following the 2009 AmperaWatch post describing SCP-4901, a clearance level 1, unrestricted, file for SCP-4901 was written and used as a demonstrative article of the SCP format for new recruits. By the end of 2009, this meant that an additional 5-digit number of individuals were aware of SCP-4901. Sightings of SCP-4901 began to increase during the early months of the year, along with a more humanoid body. However, in late August, sightings abruptly ceased. Agent Rosales of MTF Zeta-2 was deployed alone to Bubbly Creek in order to find SCP-4901 and determine a reason for the lack of SCP-4901 spottings. The following is a transcript of Agent Rosales' exploration. The actual footage is currently under a razor lock. Exploration video log transcript, date 7/10/2009. Location, Bubbly Creek, Chicago. Mobile Task Force, Zeta-2. Team members, Agent A. Rosales. Small operation, huh? Operating out of van? We're trying to keep it covert, in the middle of a major city. Fair enough, I'll head out now. Agent Rosales opens the back door of the van, and it is currently early morning, approximately 20 minutes before sunrise. Agent Rosales walks to the banks of Bubbly Creek. I think I can smell 4901 already. Actually, that's just Bubbly Creek. It still smells 100 years later? No wonder they dumped bodies here. That's probably an invention of Parawatch. No record of that happening other than the original Rudy Benson incident. So, 4901 is just Ruby Benson then. Rudy Benson and decades of pig and cow slop. No wonder he went insane. Agent Rosales walks around the riverbank of Bubbly Creek, shining a flashlight of various elements. He passes by locations of several recent sightings of SCP-4901 without any results. No sign of our swamp beast. Noted. Try calling for it. Rudy! Hey, Rudy! Rudy Benson! No discernible audio is recorded on the video log. I think I heard something. Real faint. I'll have to hop down into the brush and walk along the side of the bank itself. Agent Rosales descends into Bubbly Creek. Rudy! Come out, Rudy! A quiet but high-pitched groan is recorded on the audio equipment. We're picking that up now. Good work, Agent. As Agent Rosales illuminates his path with the flashlight, the video camera picks up a small clump of biological matter resting in the dirt. He squats next to it and puts on a latex glove to pick it up. Looks like we got a piece of 4901 here. Bone fragment of some kind. Possibly a pork rib, if I had to guess. Small bits of fat attached, a little hair. Could be from the Bubbly Creek riverbed, but more likely from 4901. Bag it anyway. Agent Rosales places the clump of biological matter into a biohazard evidence bag and places the bag into his backpack. Proceeding after the groan, it sounds like it's coming from a grove over here. Hey, Rudy! Immediately after the vocalization of Hey, Rudy, the groan increases in volume. Yep, it's right over there. Agent Rosales crawls over to a portion of brush and pushes the branches aside, revealing a small hollow. The body camera does not capture the inside of the hollow due to the angle of Agent Rosales' body. Rudy? Please stop. SCP-4901's voice matches the vocal analysis of a young prepubescent male child. It is heard violently retching and gagging. Agent Rosales grabs the video camera from his shirt and re-angles it toward SCP-4901. It is on its hands and knees while ejaculating constituent matter from its mouth. Rudy Benson? Is that you? Former paperboy? I don't want to hurt you. Hurt. I'm sorry, Rudy Benson. Do you know who you are? Forget. Want. Forget. Forget about you? About who you were? SCP-4901 violently coughs out a large chunk of big fat and bone. It then rises from the ground and grabs a pile of paper trash from the ground by it. Extra, extra, read all about it! SCP-4901 throws the trash at Agent Rosales and begins to shift in physical makeup. Sharp bones emerge from the ends of its hands. Agent Rosales quickly withdraws from the hollow and draws a gun. Anomaly confirmed hostile. Permission to engage? Granted. Bullets won't be lethal. SCP-4901 emerges from the hollow, screaming incoherently. It begins to rapidly and repeatedly stab itself in the head with the sharp bones at the ends of its arms, ripping off large chunks of sewage and animal matter. Huh. Not hostile to me, it seems. SCP-4901 continues to repeatedly stab itself until it no longer possesses a head. It then proceeds to stab itself elsewhere, tearing matter out of fibrous blood. Get out of there. Won't protest that order. Mild amnestics were distributed to all staff who had been exposed to information regarding SCP-4901 during the course of 2009. Since then, prior behavior patterns have resumed. SCP-4901 has not yet been observed speaking or taking on humanoid form since October 7th, 2009, and typically lurks beneath the water of Bubbly Creek.